It is my duty to lay upon the table, pursuant to subsection 94(2) of the Access to Information Act and to subsection 72(2) of the Privacy Act, the reports of the Auditor General of Canada on the administration of these acts for the fiscal year ending March 31st, 2024.
Pursuant to Standing Order 108.3H, these reports are deemed to have been permanently referred to the Standing Committee on Access to Information, Privacy, and Ethics.
Affaires courantes. Dépôt de documents.
Tabling of documents.
Dépôt de projet de loi émanant du...
Introduction of government bills.
Déclaration de...
Statements by ministers.
Rapport de délégation.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations.
Reports from committee. The Honourable Member from West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to present in both official languages the 16th report of the Standing Committee on Indigenous and Northern Affairs in relation to the motion adopted on Monday, September 16th, 2024, regarding the passing of Assembly of Manitoba Chiefs Grand Chief Kathy Merrick.
Introduction of private members' bills. First reading of Senate public bills. Motions. Presenting petitions. The Honourable Member from Halifax West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to present a petition on behalf of Lebanese Canadians and Friends of Lebanon. Lebanon is living in difficult times socially, politically, and economically. Petitioners note that Lebanon has the largest number of refugees per capita in the world, and with the escalation of war, Lebanon and the Lebanese people are at risk of losing their lives, livelihoods, sovereignty, and independence. Petitioners call upon Government of Canada to do as it had done in 1956 and be a leader in establishing an international force to stabilize Lebanon and the region, to act as a peacemaker, and to help address the displacement of people in the region.
They believe that a diplomatic path forward exists to face the challenges, to deal with those challenges.
Petition before the House.
The Honourable Member from Brampton North.
Mr. Speaker, petitioners have given me this petition to present to the House today. They're concerned, Pakistani Canadians, they're concerned about the political turmoil in that country following the unjust removal of a democratically elected government and subsequent arrest of Imran Khan. They call upon the Canadian government, which promotes fair and free elections around the world, to take steps and measures, including measures such as implementing sanctions on corrupt military officials and ban those that have been involved with human rights violations and ban them from traveling to Canada. Also leverage influence with the IMF to tie new and existing loans to Pakistan on the condition that fair and free elections are held, and require these measures to be continued until free and fair elections are held later this year, with the participation of all opposition political parties and leaders. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member from Edmonton Manning.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I receive petition number E4753 with 950 signatures from residents of Edmonton, Manning, and across the country. The petition says, we, the undersigned citizens of residents of Canada, call upon the Prime Minister to stop meddling with education, for which provincial governments have the exclusive responsibility under the Canadian Constitution, and apologize for characterizing parental rights as far right. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Leader of the Government in the House of Commons.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I'd ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Orders of the day.
Government orders, business of supply, consideration of an opposition motion standing in the name of Mr. Poilievre, confidence in the Prime Minister and the government.
Mr. Poilievre, seconded by Mr. Nader, moves that the House has no confidence in the Prime Minister and the government. Mr. Poilievre, appuyé par
Mr. Poilievre, seconded by Mr. Nader, moves that the House has no confidence in the Prime Minister and the government.
Member from Carleton, the Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Canada makes a promise to us all. A promise that anyone from anywhere can do anything. My parents taught me that. They're teachers, after all, and they taught me quite a lot. I was adopted by those two teachers because I had a single mother who was 16 years old who wasn't able to raise me at that time. But my parents said that no matter where you come from, despite my modest origins, I'd be able to do whatever I wanted if I was able to do it, and if I had the will to do it, the will to work hard. And that promise was kept by our country. It's the same promise that Canada made to my wife when she arrived here as a little girl, a refugee from Venezuela. 6 people in a 2-bedroom apartment in a basement in the east side of Montreal. Her dad got up every day early in the morning at 4 a.m. to get fruit. And then he would, and they've all succeeded. She has a brother who's a soldier, another who's a carpenter, a sister who is a nurse. That's my wife and Ida's family. That's the promise of Canada, and that promise was kept for her. It's a promise, and it's the reason that I got into politics. I was elected as part of a government that expanded that promise with low inflation by cutting the GST, by cutting taxes for small businesses, by balancing the budget while increasing health care transfers to the provinces, increasing them more than any other government in history. Personal income went up by 10%, 10% faster than inflation and taxes. The promise was stronger than ever. But now, after 9 years of this Prime Minister, the promise of Canada is broken. He's broken a lot of promises to balance the budget, to reduce taxes for the middle class, to create more affordable housing. Those are all promises that this Prime Minister has broken. But what's different with this promise is that it wasn't a promise made by this Prime Minister. It wasn't his promise to make. It was the promise that belongs to all of us, the promise that all Canadians, everyone in Canada, could expect to be kept, whether you were born in Canada or whether you came to this country from elsewhere. So it's with great sadness that we see that now young people who work hard live in their parents' basements until they're 35 years old, something that was never the case before this Prime Minister and his policies doubled the cost of housing. There are 2,000 people who go to food banks every month. In Ontario, there are 1,800 homeless encampments. That's something we've never seen before. They're images that you would expect to come out of the third world. There are people who are dying in these encampments. Violence is up. Gun violence is up by 120%. After this Prime Minister, with the help of the Bloc Québécois, targeted hunters while freeing criminals and arms traffickers. What's the Bloc doing, Mr. Speaker? Well, the Bloc is helping. The Bloc has voted 188 times to keep this Prime Minister in power. It voted for $5 billion in inflationary, bureaucratic, centralizing spending. And I would add to that, that of those $500 billion, well, that doesn't include health care or money for seniors. That money is already planned. They didn't have to vote for that. I'm talking about money that goes to consultants, to bureaucrats, to interest groups, and to big businesses that are subsidized by the government. At the same time as the government is voting to increase gas taxes, including in Quebec, with the second carbon tax that applies in Quebec, and the capital gains tax, which is going to force Quebec's farmers, Quebec's entrepreneurs, Quebec's doctors, and Quebec's home builders to spend more money, to send more money to Ottawa, which will be controlled by the government of Canada. And even the things that the Bloc are asking for now would increase the size of the federal government. You know, I was part of a government that increased healthcare transfers. That's true. I'm not a separatist. They are saying that to fund healthcare, you have to send more of Quebecers' money to Ottawa so that it can then be sent back to Quebec. They want the federal government to have even more control over the health care of the province of Quebec. And they recognize that federal programs are essential for Quebecers, which goes against their desire for sovereignty. So there's a contradiction at the heart of the Bloc Québécois. And now the Bloc Québécois wants to maintain the most centralizing prime minister in history in power. A prime minister who has an immigration policy that his own immigration minister has said is out of control. A prime minister who's pushed Quebec to the breaking point. The Bloc Québécois is saying, well, no, wait, listen, we can't change anything right now. We're going to wait. We'll wait for a little while. Let's wait until Quebecers can't get health care, can't get social care, a house. When Quebecers will see an economy that has the lowest GDP per capita in 10 years, they're telling Quebecers, wait, keep waiting. They say they don't know what I'm going to do. In immigration, my policy is very clear. You've seen it. I was in government. We'll have exactly the same approach to immigration that we had 10 years ago. It gave a lot of power to the provinces, and it controlled the numbers to, yes, let people come into Canada to work, to deal with the labor shortage, but in numbers that we were able to absorb into our labor market, into our housing market, and into our healthcare system. That's the approach that I took when we were in government, and that's the approach that I will take when we are back in government. I've already presented a lot more details than any of the other opposition leaders. The Bloc leader hasn't said anything about most of these issues. So I will be even more clear in an election campaign with a common sense plan to cut taxes, fix the budget, build homes, and stop the crime. We are going to cut taxes so that work is worth it, so that our waiters, our truckers, our plumbers who work more get more, so that they can bring their paychecks back home. but they have to have a home. Now, there are fewer homes per capita than in any other G7 country here in Canada. There's too much bureaucracy. I will incite municipalities to accelerate the delivery of permits to free up land so that we can build while cutting taxes that prevent construction so that young people can dream of having a home. Yes, we will put in place a cap on population growth so that the housing supply goes up more quickly than our population. We will fix the budget with a law that forces the government to find $1 of spending for every $1 of savings for every new dollar of spending. And that'll help to balance the budget. You know, Canadians have to balance their own budgets, and they expect us to have the same common sense. We will cut the consultants that the Bloc voted for, the bureaucracy, the waste, the big subsidies for multinational companies that are taking money out of our country. We're going to cut that to keep the money here in Canada, to bring down the deficit, to bring down inflation, and to bring down interest rates so that we can pay for our social services. We'll stop the crime, not by banning hunting weapons, which is what the Bloc and the Liberals want, but by fighting criminals and by strengthening the border. Madam Speaker, that will allow us to have a country where hard work leads to a bigger paycheck. It allows you to buy food, housing, and gas in safe communities where anyone from anywhere can achieve anything with hard work. That is the promise of Canada. That's what we will bring back to our country. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, this country made me a promise when I was born. It made the same promise to everyone in this room and across this country. I was born to a 16-year-old single mom who put me up for adoption to 2 school teachers, and they taught me about this promise. The promise was that anyone from anywhere could do anything, that hard work would earn a powerful paycheck, they would buy you good food and a decent home in a safe neighborhood. It's that promise that brought my wife's family here as refugees from Venezuela. 6 people in a 2-bedroom basement, working-class Montreal apartment. Her dad up at the crack of dawn to hop on the back of a pickup truck and go out into the middle of a farm field and pick fruit so that he could pay the rent. Today, her brothers are a soldier, a carpenter. Her sister is a nurse. Her father has a business with his wife, and they have all succeeded. The promise was kept. It was that promise that got me into politics in the first place, and I was very proud to be part of a government that not only kept the promise, but expanded it. With the lowest inflation in almost half a century, incomes after tax and inflation that went up 10%. We cut the GST, we balanced the budget. We did it all while increasing healthcare transfers faster than any government since that transfer. That's why I welcome every single time they talk about my experience in government is doing the exact same things that I would like to do in the future, which is to expand the opportunity, expand the promise of this country. But that promise, after 9 years of the NDP Liberal Prime Minister, is broken. Everything costs more, with 2 million people lined up at food banks because they cannot afford food. This is a record-smashing number. 1 in 10 Torontonians now eat at a food bank every single month. Housing costs have doubled, so that 2/3 of young people believe they will never be able to afford a home. That has never happened in Canadian history. And we see it most tragically in our streets, where there are now 1,800 homeless encampments across Canada, across Ontario, 35 in Halifax. Quaint, beautiful, once prosperous Halifax has 35 homeless encampments. Prime Minister admits in his own press releases 1 in 4 kids are not getting enough food. Malnutrition and diseases linked to it that had long ago been eradicated are making comebacks. We've lost 47,000 people to drug overdoses, more than we lost in the Second World War. These numbers are stories. They are human lives. When the NDP says, all these people can just wait, we don't need to fix these problems now, we could just delay another year and let thousands more die, thousands more lose their homes and move into dangerous tent encampments. Thousands more become addicted to government-funded drugs or be killed by a rampant career criminal released once again for the 76th time to unleash chaos in our streets. They say wait to those Canadians who are suffering the pain of a brutal economy, the worst economy since the Great Depression. The per capita GDP, that's income per person, is down more than at any time since the Great Depression. In fact, our economy per capita is smaller today than it was 10 years ago. Our income per person has dropped more than any other G7 country since 2019, the year before the pandemic, while the American economy has grown 19%, right next door. The gap between our per capita GDP and the Americans is now worse than at any time since at least World War II, and according to one liberal economist, Trevor Tom, the worst in a century. We've gone from winning the war of capitalism with the Americans, the tug of war, where they were investing 30 to 100 billion more per year in our economy than we were investing in theirs in the first 14 years of this century, to in the last 9 years, 450 billion more Canadian money invested in the States than the reverse. Wow. Canadian dollars building pipelines, mines, business centers, shopping centers, and businesses that pay American paychecks. I love America, but I don't want to bring jobs to Americans. I want to bring home those jobs and the Canadian promise to this country. And that's why we have a common sense plan to axe the tax, build the homes, fix the budget, and stop the crime. Axe the tax. This will be a carbon tax referendum, a carbon tax election. And I know that the media has worked hard to try and avoid me saying the words carbon tax, as we saw in the extremely dishonest and fraudulent report from Bell Media-controlled CTV, who's a company that is whose bonds have been downgraded to near junk status as its overpaid CEO empties the books to pay his wealthy friends an unacceptably and unrealistically high dividend. But the reason why he and his other cronies of that company are going after me is because he knows that I'm standing up for the people against the crony capitalists and insiders like him. The carbon tax election. Here's the existential choice. Do we go to a 61 cent a liter carbon tax, making us among the highest taxed fuel in all of the world? A tax that will grind our economy to a halt, that will force our truckers to leave to the US where there is no carbon tax. Nobody left to bring goods to our grocery store, parts to our factories, jobs to our people. It will be a nuclear winter if this happens. That's why common sense conservatives will axe the tax. We will bring home jobs, paychecks, businesses, and opportunity with abundant, affordable energy. We will fight climate change and protect our economy with technology, not taxes, by approving large-scale green projects that generate nuclear, hydroelectric, carbon capture and storage, and other sources of affordable, clean Canadian energy will once again get approved when we repeal the anti-development law C-69, all of which will generate the revenues so that we can fix the budget. We will fix the budget by unleashing massive growth through the elimination of bureaucratic barriers and firing gatekeepers so that our projects can get built, setting the goal that all 3 levels of government should aspire to have the fastest building permits in the entire OECD. After 9 years of tax increases on entrepreneurs and calling businesses tax cheats, we will pass a bring it home tax cut to lower the burden on work, savings, and investment so that we bring home powerful paychecks and production to this country, lower, fairer, simpler taxes. We will cap government spending with a dollar for dollar law that requires we find $1 of savings for every new dollar of spending. We'll cut bureaucracy, waste, and consulting contracts so that we can get the budget close to, or hopefully on balance as soon as possible to bring down interest rates, inflation, and debt. And finally, we will unleash the construction of homes by incentivizing municipalities to grant faster permits, free up land, and speed up and to cut development taxes so that we can build in safe neighborhoods with jail, not bail, for repeat violent offenders, to bring home the promise of Canada of a powerful paycheck that earns affordable food, gas, and homes in safe neighborhoods where anyone from anywhere can do anything. The biggest and most open land of opportunity the world has ever seen. That is our vision. That is our purpose. Now, let's bring it home.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Government House, the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the Leader of the Opposition for that speech. Although I think what is particularly interesting is his revisionist history of the time that the Conservatives were in government. But one thing that stood out to me in his remarks is that he said he was going to do the exact same thing as when they were in government. Now, what I recall when the Conservatives were in government was a country that was ashamed of what we were doing on the world stage. It was a country that was ashamed that we were not fighting climate change. And it was a country that was ashamed that we were putting forward divisive politics and not bringing people together. And that is exactly what I heard from the member opposite today. Madam Speaker, to get big projects done, we have to do so in cooperation with Indigenous partners. To get big things done, we have to do that with Canadians at the forefront. And what we are hearing from the member opposite is that he has no intention to do things to move Canadians forward. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I have heard a lot of voices, and it's funny because when the Leader of the Official Opposition was speaking, nobody was making any noise on either side of the House. And now I'm hearing a lot of heckling. So I would ask members to please be respectful and offer that reciprocal silence to other individuals when they have the floor. The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
I know that the Liberals are ashamed of our country and its past. That's why they changed the passport to take out Vimy Ridge, to take out Terry Fox, to take out other historical triumphs of Canadians. But I am very proud of how we upheld that heritage. We helped defeat the Taliban and ISIS on the world stage in partnership with Barack Obama, I might add. Speaking of the Americans, we got a deal on softwood lumber. We got an exemption to Buy America. We had open and free trade. Our Prime Minister was respected in the world. He wasn't dancing around and being laughed out of India or seen in a drunken stupor in some fancy hotel lobby playing the piano the night before the Queen's funeral. He was proud of this country. I am proud of this country. Canadians are proud of this country, and we're going to bring home the country we love.
Questions et commentaires?
The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just have a quick question. We've been back just a week, and the government re-became a minority 3 weeks ago. That's what people voted for in 2021, so the government went back to being a minority. We've only had 1 week of Parliament so far this September. Is it not the perfect opportunity, therefore, to debate? Why such a rush for elections? Isn't it time to negotiate? We know that they're isolated. not even their pets want to talk to them nowadays. But perhaps the Conservatives could work seriously with this Parliament, trying not to simply salt the earth behind them. We are trying to be constructive. What does the Honourable Leader have to say? The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition. First of all, there's two mistakes in the answer. The Bloc Québécois has no leverage. They've offered their support to the government with absolutely no gains for Quebec, no gains for their party. The gains will happen under a common sense conservative government that will respect Quebec's jurisdictions. And that's why the Bloc doesn't want a conservative government, because they won't have anything to complain about. When the Conservatives were in power under Harper, there was no Bloc Québécois by the end of it, because there was peace. Peace with Quebec. Quebecers were saying, well, Canada's going well. They're leaving us alone in our jurisdictions. We don't need the Bloc. We don't need the Liberals. But now the Liberals and the Blocistes are codependent. Quebecers want to have their jurisdictions, and that's what we will allow.
I'm still hearing some heckling. I want to remind members to please not do that and to respect those who have the floor. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Burnaby South.
Let's review the member for Carleton's record on cuts to healthcare. He voted against dental care. He voted against farmer care. He voted to cut healthcare time and time again. Maybe it doesn't matter to somebody who's had the government pay his dentist appointments since his early 20s, but those costs matter to families. So I've got a simple question for the member for Carleton. Let's see if he actually answers this question. Would the member for Carleton cut the dental care program that has provided real relief to seniors and kids? Yes or no?
Yes.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
I'm going to start by correcting the falsehoods. One, I encourage him to find one example where I've not voted to increase healthcare transfers. We voted, when I was in government, we increased healthcare transfers by 70%. Because of Stephen Harper's courageous leadership and strong books, the NDP voted against those increases. Now, they propose a pharmacare scheme that would ban union workers from keeping their private pharmacare plans. Unions have fought too hard and too long for the drug plans that they have to have the NDP ban them for using what it calls a single payer system, which necessitates banning any non-government plan. When I was on the floor of Stelco, the men and women there said they want to keep the plan that they fought for. And I told them, I will never allow the NDP to ban their private drug plans and impose an inferior government plan that doesn't work.
There are still individuals who are wanting to participate in the debate and they don't have the floor. Again, I ask them to please be respectful and allow those members who have the floor to be able to speak without interruption. Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The member for Perth Wellington.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I know the member from Carleton spent the summer speaking with dozens and dozens and dozens of hardworking Canadians on factories, floors, and manufacturing facilities across the country. I'd like to know from the Leader of the Opposition, what was the message he heard from the hardworking people who build this country?
Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
The message that I heard was that after 9 years of the NDP Liberal government, everything is broken. Life costs more, work doesn't pay, housing costs have literally doubled. Crime, chaos, drugs, and disorder are common in our streets. But what most disappointed them, is especially the ones who voted NDP, is the way that that party abandoned them under their new and radical leader. This NDP leader is not like the past NDP. He doesn't stand up for workers. He stands up for himself, for his own narrow self-interest. And he's abandoned those working people. He's worked to tax their fuel and their food. He wants to ban their pickup trucks and their hunting rifles. He supports policies to shut down their union jobs in resource sectors. And he wants to ban them from having their own private drug plan, which they have fought so hard to achieve. They reject the radicalism and the sellout of the NDP. They want a common sense conservative government that will bring home the Canada we love.
Before I go to the point of order, I do want to remind members once again that when somebody else has the floor, to please not interrupt. And that includes not interrupting me when I have the floor. The honourable member for Victoria has a point of order.
Madam Speaker, the Leader of the Opposition used unparliamentary language. I would ask for an apology.
I would like to hear what the point of order is, and I can't do that if members are yelling out. The honourable member for Victoria.
Madam Speaker, the Leader of the Opposition used unparliamentary language. I would ask for an apology and for him to no longer use the word sellout.
Sorry, I have another point of order. The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
The corporate sellout leader of the Conservative Party used unparliamentary language, and if this is not accepted from me, it shouldn't be accepted from the leader of the Conservative Party.
How is that possible? I may have missed that during the discussions that we're having had. I will go back and look at the Hansard to see exactly what was said. If it was that it was directed as a personal attack, then I will be asking the honourable member, Leader of the Official Opposition, to withdraw and to apologize. But I do apologize. I was hearing some heckling and I was focused on that, so I didn't quite hear what was being said. So we will go back to the Hansard and come back to the House if required. We have time for one more question. The Honourable Leader of the Government, House Leader.
Madam Speaker, the Honourable Leader of the Opposition likes to point out what he thinks are falsehoods, but I think it's important that we should correct the record.
I'm going to ask the Honourable member to re-ask her question, because there is a couple of individuals that are still speaking, and it's very difficult to hear what is being said. And so, therefore, I will ask the Honourable Leader of the government to re-ask her question, and I would ask members to please be respectful. A point of order, the honourable member for Timmins James Bay.
Well, the Conservatives were asking me unofficially to withdraw a comment about the member from Stornoway working at Dairy Queen. We don't actually know if he ever did work at Dairy Queen. You can't say that.
So I just want, again, I would ask members to make sure that if they're going to raise points of order, that they indicate which standing order that they're rising on, so that the House can function properly, and I don't need other people to encourage anything in the House. The Honourable Leader of the Government, House Leader in the Government.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. While the Leader of the Opposition likes to call out, quote unquote, what he calls falsehoods, I think it's important that we set the record straight. When he talks about healthcare transfers, those were the 2003 healthcare accords that were signed by Paul Martin, a Liberal Prime Minister. So it seems that the things that are good that he takes credit for were things that were Liberal policies. But what I would like to ask him is, since he stands on his record, does he plan to raise the age of retirement from 65 to 67 as he did when he was in government? And does he also plan to rip up the childcare agreements, which he did when he was in government as well? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
No. And further, what I also don't plan to do is cut healthcare the way the Liberals did in the preceding years prior to Conservatives coming in and rebuilding the public healthcare system. They slashed healthcare by $20 billion. We increased it by 70% to heal the pain and damage. And furthermore, I'll bring in a Blue Seal standard so our brilliant 20,000 immigrant doctors, 32,000 immigrant nurses can get licensed, get to work, and reduce waiting lists. And finally, I will reject the radical plan for, and I quote, a single payer drug plan. That's right in the law. By definition, that means all the private plans must be banned under the Liberal NDP agenda, which they lay out in their wording in their pharmacare bill. They want to ban you from having a private drug plan with the hope and the promise that one day you might get a government plan, like the government housing plan that doubled your housing costs, right? Like the government school food program that hasn't delivered a single meal in 2 years, like the government gun plan, which spent $67 million without recovering a single gun. These people cannot be trusted to run a lemonade stand, let alone a drug plan, and I will protect your right to have a private drug plan so that you have the medication you need when you go to the drugstore.
Resuming debate, reprise the débat. The honourable leader of the government. I will ask members who are choosing to leave to please do it quietly. The honourable leader of the government in the House of Commons.
Great. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, today we are here to discuss a matter of confidence in the government. It's a matter that the Leader of the Opposition has put forward. However, what he put forward just now was full of things that were simply not true. He stated that he was proud of Canada, but he spent the past 20 minutes talking about all the things that he doesn't like about Canada and that he doesn't like about Canadians. And Madam Speaker, for someone who all he does is talk about how this country is broken, it's a shame that he wants to put forward a vision that doesn't put Canadians at the heart of what our government is doing. And what I am here to talk about today is the fact that this government, for the past 9 years, has put Canadians first. We have always had Canadians at the core of everything that we have done. And that is what we will continue to do throughout this minority parliament and hopefully throughout the future. But I want to start with a story because this Sunday I was in my community in Burlington. I was at the Appleby Lion Street Festival, and I had a number of constituents come up to me. But I had one in particular that resonated with me. A young mom in her early 30s, and she came up and she said, I need to say thank you for the national childcare plan that you put in place, because that plan has made a huge difference in my family's life. My husband, unfortunately, lost his job for whatever reason, but the fact of the matter is that the point that you put in that childcare has meant that he has been able to go back to school, he's been able to train, and we've been able to afford our childcare. And it's stories like these that make a difference in people's lives. And what we heard from the Leader of the Opposition just now is that he has every intention of undoing this important work that we did. When we think about the fact that over 100,000 women in Ontario alone rejoined the workforce because of that childcare plan, that's something that the Leader of the Opposition wants to do. The Leader of the NDP asked him point blank, would he cut the dental care plan, a plan that 750,000 Canadian seniors and children have now taken advantage of? He refused to answer. When he was talking about pharmacare, he was misleading Canadians when he stated that they would not be able to access high quality drugs that they need and that there wouldn't be a private plan as well that they could potentially use. But what he neglected to mention in that is that the initial part of this plan is to make diabetes medication and contraceptives free. And one thing that we need to be asking ourselves is, why is the Leader of the Opposition against that? Why is he against making contraceptives free for Canadian women? Madam Speaker, we know that there are many members in the party opposite that are opposed to the rights, the reproductive and healthcare rights of women in this country. And so we need to put it to the opposition as to why they don't want to make contraceptives free. We know they have a hidden agenda. We know that they are against women accessing the healthcare and the reproductive rights that they need. And so this is one example of how they intend to make it harder for women to access and utilize their reproductive rights in this country. And that is something that we should all be concerned about. Madam Speaker, let's talk about the economy. We know that Canadians have been going through tough economic times. We know that global headwinds have been impacting Canadians just like they've been impacting people around the world. But it is this government that has stood up for the Canadian economy, not once, but twice in the most important ways. When it came to renegotiating NAFTA, when we faced an American president who decided that their main objective was to rip up the North American Free Trade Agreement, what did this Prime Minister and the then Foreign Minister, who's now our Finance Minister, do? They stood up to Americans and renegotiated not just NAFTA, but an even better NAFTA for Canadians. And what did the Leader of the Opposition and his Conservative colleagues suggest we do from day one? Capitulate, sign whatever you can, give away the kitchen sink. That's how the Conservatives act. But no, Madam Speaker, we stood up. And when it came to steel and aluminum tariffs, the Leader of the Opposition talked about being on the floor of Stelco. Well, I was at Stelco, Madam Speaker, when we announced that the steel and aluminum tariffs were lifted. It was this government that did that. It was this government that has protected steel workers. And it is this government that has protected the Canadian economy and that has led to Canada having the third highest foreign direct investment in the OECD, because that is something that we care about, creating good jobs for Canadians. And when the Leader of the Opposition talks about not wanting to give Canadian jobs to Americans, what did they do when it came to General Motors, Madam Speaker? To balance the budget, they sold our shares in General Motors. And it was this government, at a loss, that's right, but it was this government that made sure that those GM jobs stayed in Canada. And it was this government that made sure that the auto sector has the supports that it needs to advance in the 21st century. We believe in fighting climate change. We believe in low emission vehicles, and we are seeing record invest in the Canadian auto sector, not just in Ontario, in Quebec, but right across this country. And what do the Conservatives think? Get rid of all of this. Forget about that. They call it corporate social welfare. Well, guess what, Madam Speaker? Those are thousands and thousands of direct jobs that Canadians rely on to pay their bills, to send their kids to after-school activities, to make sure that they have a good quality of life. And the Conservatives want to rip all of that up. But Madam Speaker, we will continue to fight for Canadians and fight for good jobs in this country. Let me tell you about the second time that we stood up for the Canadian economy. And it's a time that most of us would like to forget about, because it was when COVID-19 came to our doors and hit us hard in Canada, just like it hit us hard right around the world. But what did we do, Madam Speaker? We said we are going to be there to support Canadians. And whether that was with the Canada Emergency Business benefit, or whether it was with the Canada Emergency Wage Subsidy, whether it was with direct payments to Canadians through CERB to ensure that they could make ends meet. We were there for Canadians every step of the way, and we ensured that when it was time, when it was safe to do so, the Canadian economy could turn back on, we could restart it, and Canadians could get back to work. But what did the Leader of the Opposition do? He said he wouldn't have done any of those supports. He derided them as, putting government money into supporting people, that's a bad thing. He called that big government. Well, you know what, Madam Speaker? We believe on this side of the House that the government is there to help people. It is there to help Canadians. We do not believe, like the Conservatives opposite, that Canadians should be left to their own devices, to fend for themselves, to, be left on their own in times of need. No, Madam Speaker, we have been there for Canadians when times were tough, and we will be there for Canadians throughout the recovery, and we will be there to make sure that they have what they need to succeed. That is exactly what we do on this side of the House, and that is exactly.
I just want to interrupt the honourable member for a minute. I know that she's very passionate, but every time she's tapping on the desk, it's a problem for the interpreters, and so I'm just mindful of that. So I didn't want to interrupt her passion, but I do have to raise that point. So the honourable member has 11 minutes left.
Je vais présenter mes excuses.
I'd like to apologize to the interpreters. I appreciate your work greatly, and I will try to avoid tapping on the table for the rest of my speech. But Madam Speaker, this is something that's very important for us, and it's very important for the government to ensure that Canadians know that everything we do is for Canadians. And it's so different from what the Conservatives are doing. We are here to defend Canadians' rights, to defend Canadians' economic opportunities, to defend our country and the Canadian economy. But the Conservatives don't want to defend our country. They have said that under a global pandemic, they wouldn't do anything. They wouldn't be there to defend Canadians on something that is really critical for us in Canada is to ensure that we have access to accurate information. We heard the Leader of the Opposition speech, and once again, we heard that he wants to destroy the media ecosystem in this country. He said he does not want to give funding to CBC Radio-Canada. Now, I'm not saying that CBC Radio-Canada is perfect, but it's part of Canadian history. It ensures that Canadians throughout the country, whether from east, west, north, rural regions, Anglophones, Francophones, it ensures that they all have access to accurate news. And we know why the Conservatives don't want that, because when Canadians are well informed and they know the accurate information, they don't support the Conservatives. Because the Conservatives have a hidden agenda. They don't want Canadians to find out what Conservatives would do in government. We saw that with support for doctors. They don't want Canadians to be able to access contraceptives. They don't want Canadian women to have access to their reproductive rights. This is such an important question that Canadians might want to ask the Conservatives. But we see how they act with the media. The leader of the official opposition, when he gets hard questions, attacks the media. And by attacking the media, he's attacking Canadians, because the media asks questions on behalf of Canadians. So if the leader of the opposition really respected Canadians and this country, he wouldn't attack people who are asking questions on behalf of Canadians.
Today, we have an important day for this country. It's a decision about what the future of our country will look like. We have a leader of the opposition who doesn't want to share with Canadians what he will truly do. And we have a government who is committed to continuing to advance the well-being and the welfare of Canadians. I understand that these times are difficult, and I understand that for many Canadians, making ends meet is a challenge right now. But that's exactly why we have put forward measures that help make that a little bit easier. Whether it's the Canada Child Benefit that has lifted 650,000 children out of poverty, the Canada Dental Plan that has helped 750,000 seniors and children access the dentist, whether it's pharmacare that's going to make diabetes and contraceptives free for Canadians, or whether it's the billions of dollars of investment in this country that have created thousands of good paying jobs for Canadians. This government is committed to continuing to advance a progressive agenda that puts Canadians first, that builds an inclusive and prosperous country for all. That is what we are committed to doing. That is what drives us every single day. And what we see on the other side of the aisle is a leader who only wants to tear Canada and Canadians down. Madam Speaker, we have so much potential, so much opportunity in this country, so much that we must continue to do to ensure that the generations of Canadians who have built this country into what it is, and it is the greatest country in the world. We need to ensure that we have a government that believes in this country, believes in Canadians, and continues to make us the envy of the world, because this is where the world wants to be, and Canada wants to lead that vision for the world. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Any comments, questions, des commentaires? The honourable member for Caribou Prince George.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. There was so much to unpack in that speech, Madam Speaker, but I'll save that to when I get up to speak to this motion. Madam Speaker, under our former Conservative government led by our Prime Minister Stephen Harper, as well as our honourable colleague from the member from Abbotsford, our former Conservative government signed more free trade agreements than any other government, than this government. Not only that, Madam Speaker, our former Conservative government put to the end the most costly trade dispute with our partner to the south, the softwood lumber agreement. Not only that, Madam Speaker, but we also negotiated a year leeway time for them, the next government, to negotiate a softwood lumber agreement. In the 9 years they have failed to get a softwood lumber agreement, mills all across our province and all across our nation, forestry families out of business, out of work. What does this member have to say to the hardworking forestry families that this government has left behind?
Honourable Leader of the Government in the House of Commons.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for the question and to reassure him that we continue to work hard for the forestry sector in our country. But what I do want him to recall is that the moment that the President of the United States said that he was going to rip up NAFTA, what did the former Prime Minister Harper say? Sign it. Do whatever you need to do. Capitulate. Give in. Give him whatever you want. Madam Speaker, the Conservatives like to say that they signed agreements, but they didn't sign good agreements. We signed good agreements.
Order. Order. The questions et commentaires, l'honorable député de la Prairie.
The honourable member for La Prairie. Madam Speaker, this is a minority government. It's a very minority government. And I hope negotiation channels are open. We are ready to negotiate. We know that seniors have gone through very difficult financial straits because of COVID. There's been a real increase in the cost of living. This government raised OAS for people over 75. And they created a two-tier system, leaving behind people between 65 and 74. That's unfair, it's discriminatory, and we think it's unacceptable. Now, the cost would be 0.57% of the budget. That's the cost of raising OAS for people between 65 and 74. Whereas oil and gas companies have gotten $83 billion. So who's more important to this government, oil and gas companies or seniors? The Honourable Government House Leader. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for this question. As he very well knows, Canadian seniors are a very important age group for us. And one of the first things that we did when we came to power was increase the guaranteed income supplement for vulnerable seniors. That was critical for us. And we saw a decrease in poverty levels among seniors, especially female seniors. But we know that there is more to do. We know seniors have been suffering and things have been difficult. And we just need to ensure that we have more support for seniors. And in order to accomplish that, we have also increased pensions for seniors over 75 because the cost of living is higher for them.
For Timmins, James Bay.
Speaker, this is such an important morning, a chance for all Canadians to see parliamentarians stand up and vote non-confidence in the man who leads all those stunts from Stornoway. And I'm considering that the reason he's running ahead of this is because of his Axe the Tax claims. You know, John Ivinson, a good Pierre Poilievre conservative supporter, interviewed Ken Busenskool, a former Harper aide, who said, listen, there's a huge gap between what conservatives say and what conservatives do. I hate to admit it, but Jason Kenney ran Axe the Tax and then beefed up the industrial carbon tax in Alberta. Daniel Smith ran to Axe the Tax, and she beefed up the industrial carbon tax to $170 a ton. And Busenskool says there is no way that the member for Stornoway is going to axe the tax. He's just going to continue to scare people, to frighten people, to divide people, and then he's going to carry on with the policies as per usual.
Leader of the Government in the House of Commons.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, I don't always agree with my honorable colleague from Timmins, James Bay, but I think he hit the nail on the head right now in the sense that it's just clear that the leader of the opposition runs on slogans. He likes to play political stunts. Today is just that. And in fact, I think his point about this is more a vote in non-confidence on the leader of the opposition than it is on anything else is a cogent one. But the point of the matter is that he's just not telling the whole truth to Canadians. And that is something that we have seen with him time and time again. And it's something that we're seeing today clearly on display. He just can't tell the whole truth. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Fleetwood Port Kells.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Canadians are becoming more and more put off by the insulting behavior of the leader of the opposition and the slogan burping, but they're also more and more concerned that there might be a hidden agenda. And I wonder if my honourable colleague can speak to what might be lurking in that hidden agenda.
Leader of the Government in the House of Commons.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, I think we saw it on full display today in the fact that he can only speak in half truths. He likes to keep half of his plans hidden because he knows that if he were to share his whole plans with Canadians, they would not approve. We know, for example, that there are many members of his caucus that are opposed to women accessing their reproductive and health care rights, yet he doesn't speak about it. We know that when he talks about the price on pollution, he neglects to include the fact that Canadians get a rebate. And if he were to remove that price on pollution, Canadians would no longer get their rebate. Madam Speaker, there are many, many more issues upon which that he only shares half the truth. He has a real problem telling the whole truth.
The comments, the honourable member for Caribou Prince George.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Our leader has stood in the House and answered question after question when it comes to women's reproductive rights. He answered it very clearly when the member from the NDP asked the question with a simple one-word answer when asked if he was going to reopen the abortion debate. His answer was no. That is not a half-truth, Madam Speaker. That is a straightforward answer. The only people that are asking or talking about this are the Liberals and their gaslighting every step of the way. Madam Speaker, through you, I'd love to ask this member, why do they intend to, or why is it that all they can do is gaslight and strike fear and divide Canadians, divide Indigenous, non-Indigenous, vaccinated, non-vaccinated? Why is it that the only way that they feel they can win is by gaslighting and dividing Canadians?
Honourable Government House Leader.
Madam Speaker, again, my honourable colleague is mistaken. The member from the NDP asked him whether he would cut dental care, and he didn't answer the question. Madam Speaker, it's based on facts is what we talk about, because when the Conservatives were in power, what did? They put a global gag order on international development agencies that they couldn't work on sexual health and reproductive rights. Madam Speaker, when it comes to Canadians' rights, what did the leader of the opposition do? When he was Minister for Democratic Reform, he made it harder for 500,000 Canadians to vote. Madam Speaker, this is not about fear. This is not about gaslighting. This is about the actual record of the leader of the opposition. It's there in plain light for Canadians to see. It's only the Conservatives that are putting their heads in the sand.
The honourable member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to ask a question to my colleague across the way about today. Does she feel like this is a good use of public funds and the resources of the House. Because if you look at the motion that the House has no confidence in the Prime Minister and the government, I think everyone can agree on that. But the problem is that it's too simple. We could have maybe have supported something a bit more relevant. We don't have confidence in the Prime Minister and the government because of the way that they're making seniors poorer. We don't have confidence in the Prime Minister and the government because of the way that they are hurting our farmers and not protecting supply management. We don't have confidence in the Prime Minister and the government because because of ArriveCan and all the other financial scandals that we've seen. So I would have liked to have maybe hear the leader of the government speak more to those issues. A brief answer.
House Leader. Merci.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, listen, that's what the Conservative leader is doing. He's playing political games. He likes to start fights, but he doesn't really have a serious offer for Canadians behind that. It's a political game for him. It's all to stroke his own ego. It's all for his own interest, everything that he's doing today. There's nothing there for Canadians and Quebecers in what the Conservative leader is doing today. Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for La Prairie. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. First of all, I would like to note that I will be sharing my time with the member for Shefford. In 2021, voters, Canadians, Quebecers, decided to elect a minority government. And it was a new version of what we'd had from 2019 to 2021. And I would say I was House Leader at the time. And, we had 2 years that went well. We negotiated, we had discussions. And despite COVID, I felt like we had a good relationship and we were able to improve things for Quebecers with that way of working. And then the NDP and the Liberals concocted a majority government. And, it was disrespectful of what happened in the elections. And that's when we started to see attacks on Quebecers and on provincial jurisdiction. We saw excessive centralization, something we've never seen before in the history of this country. This government has a hard time managing itself, and it's starting now to interfere more in Quebec and the provinces. And the NDP were alongside them all the way, saying that's what you should do. The NDP's dream is to see the provinces disappear. And so now we have a situation where we're back to what things should have been like after the 2021 election, a minority government. And, there's something strange. The NDP, which claims to be very, very pro-environment, supported a government that spent $83 billion on dirty oil from the West. And that's something that they're going to have to explain. So over the last few weeks, now we've seen this government return to a true minority status. The Bloc Québécois is going to exert its influence over this government, and we'll do that through negotiations. And so the Bloc Québécois has decided, to the greatest extent possible, to improve things for Quebecers. What's good for Quebecers is good for the Bloc Québécois. That's what we've been saying, and we've been saying it from day one. So the gains that we want to make for Quebec, we have a list of them. First of all, seniors. Bill C-319 would eliminate the discrimination that this government put in place against seniors aged 65 to 74. We also have, as one of our priorities, to make sure that the quota bill gets royal assent, to make sure that supply management is protected. 6,000 Quebec businesses and 100,000 workers depend on the success of that bill. So we are going to make sure that that bill is passed and that it becomes law. There's also the situation with asylum seekers. This government has finally admitted that they've mismanaged this. They need to come forward with a solution which will allow Quebecers to improve the service offer for all Quebecers, including for people who are arriving, to make sure that we can offer them good services. So that's the position of the Bloc Québécois. Now here we have this Conservative motion. They're saying that it's the greatest invention since sliced bread. But no, listen. To try and claim that this motion, which is coming in the second week that Parliament's been sitting since the summer and in the third week of a minority government, well, it's void of any sense. The Bloc Québécois is ready to go into an election. Last week, we won a riding that wasn't expected to be won by the Bloc Québécois. We won in a Liberal fortress, La Salle et Mount Verdun. You know, and that's the truth. You look at the numbers, the polls. I don't know how many polls there have been in the last few months, but the Bloc Québécois could make gains. We could be excited and say, oh, let's go into an election. But we're not doing that because the goal of the Bloc Québécois isn't to make the Bloc Québécois happy. Even if our members, our candidates, our machine is ready, we are here for Quebecers. And so our job is to say right now, what's best for Quebecers? Well, it's to establish a dialogue with a minority government and, you know, to work, and they're going to have to work with the opposition parties. Now, we know that they're not going to work with the Conservatives. So there's the NDP and the Bloc Québécois. The second reason why, well, so that's a reason why we are going to vote against this motion. Second reason why we're going to vote against this motion is that there are going to be a lot of confidence votes between now and Christmas. We are in a situation where there will be other chances to bring down the government. So we're saying, let's give the government a chance, the Liberals. We're going to give them the chance to show us that they deserve our confidence and that Quebecers deserve their confidence, temporarily at least. And as I was saying, there's a maximum 1 year left before this government falls. So that's the second reason why we have decided to vote against this motion. So the first reason, again, we want to make gains for Quebec. Second reason is because there's no rush. There will be other confidence votes before Christmas, probably between 5 and 7 before the end of the year. Finally, the third reason why we're saying no to this motion is because, you know, we listen to the Conservatives and not sure that we're so eager to see them take power here. If you listen to their leader, you know, he's a compulsive slogan generator. You know, slogans, he just pulls them out left and right. He doesn't explain anything. He's got no solution, but slogans, he's got those. And that's not a comforting thought. When you listen to him speak, when he says, when, you know, do you have a plan for Quebec? Well, for years, the Conservatives have had plans for Quebec. They say, no, we don't have a plan for Quebec. Quebecers are Canadians. If Canadians find a reason to vote for us, well, Quebecers are going to find it. Distinct society, does that not mean anything to them? There are situations in Quebec that are quite different from the rest of Canada. There's a reason why the Bloc Québécois is here, but they say, no. You know what? We're not going to do anything special for Quebec. And then I heard their Quebec lieutenant, seriously, he said, we have a plan. A plan? What? And, you know, and he says, no, we don't have a plan. Actually, no, because he's remembered what his leader has said. What's good for Canadians is good for Quebecers. Well, and, you know, so what's the point of having a Quebec lieutenant? What a useless job to be the Conservative Quebec lieutenant. So you ask the Conservatives, what is your position for Quebec? You can't ask that. No, because the leader, the sloganeering leader, he'll just go off and say anything. So you have to limit discussions to simple questions, simple answers. Otherwise, everyone gets confused. You know, because they'd like to say things that involve Quebec, but they don't say things properly. And they'll say, listen, we're not a centralizing government, not like the Liberals. But meanwhile, mayors are imbeciles, and we are going to cut funding for housing if they don't do things the way we want them to be done. But we're not centralizing. We're not centralizer. We want a third link in Quebec, and if they want a tramway, there's not going to be a cent from the federal government. Well, no, but it's because, you know, federal government money, a lot of that comes from Quebecers. You should give it back to Quebec. No, no, no. No, we don't do public transit. We are for the third link. But they're not centralized, are these Conservatives? Not at all. No. And so you'll say, okay. You know, when there's a consensus position in Quebec, Quebecers who are against the fact that state secularism in Quebec, that's something that Quebecers are almost unanimous about. The federal government takes tax money from Quebec, and they are paying money to lawyers to go after the government of Quebec to fight our state secularism law. And you can ask the Conservatives, are you not against fighting this law? And they say, no, 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 we'll fight it as well. So what's the difference between the Conservatives and the Liberals? Health transfers. In Quebec, we've made request after request. And the Liberals came in, they put in place an agreement that put Quebecers against the wall. And you think maybe the Conservatives will do better? Well, no. They've said no. The healthcare agreement, we think it's fine. How much time do I have left, Madam Speaker? I'm almost done. Oh, no. So I could have kept going for quite a long time, Madam Speaker, for quite a while. But I have to say that the idea of putting the Conservatives in power in place of the Liberals, well, it's not really a particularly enticing idea. I'm sorry. The honourable member will be able to continue during his period of questions and answers. I'm sure he'll be able to add to his thoughts. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent. Thank you, Madam Speaker. As always, I appreciate the contribution from my colleague in this debate. So I thank him for his speech, but there are maybe some points we should go back on. The third link, for example, I'd like to remind him that, his leader changed his position completely several times within the space of one day. And that was the Bloc Québécois in the last election. So too bad if they want to bring that up again, but that's the reality. He also said that we only have one commitment. That's what we want to do things, like this. Well, no, we've put in place very specific policies when it comes to auto theft, for example, Madam Speaker. But Madam Speaker, no jokes here. People in Quebec are saying, the Bloc Québécois are saying, we're going to give this government a chance. After 9 years, how can the Bloc Québécois trust the most centralizing prime minister, the most anti-Quebec prime minister we've ever seen? How can they give them a chance? The honourable member for La Prairie. Well, simple. Things worked from 2019 to 2021. We made gains for Quebec because this government was in a minority situation. I was the House leader at the time for the Bloc Québécois, and we were able to find solutions. We were able to make concrete gains for Quebec. So listen, I'm an optimist. That's my nature. I have confidence in people. And I want to say, listen, if things don't work, we'll go to an election. I'm very anxious to see what the Conservatives are going to offer Quebecers.
And comments? Questions et commentaires? L'honorable.
The Honourable Leader of the Government in the House. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. I would also like to thank him for all the work that we do together. I do have a question, though. A comment, if you will, on what he's afraid of if the Conservatives were to be in power. There are a number of programs they will cut, the Conservatives, important things not only for Quebecers, but for Canadians as a whole. CBC Radio Canada, for example. Perhaps my colleague could speak a bit more to what is concerning if the Conservatives were to be in power. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have a whole list. What is disappointing in the Conservatives is that they deny the existence of Quebec's unique place in Canada. They contested Bill 21 in Quebec, Bill 96 in Quebec. It was contested by the Conservative leader. When we talk about a carbon tax, they want to campaign on carbon tax. What are they going to do in Quebec? What will they campaign on in Quebec? Because there is no carbon tax in Quebec. When it comes to centralization, we talk about housing, transit. The government is centralizing. The Conservatives would be centralizing as well, but in a different way. They won't be as strong in centralization as Liberal and the NDP. What do they have to say about immigration in Quebec? Absolutely nothing. We're not trying to get rid of the Liberals or the Conservatives. We're trying to get rid of the federal government in Quebec.
Member for Victoria.
And I want to thank the member for his speech. I've noticed the tendency of the Conservatives to mislead Canadians. And, in the previous member's speech, there was a comment that when the Conservatives were in power, that Quebecers were just happy. There were huge movements to stop the cuts we saw from the Conservatives, the undermining of student rights, of women's rights, the cuts to women's programs. And I'm wondering if the member can speak a little bit about the danger of Conservatives when it comes to the health and well-being of Quebecers.
The Honourable Member for La Prairie. I'd like to thank my colleague for her question. Where there was a Conservative member visited a place where people are against abortion. It's a problem. We should have questions to ask. It's not easy to hear this kind of thing. Healthcare. And the issue in healthcare is that the federal government is sticking its nose in provincial business. Experts can be found in provinces, and it's their job to work on healthcare. So respectfully, I would like to tell my colleague, money has to be given to Quebec. We are the specialists. We'll manage this money, and we'll manage it well. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Shefford. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Bloc Québécois is pleased that the Liberal NDP coalition seems to have come to an end. The population has elected a minority government and did so in 2019 and 2021 and didn't give a blank check to whomever. The Bloc Québécois can strongly defend Quebec. With the NDP Liberal Alliance, once again, we ended up with a majority government that completely ignores Quebec, its needs, its priorities, and the consensus of Quebec's National Assembly, increasing centralization of decision-making power so that it is Canadians who decide what will be done in Quebec. Repeated rejection of Quebec's positions expressed in unanimous resolutions in our National Assembly. Normally, when the National Assembly of Quebec is unanimous, everything is said. Just a couple of examples, Madam Speaker. Infrastructure programs where Quebec is asking for the money to be transferred unconditionally because it's not federal infrastructure, and the people of Quebec must be free to develop their own territory as they see fit. The federal regime added to this by creating a federal department responsible for provincial municipal infrastructure. The leader of the opposition tried to attack municipalities. Housing programs where Quebec was asking Ottawa to respect its jurisdiction and simply help it improve its programs. Not only did the Red-Orange Alliance ignore these demands, but Quebec got screwed over, receiving less than its share of the money spent on new federal programs. Repeated rejection of interference expressed in a multitude of unanimous resolutions all have been ignored by the Red-Orange Alliance, which continues to multiply federal strategies in areas that are not federal. Labour, federal strategies affecting various aspects of health, rejection of the Quebec consensus in favour of advanced requests for medical assistance in dying. As senior critic, I often hear about this. Insufficient transfers to Quebec which are not increasing at a rate that meets the population's needs, leading to overcrowded schools and a healthcare system close to breaking point. We need much higher health transfers. Here again, the system developed a range of federal programs in Quebec's areas of jurisdiction. This with money that should have been used to fund Quebec's essential programs properly. Last June, we denounced a program that was launched, I'd say, behind closed doors by the Government of Canada. This was apparently for seniors, but the money has not yet been dispersed. We need the money sent straight to Quebec. Ottawa has somehow found the way of hiring 109,000 additional federal public servants whose main function seems to be to tell Quebecers what to do. I asked the question at committee, why? But I got no answer. Budgetary and environmental policy, largely geared to the needs of the West, with $83 billion in tax credits earmarked for oil companies, in addition to the $34 billion that the government has sunk, our money, sunk into the Trans Mountain Pipeline. So the government cannot continue to say that there's not enough money for Bill C-319. There have been changes in the news, Madam Speaker. The population of Les Salle-et-Marne gave Quebec a great present last week by electing a Bloc Québécois MP, thereby increasing the voice of Quebec and the weight of the Bloc Québécois. I hope that we will be able to welcome our 33rd MP here soon. The Bloc Québécois wants to see its government, if the government has taken note of the change, if there is a realignment that will enable Quebecers to get something out of this government very quickly. Only then will we be able to judge whether the government should fall or whether it should be given a little more time to repair its mistakes and implement what we consider to be its priorities. That is gains for Quebec. Rather than simply opposing or supporting the Liberals or the Conservatives, without looking, the Bloc Québécois, on its side, seeks to advance the issues that are important to the people of Quebec. If it's good for Quebec, we'll support. If it's bad for Quebec, we'll reject. It's always been the same line. It's nothing new, and it comes as no surprise. We've always made our colours clear. It's not as if we woke up in the morning and decided that's our new slogan. In 2021, our election slogan was simply Québécois, to make it clear for us that it's Quebec that counts. In 2019, it was Le Québec, c'est nous, Quebec is us, indicating that we were the ones who would carry forward the Quebec consensus. In 2015, our slogan was Tout est gagné, we have everything to gain, to make it clear that the Bloc Québécois was going to work to help Quebec win in Ottawa to achieve gains for Quebec. Today, we're giving this minority government a final chance to earn our trust. We need immediate action for Quebecers. Our priorities. As a first step, we're asking that the new minority government give royal recommendation to Bill C-319, which would put an end to the two classes of seniors and increase old age security by 10% for those aged 65 to 74. The old age security pension is one of the few clearly federal social programs. However, while the federal regime was dispersed in a multitude of interferences in provincial matters, it neglected its basic missions. We want to give the government a chance to realign itself, to assume its fundamental missions, and allow pensioners to live a decent life. According to the OECD, Canada is one of the industrialized countries where the population suffers the greatest drop in purchasing power when it retires. We could do much better. So, the government shouldn't tell us it's too expensive. It's $3 billion a year. That's how much it would cost. It's 0.57% of government spending. My honourable colleague for La Prairie said it very well earlier. What's holding the government back is not the cost. It's the fact that it has other priorities. $34 billion for the purchase and construction of the Trans Mountain Pipeline, $83 billion in tax breaks for oil companies. Do they really need that tax break? $2 billion paid to Sun Life, a private company, by the way, to manage federal dental insurance, which could have been done free of charge simply by transferring the amounts to Quebec. As this is an area under Quebec's jurisdiction, we ask this new minority government to focus on its own responsibilities first and foremost. That is to protect our people, and in particular retirees aged 65 to 74, whom it has deliberately sidelined in favor of its own priorities, which are not those of the population of Quebec. For the rest, we'll go on merit. We'll oppose the slightest interference, including a vote of confidence. On the slightest issue where the government contradicts the unanimous will of the Quebec National Assembly, we'll oppose it, including through a vote of no confidence. And when we come to the conclusion that the government has failed to acknowledge its minority status and the need to take into account the demands of the Bloc Québécois, on which there is a broad consensus in Quebec, we will pull the plug. To do so now, even before we know whether the government has taken note of the new situation, would be tantamount to depriving Quebec seniors of a decent retirement income. Not to mention the fact that we promised agricultural producers that we would do everything we could to protect supply management. That's my job as the member for Shefford. The MPs for Montcalm, Berthier-Mascoulonger and Saint-Hyacinthe are in the Senate tomorrow morning to urge the senators to quickly approve our Bill C-282, which was adopted in the House almost a year and a half ago, and which will prevent any future government from making any new inroads into supply management. It's essential for our producers. These are real issues for real people, far from the fuss and spectacle and theatrics the Conservatives are inviting us to today. Voting in favour of the motion would be irresponsible and unworthy of the mandate the people of Quebec has given us to defend them. As MPs, our job is to represent and defend our people. That is a reason for which we were elected. The Conservative motion has nothing to do with any of these issues. In fact, the Conservative motion is just a game. We've all seen this in the polls. We all know that the current government is terminally ill. What's more, we can't wait to seek Quebecers' trust again. We've always done our utmost to prove ourselves worthy of it, and we're doing it again today. And if the results of the Laissez-les-Maires-Verdun by-election are anything to go by, we've nothing to fear in that regard. It is far from certain that this will be a change for the better. Every time the Conservatives talk about public policy, it's to call for the abolition of the carbon tax outside of Quebec. There's absolutely nothing for Quebecers and Quebec. To claim that the Bloc Québécois is now becoming a friend of the federal Liberals is outright fabrications. We have confidence in the people of Quebec, but it is the people of Canada who control the House of Commons and the federal government. The Bloc Québécois also has no confidence in the federal government, whoever is at the helm. Today's motion would have us choose between the Canadian Liberals and Conservatives, but we are choosing Quebec. We want to make gains for Quebecers right now. We're trying to help our people. Then we'll judge whether it's worth it, but not today. The House of Commons has adopted Bill C-309 in principle. After detailed study, the committee unanimously sent it back to the House for final adoption, which could take place in the coming weeks. But there's a catch. As the bill involves expenditure, the government also has a veto. We're asking the government to lift its veto and grant royal recommendation to Bill C-319 to give Parliament the opportunity to adopt it at third reading. In committee, MPs from all parties voted in favour of this bill, but today, as we get serious about allowing it to come into force, the Liberals and Conservatives are starting to hesitate. The very first part of the bill aims to eliminate current age discrimination, which creates two classes of seniors. Let's end this unacceptable inequity. In the 2021 budget, the Liberal government granted an increase in OAS benefits to seniors aged 75 and over, creating two classes of seniors. It's time for this to be ended. All seniors that I've met over the past 2 years, I met seniors in Mirabel, in Terrebonne, in l'Abitibi-Témiscamingue, all are unanimous. Start at 65. Madam Speaker, that's enough. Let us put an end to this unacceptable inequity. Let's give a last chance to this government. One last chance. Royal recommendation for this bill.
Caribou Prince George.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to our honourable colleague for her speech. Madam Speaker, just a few days ago, the Quebec Premier François Legault urged the Bloc Québécois to vote with the Conservatives on this confidence motion and to send Canadians to a carbon tax election. Why, through you, Madam Speaker, why does this member, as well as her leader, disrespect the will of and the request of the Premier of her province, who says that every day this Prime Minister and his government disrespects Quebecers?
Shefford.
The Honourable Member for Shefford. Madam Speaker, I've already answered that question in my speech. I spoke to a unanimous motion in the Quebec National Assembly, and as far as I know, they didn't trigger an election for that. So when there's a unanimous motion at the Quebec National Assembly, we will respect their decision. And that isn't part of the question that you just asked.
Timmins James Spade.
Yet another day, dismal day in this House where we play these games with the member for Stornoway, and yet we learned this morning that 492 people murdered by the Israeli Air Force in Lebanon, 90 children. We learn continually of the direct murder of doctors, journalists, students, children in Gaza, war crimes against humanity.
Caribou Prince George.
Madam Speaker, you've already mentioned it to this colleague that to address members, recognize members, mention members at their appropriate title. The member of Stornoway is not an appropriate title.
This is a point of debate. The honourable member for Timmins James Bay can continue his conversation, his question.
Well, Madam Speaker, I'm not surprised at the absolute disinterest in the murder of children and crimes against humanity by the members in the Conservative Party. But Canada needs to take a better stand. We have to speak up for the rule of international law, something that the Conservatives are refusing to do and the Liberals are hiding on. Humanity is watching us at this moment. Are we going to stand up to end the mass killings by the Israeli army in Lebanon and Gaza, yes or no?
The honourable member for l'honorable député de Shefford.
The honourable member for Shefford. Well, Madam Speaker, it goes back to a part of my speech to say that are we better served by Conservatives or by Liberals? Our leader said it's like being bit by either a snake or a tarantula. With regards to foreign affairs, none of the Conservatives have proven that they can show leadership internationally. I hope that Quebec will have its voice in the United Nations soon. The Honourable Leader of the Government in the House. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for her speech today. As we are debating a Conservative motion today that is based on a price on pollution, we know that Conservatives don't believe in climate change. I'd like to hear what my honourable colleague has to say about why it's important to have a plan to tackle climate change and why it is important for Quebecers and Canadians. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Honourable Member for Shefford. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I also discussed this in my speech, and that is the reason for which we've asked the Liberals to follow up on their ideas. We can't just have a plan without changing our behaviour as a government. Let's be serious, please. We want funding to stop, subsidies to stop in oil companies because climate change and the environment is an essential question. That being said, is probably my last response. I would like to warn the Liberals. They need to stop spreading disinformation through their answers. The Bloc Québécois, well, it's not our first rodeo in supporting seniors. It's in our DNA, it's in our history. And we voted against budgets in the past. It's because these budgets were not able to respect our requests. We always asked Liberals to take an interest in seniors so that OAS is increased for everyone to put an end to this inequity. So they need to stop playing with semantics. We have always defended seniors and will continue to do so.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Burnaby South.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'll be splitting my time with the member for Rosemont, La Petite Patrie. Les gens à travers le pays croient profondément.
Canadians throughout the country deeply believe that we need to take care of each other. We are stronger when we take care of our neighbors. And a value that we all share is having a public, universal, and completely free healthcare system. But unfortunately, due to decades of cuts, our healthcare system is in danger. And we know that the leader of the Conservatives has cut healthcare in the past. The Conservative Party, when it was in power, did that, and they still want to do that. The Conservative Party voted against dental care and universal pharmacare. It consistently votes against our healthcare system. And the result is that if we have a healthcare system without enough funding, well, it means that people need to wait longer to get the services that they need. The Conservatives want to privatize our system, which means that people would have to pay to access services. That goes against Canadian values. We've seen that the Liberals don't have the ability to stop these cuts throughout the country. Conservative premiers like Danielle Smith, Doug Ford, and even François Legault have continued privatizing our system, which means that people need to pay out of pocket instead of receiving free services. People are paying for this, and we need to strengthen our healthcare system instead. It's in our values to have a public, universal, free healthcare system. And that's why we'll be voting against the Conservative motion. We'll be voting against the idea of cutting services that Canadians need.
Canadians believe fundamentally that we are better off when we take care of each other, when we look out for our neighbors, when we look out for one another, and when we lift each other up. When we do that, we all rise together. We believe that everyone should be able to have a good job, a job that allows them to find a place they can afford to live in, to be able to put food on the table, to have a fridge full of groceries. And we believe fundamentally the Canadians share this value as New Democrats, that we want to have a healthcare system that is public, that is universal, and completely free. People do not have to pay out of pocket. We don't believe that Canadians should have to worry about racking up credit card debt just to be able to afford to see a doctor. That people shouldn't have to worry about choosing to pay for a doctor over buying groceries for their families. That should not be a choice that Canadians make. That's what we believe in, a system that is there for people when they need it. But sadly, people are losing a lot of hope. They're seeing that our healthcare system is being eroded. They're seeing that it is impossible to build a good life. They're seeing the costs continue to rise. They're seeing that it is harder and harder to be able to put food on the table, harder and harder to buy groceries, harder and harder to pay their rent. And also, they're worried each time they take their loved one to see a doctor or they're getting care for themselves. They're worried that getting better will be connected to a bill to see the doctor, a bill to join a membership to even be able to see a doctor. They're worried that there's going to be a bill attached to buying the medication that they need to be able to stay well. A bill for healthcare is the cost of conservatives. That is the cost of conservatives, that there will be a bill to every time you see a doctor, anytime you need to get the healthcare that you or your loved one needs. Because when the member for Carleton was in cabinet, let us be very clear, contrary to what he said, he cut and gut healthcare. Him and his party cut healthcare. In fact, they cut $43.5 billion out of healthcare. Let us be very clear. They might try to play loose with the facts, but the reality is they cut healthcare and it hurt. Premiers lined up to complain about Harper's cuts. People lined up to say this is wrong. They cut and it hurt. In fact, right off the bat, they cut 163 Canadian doctors and nurses. Wait times got longer. It got harder to find a family doctor. ER times, waiting in the emergency room, skyrocketed. The wait for surgeries ballooned. People felt the pain. There is a cost to conservatives, and that cost is people pay the price. And we don't have to look very far. We know that cutting healthcare is at the very core of conservative values. We can see that happening right now, where conservative premiers are brick by brick trying to destroy our healthcare system. Here in Ontario, we know that Doug Ford is gleefully cutting healthcare, destroying our public healthcare system, putting healthcare workers and money into the private clinic, which starves the public healthcare, starves the public hospitals, and people end up waiting longer and longer to get that care. We see Conservative Premier Daniel Smith destroying healthcare in Alberta. This is what conservatives do. Look to any conservative province, look to any province where conservatives have been in power, and look at the state of the healthcare system. It will be in shambles because that is what conservatives do. They cut healthcare and people know it. And the more they cut, the more the healthcare system falls apart. They set up the argument. Look, we've starved this thing. We've broken this thing. It's not working. Now let's sell it off to our greedy CEO corporate buddies. Let's sell it off to them and let them make profit off it. Because for conservatives, they see sick people as an untapped cash cow. They look at sick people and say, how do we profit off of people's pain? How do we profit off of people who are sick? How do we help our corporate buddies make money off of their pain? Right now in Canada, there are companies like Maple charging Canadians up to $100 to visit a doctor, on top of a membership fee that you have to subscribe to just be on the list to see those doctors. Now, guess who owns Maple? Well, it turns out it's owned by Loblaws. So for conservatives, the same corporate grocery store that sets your grocery prices, that is ripping you off, they want them to also set the prices when it comes to seeing a doctor. But here's what's even more shocking. The chief advisor to the Conservatives, Jenny Byrne, is a lobbyist for none other than Loblaws.
No.
So Conservative insiders are directly benefiting from the privatization of our healthcare system. The Conservatives want to stop pharmacare. They voted against increases to our healthcare system in February of 2023. Conservatives want to cut people's pensions. They want to cut dental care. We want to strengthen pensions. We want to expand dental care. We want to make sure healthcare is there for you when you need it. They want to cut healthcare. We want to shorten your wait times. And that is why we're not going to let the leader of the Conservatives call the shots. We're going to vote today against Conservative cuts and against the Conservative motion.
Yes.
Now let's take a minute to talk about the Liberals. The Liberals who claim that they care about our healthcare system. They claim that they want to defend it, as if they're not actually in power and don't have the power to do something about it. Right now, when I mentioned the cuts that are happening to healthcare at provincial premiers, the Liberal governments are standing by. This Liberal government is standing by and letting them do it. They're letting our healthcare system be privatized. They're not using the tools that we have in the Canada Healthcare Act. They're not using the federal tools. They have to stop it. They're allowing it to happen. In fact, we put forward a motion to say, let us stop the flow of public money at the federal level going to for-profit clinics. That motion was a strong signal to say, no, we're not going to let this happen anymore. What did the Liberals do? They voted against that motion. They voted to allow for-profit companies to continue to starve our public healthcare system, and people end up waiting longer. When the private system takes all the healthcare workers, takes all the money, there's less in the public system, and people have to wait longer in the ER rooms. They have to wait longer for their public care. We've seen this Liberal government do nothing to ban for-profit companies from scooping up healthcare workers. We've seen this federal government do nothing to stop for-profit clinics that continue to rip off Canadians. It is because this Liberal government is too weak to stand up to Daniel Smith, too weak to stand up to Doug Ford, and frankly, too weak to stop the Conservative cuts proposed by the federal Conservatives. They're telling Canadians, when Conservative premiers tell you to pay up or wait longer, that's okay. They're going to do nothing about it. We believe the next election is about a choice, an important choice for Canadians. After decades of cuts and broken promises, Canadians are going to need a lot of work to restore hope and give people relief. So the next election is about that choice, a choice between the cuts of Conservatives or the hope and relief of New Democrats. Hope and relief means homes you can actually afford, not the Conservatives who want to help out their corporate.
I'm sorry, I did indicate that he needed to wrap it up, and the mics were closed before I actually got up, so I'm sorry about that. I think that the technical team will take note of that for next time. But we are over time, so questions and comments. The honourable member for Caribou Prince George.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. There you go. There's the leader that propped up the federal Prime Minister for the last 4.5 years, sided with the government over 50 times when they levied time allocation and closure on bills, silencing the rest of this House. This is the leader that actually is complicit in the cover-up and scandals that we've seen with this Prime Minister over the last 4.5 years. So Canadians really do have a choice. A leader that is Twitter tough, or somebody that's truly going to stand up for Canadians. A leader that covered up the scandals and the corruption that this Prime Minister had, or somebody who's going to come in and make life more affordable for Canadians under a Conservative government. Canadians truly do have a choice to be made. Somebody that's Twitter tough and talks tough in social media, or somebody who's actually going to be there for Canadians.
L'honorable l'honorable député de Burnaby Sud.
Let's talk about that choice again. We're talking about healthcare today. I talked about the fact that the Conservative leader voted against dental care, voted against pharmacare, voted against increased healthcare, and Conservative premiers are destroying healthcare. They're cutting and gutting healthcare. For people out there, Look at a province where there's a conservative premier and look at the state of that healthcare. They're destroying it. That's what the Conservatives want to do. I asked the question directly to the member of Carleton about whether or not he would cut the dental care program, and he didn't answer. He doesn't have the courage to tell you to your face what we know what he'll do. He's going to cut our healthcare system, make life harder for you. He's going to help his corporate buddies for sure, but he's going to hurt Canadians. And that is a choice that Canadians will make in the next election. Do you want someone that's going to stand up for working class people or someone that's going to help his corporate buddies? The choice is clear.
Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Vancouver Quadra. It's been a while since I've had to, sorry, I apologize. I just want to make sure I get it. Vancouver Quadra. Yes, I was right.
The NDP opposition leader. It relates to the fact that the Conservative opposition leader apparently had a hashtag incel on his YouTube sites for a number of years. And I will just quote what that means. According to Wikipedia, it means involuntary celibate. It's a term associated with an online subculture of people, mostly white, male, and heterosexual. It is a subculture that blames, objectifies, and denigrates women and girls as a result of being involuntary celibate. And so I'd like the views of the NDP leader as to why might the Conservative opposition leader have put that hashtag, that very hashtag incel, on his YouTube channels? What was the result he was trying to achieve?
For Burnaby South.
I think the leader of the Conservatives might have to answer that question more directly. We know that the Conservatives like to do a lot of distraction. Distract from what's really going on, distract from the truth. And let's talk about what they're actually going to do. The Conservatives want to cut and gut healthcare. They want to cut pharmacare. They want to cut dental care. We know that people are benefiting from this program. I've met with people. I met with Sue, who is a senior, someone that's retired on a fixed income, a cancer survivor that because of her cancer treatment lost her teeth. I was with her at the dentist's office when she was told that she was going to get her smile back, and she broke down in tears of joy. That's who the Conservatives want to attack. They want to strip Sue from the dignity of getting her teeth fixed. That's what we're fighting against today.
On a le temps pour une brève question, l'honorable député.
A brief question from the member for Terrebonne. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for having finally torn up the agreement with the Liberal Party and for finally having understood the Liberal Party and the Government of Canada is deeply incompetent. And why? Because it's not dealing with its own areas of jurisdiction, and instead it prefers to try to preach to provinces like Quebec, and it's encouraged to do this by the NDP, even though Quebec has been managing its own healthcare system for a long time. Doesn't my colleague think that the federal government should go back to concentrating on its own areas of jurisdiction and that it take care of seniors? The honourable member for Burnaby South, quick answer. Yes, absolutely. We believe that we need to take care of each other. We need to take care of seniors. That's a basic value for New Democrats. I agree that the Liberals often say nice things, but they end up breaking their promises. But what we have forced the government to do, like the dental care program, is something that will help people throughout the country. Especially in Quebec, the Bloc Québécois voted against this idea, and yet this is a program that helped many people in Quebec and elsewhere. We think that this is an important program, and the Bloc should explain why it voted against. Resuming debate with the honourable member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm very pleased today to follow the leader of the NDP, who made an excellent speech and who laid out a framework for this discussion and where our society, the position our society is in, people's needs, and the risks that we're seeing with both the Liberals and Conservatives. What we've seen recently is that when NDP members get to work, there are results and we deliver. We delivered by pressuring the government and getting real gains for seniors, workers, families, students. That's what happens when you have an NDP caucus that's working hard and using its leverage to get policies passed that neither the Liberals or Conservatives would have accepted otherwise. And I just like to say, Madam Speaker, that it's startling that the Bloc Québécois for 2 years was blaming us for working with the Liberals to get advantages for Canadians. And now that we've torn up the agreement, the Bloc Québécois is getting up and saying, oh, I want to negotiate now. It's quite remarkable. Well, that's all part of politics. But regardless, we have negotiated for historic gains. For example, the 10 days of federal sick leave. We saw during the pandemic that we need that for workers. It's what the NDP ultimately achieved. The anti-scab legislation. Long after Quebec adopted its own legislation, we fought hard and forced the Liberal government to table anti-scab legislation. That's something that for a very long time the Quebec and Canadian union sectors had been asking for. The labor movement had been asking for that, and I'm very pleased that I was able to negotiate that important legislation with the Minister of Labor at the time. It's a great example of the gains achieved by the NDP. We also need to remember how important free public universal healthcare is. It's so important throughout Canada and in Quebec. We got $1.5 billion for pharmacare, rather. That bill is in the Senate. That will make a difference for people, starting with contraceptives, and it will help for the many people who have diabetes and will now be able to get medication and equipment for free as they're dealing with that horrible disease. And so for people who need diabetes medication or contraceptives, they will benefit thanks to the NDP's hard work. This is also something that the Quebec labor movement has been asking for a very long time. Many unions in Quebec have been asking for that. They know that the best way to make medications affordable for people to save lives is to have free universal pharmacare. And we've seen that through a great deal of research as well over the years. We got $8 billion for Indigenous housing. We forced the Liberals to ensure that childcare transfers would be for nonprofit community childcare. That's another thing that the NDP achieved. And then the sustainable jobs legislation to ensure that we will have a green, fair transition. We in the NDP fought hard to ensure that union representatives would be around the table to ensure that this key transition will occur for the future of not only our planning, but for our economic development and good jobs.
And I'd like to highlight the work done by my colleague from Victoria, who's right behind me right now. Also the member for Timmins James Bay, who worked very hard for Bill C-50. Also, Madam Speaker, all the work that the NDP has done on access to dental care. People who never had access to a dentist or who for years hadn't been able to afford it. Well, thanks to the pressure that we exerted on the Liberals, we were able to get that gain for Canadians. And that's a major gain. 3.5 million people are signed up to the program. 645,000 people who went to see the dentist had their visit paid for completely or 80%. That's enormous. 645,000 people, Madam Speaker, who saw their dental health change, their life change because of the work of the NDP in this House. And I'm very proud, Madam Speaker, to say that of those 645,000 people, 205,032 are Quebecers who had access to a dentist thanks to the work of the NDP. 205,000 Quebecers. That's 32% of the people who've used the program. So this program is great for Quebec and for all Quebecers who are using it more on average than the other provinces, because Quebec is 23% of the population, but 32% of those who've used the service come from Quebec. And remember, not only did the Bloc Québécois oppose this, but the Conservatives have always voted against this, and the Liberals voted against this before the last election, which proves that if the NDP hadn't been there, if we hadn't twisted their arm, this never would have happened, Madam Speaker. But the agreement lasted a certain amount of time, but it wasn't a marriage. We were working together. We were, if you will, sharing a car, but at some point we realized that we needed to take a different road. And now we'll go vote by vote to see what we will support as a political party. And the end of this agreement it's an accumulation of frustration, given the Liberals' inaction on a number of issues. The lack of courage the Liberals have showed on a whole host of files. We've said, we will use our independence. There are things that we disagree with completely with the Liberals, and we want to be able to put all the pressure on them that we can and to do our job as an opposition, particularly when it comes to environment and climate issues, Madam Speaker. You can't imagine the extent to which it's enraging to see the inaction or the contradictions of this Liberal government on issues that are going to affect our children and their children. The fact that we're not taking decisions today that need to be taken. In the last budget, the Liberals took a step backward when it came to profiting, taxing the excessive profits of big oil companies. They said, listen, we're not going to tax the super profits of oil and gas companies last time around. The fact that there's no cap on emissions in the oil and gas sector, that's scandalous, Madam Speaker. How is it that we still don't have that? Tax credits for carbon capture, which doesn't work. It's technology that's been proven not to work. Then there's the Trans Mountain Pipeline, Madam Speaker, $36 billion. That means that every person in this country, a grandparent, a student, a baby, every single person has given $1,000 to pay for that pipeline, which will increase our greenhouse gas emissions. The Liberals took $1,000 from every single person in the country to buy a pipeline that nobody wanted, even the private sector didn't want it. So inaction on the housing crisis, inaction when it comes to grocery prices, but we have solutions. The lack of courage for the Liberals when it comes to the situation in Gaza, recognizing Palestine as a state, sanctions against Netanyahu, or selling arms to that government, which has been dropping bombs on civilians for 10 months now. The lack of action on EI, even though Liberals promised it. Now, Madam Speaker, today we're debating this motion, and the NDP message is clear. We're not going to play the Conservatives' games, because we remember the dark years of the Stephen Harper government, attacks on science, ignorance or indifference when it came to the climate crisis, cuts to culture, $43 billion in cuts to our public health care system, and we're still feeling the impact of that today. Cuts that the Liberals never fixed. Cuts to seniors' pensions by increasing the retirement age to 67. Cuts 26,000 jobs in services, jobs for services to the population. The cuts to veterans' offices, cuts to EI, cuts to funding for Indigenous populations, cuts when it comes to protecting women's rights. And when it comes to women's rights, there's still a threat, a little bit on abortion rights. It's not clear what the Conservative caucus wants to do. It's a bit ambiguous. They're still out there taking pictures with certain groups, with certain people appearing here on the Hill. And this morning in the Journal de Montréal, we learned that the member for Cypress Hills Grassland, a Conservative MP, visited a creationist and anti-abortion, anti-choice church. Where? In Florida. He was invited to give a speech in an extremist church in Florida, and it was the church that paid not only for his trip, but all expenses related to that trip. A Conservative member went to Florida, paid by a church to talk, to give a speech against abortion rights. Incredible. And so it's not surprising that people have questions about whether or not Conservatives will really protect women's rights, and that there will never be a private member's bill that would be tabled if they were a majority government. I see my time is up. There's a lot I could say, but I'll continue with questions and answers. Thank you. Before we go to questions and comments, there were 2 points of order that were raised. One, which I said I would come back to the House, and the other one, which I had said was rather a point of debate, but
Want to come back to those points of orders. Although both of them are in a gray zone, I do want to remind members to be careful on the words that they choose. The honourable member for Victoria got up on the point of the sellout NDP that the official leader of the official opposition had mentioned. The honourable member for Caribou Prince George rose on the point of order about the honourable member from Tim and James Bay, who said the member from Stornoway. Those kind of fall under a gray zone, but again, there was a decision made by the speaker in October of 2023, who specifically indicated that there was a growing tendency to make pointed criticism in a way that is unnecessarily personal and designed to denigrate, bully, elicit an emotional reaction, or attack the integrity of the person, introduces a toxicity into our proceedings that hampers our ability to get things done. This includes coming up with fake titles for members in order to mock them, or making comments that questions their courage, honesty, or commitment to their country. On one hand, you can say that when you're saying something about the party, that it actually is applying to each and every member of that party. And on the same hand, when you don't address a member by their title that they are assigned according to the hierarchy of this place, so whether it's parliamentary or the official opposition or the member of parliament, it creates disorder in the House. And this applies not only to debates, but the question period as well. So I would hope, as we have seen over the last little while, that, these has been causing a lot of disorder, and I would hope and I would ask all members to be respectful of each other in this House and debate the policies and not what individuals bring to this House through name calling or through calling of the parties themselves. So I will leave it at that. Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Provencher.
Thank you to the member for his speech. But Madam Speaker, what hypocrisy we've heard from that member and from his party in criticizing the Liberal government, who they've enabled the last 3 years to increase taxes on Canadians at every single juncture, whether it's through their budgets or the implementation of this carbon tax that affects the cost of everything. He talked a lot about cuts. Well, he supported the carbon tax initiation and also every single increase since then with his government, with his party through the government, which has increased the cost of housing, the cost of food, the cost of fuel, the cost of energy for every single Canadian. My question is very simple. Why does that member and his party cut the disposable income of every single Canadian?
The honourable member for Rosemont, La Petite Patrie. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Listen, the NDP's job has been to help those who need it most with housing and with dental care. What are you going to do with dental care if you come to power? You're going to prevent seniors from having access to dental care, even though 3.5 million people have signed up, 645,000 people have used it, Mr. Speaker. I've spoken to people who've been to the dentist who saved $2,009, for example, on dental care. People who've had 100% of their treatment paid for. That's direct money that is helping people save. So I don't know why the Conservatives want to vote against social programs that are giving people better services and that cost them nothing. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I listened closely to my colleague from Rosemont, Petite Patrie's speech, and so I've been thinking, after 3 years of this agreement between the NDP and the Liberals, well, there's no real gains for Quebec, and I think we need to give them some credit on the anti-scab legislation. I think that was necessary, but the gains for Quebec that they're talking about are gains that have an impact on Quebec's jurisdiction and don't see more money going to Quebec. So what gains would the member like to see for Quebec in the current context? Thank you. The honourable member for Rosemont, La Petite Patrie. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. I think that it's very strange for him to say that we haven't made any gains for Quebec. Look at the Videotron lockout and the Port of Quebec, where the anti-scab legislation has had a major impact. Paying dental bills isn't interfering in Quebec's jurisdiction because we're not telling them how to manage their hospitals. But right now, 205,032 people in Quebec have been to the dentist because of the work done by the NDP. We said we were going to deliver that in the campaign, and we did it. We delivered it for Quebecers. That's 205,000 people just in Quebec who've benefited from that. 32% of the people who've used the program come from Quebec. So even though Quebec is just 23% of the population, the province that is the most benefiting from the dental care plan is Quebec. Questions and comments?
Member for Timmins James Bay.
Important question to be asked, the urgency that the member who lives in Stornoway of trying to get an election now. We learned from Aaron O'Toole.
Just going back to what the honourable speaker before me brought up, not using false titles for individuals. The honourable member for Timmins James Bay.
I had actually said that he lives in Stornoway. I didn't say he was from Stornoway. But we do know that Aaron O'Toole has now testified that it was interference from the Chinese Communist Party that helped bring him down and get that new member elected. We know that the leader of the Conservatives is unable to get a security clearance. I want to ask my honorable colleague, what does it say about the only leader in Canadian history who refuses or can't get a security clearance and is under a cloud that his election as Conservative leader?
I believe we have a point of order from the member for Provencher.
Yeah, the member just falsely stated that the leader of the opposition is unable to get a security clearance. That's blatantly false.
A point of debate. The honourable member Timmins James Bay, quickly.
He cannot have a security clearance, but is he calling the election because Aaron O'Toole has now said that it was the Chinese Communist Party that took Aaron O'Toole out as leader of the Conservative Party while the rest of the droogs on the back bench went along with the new leader?
We're using words all over the place to call out other members of Parliament. We are all honourable members in this chamber.
The honourable member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. One thing is certain, it's that the leader of the opposition, the official opposition, didn't ask to have access to that privileged information on foreign interference. And that's really serious because he says that he wants to become prime minister, but he's not taking his responsibilities seriously to really get to the bottom of these files. That says a lot about the Conservative leader. And he's not who he claims to be because we know he's not the friend of everyday Canadians. He's not a friend of workers. He's a fake, and we know it because he's been fighting against workers' rights. He did it when he was a minister with a number of bills, including Bill C-525. We were there. I was there. I remember it. I don't want to go through that again, where they're attacking workers and public services. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll be sharing my time with my colleague from Caribou, Prince George. That this House has no confidence in the Prime Minister and the government. It's a simple motion, and in just a few words, it will show the true nature of the parliamentarians who are here in this 44th legislature. Everyone in the House, whether we're Conservative, Bloc, NDP, Green, or even Independent, is going to have to a point of order.
For Waterloo.
Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the minute to rise on a point of order because the Conservatives seem quite steadfast in wanting to take the government down, yet they don't seem to want to show up. Can I please know if there's quorum in the chamber?
For quorum, let's start counting.
Look at that.
We have a couple online. We do have 20. The honourable
member for Mégantic-L'Érable. And start again, please. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So the House has no confidence in the Prime Minister and the government. It's a simple motion, as I said, and with just a few words, will allow us to see the true nature of the parliamentarians in this House. Everyone in the House, Conservative, Bloc, NDP, Green, Liberal, or even Independent members are going to have to reveal whether or not they feel the Prime Minister deserves their conference. After 9 years of Liberal governance, 9 years that have seen Canada changed more than any other Prime Minister has changed the country. A Prime Minister from a minority government who, up until now, was able to purchase his survival through an agreement with the NDP. And listening to the leader of the NDP at the time and recently, talking about why that coalition was put in place, a coalition that went against the will of Canadians in the last election. Well, you know, it reminded me of a fable from La Fontaine. A frog saw an ox, which seemed to him to be of a good size, and the frog, who was not as big as an egg, was envious. She stretched and swelled and labored to match the animal in size. Now, do you start to see the link, Mr. Speaker? The conclusion is even more revealing and explosive. Is that enough? She said, tell me, am I there yet? Nay. So here am I. Not at all. Am I bigger? Am I bigger? Am I big enough? And she got bigger and bigger. You're nowhere near. And the poor frog became so swollen that she burst. Boom. And that's how the coalition, the Liberal coalition, Liberal NDP coalition imploded, leaving nothing of the little orange frog and leaving the ox completely indifferent. The big red ox. That's what we've seen, and the consequences of this agreement have been disastrous for Canadian families, workers, and businesses. This bad Liberal government, which has survived thanks to that coalition, created the worst inflation we've seen in 40 years. The Prime Minister increased the national debt more than all previous Prime Ministers put together. Violent crime is on the rise everywhere in Canada. Our streets are less and less safe. Too many Canadians are living on the streets or in tents because they can no longer afford an apartment, or because they're the victims of the hard drug and opioid crisis. This awful Liberal government, which thanks to the support of the Bloc Québécois, has doubled our national debt by spending over $500 billion in inflationary money. A bad government that Bloc MPs have supported just about 200 times the most incompetent Prime Minister in history. This is a bad government. They've literally killed the dream of young Canadians who would like one day to own a house. This bad government, which is responsible for so many ethical breaches that we don't have enough fingers to count them anymore. This bad Liberal government, which, in order to satisfy the Prime Minister's natural tendency to spend, doesn't hesitate a single second to trample on provincial jurisdiction. This bad Liberal government that has somehow managed to increase the size of the federal public service by 40% by hiring over 100,000 new civil servants, and that despite the fact that Canadians can't get simple answers to their questions when they pick up the phone. And I think we've all experienced this. This bad Liberal government, which following a tweet from a Prime Minister who was suffering from an attention deficit, completely destroyed an immigration system that was working relatively well in the country, and which has now led Quebec to a breaking point. Social services and infrastructure can no longer keep up with the pace set by this post-national Prime Minister. This Prime Minister who, by the admission of one of his own MPs, is dividing Canadians in order to better reign over them. And this reminds me of one of the very first provinces made by this bad Prime Minister. And I remember it. It was during my first federal campaign, and others who were there in 2015 will remember this. He said, we're going to have little tiny minuscule deficits for a couple of years. Then they'll get even smaller, and then we'll get back to a balanced budget before the end of our first mandate. 9 years later, well, that promise has gone up in smoke. The word balanced budget no longer even appears in this government's budgets. Despite that, despite the end of the coalition, despite the poor governance, despite the NDP crying far and wide that their coalition had exploded, the NDP still says that they have confidence in this Prime Minister. The NDP is still going to vote for this bad Prime Minister to allow him to continue, and it's one of the Prime Minister's favorite words, to continue damaging Canada. NDP voters are going to remember this. But, Mr. Speaker, they're not the worst. The worst is not the Parti Québécois. I said Parti Québécois, but I meant the Bloc Québécois. Now, let me quote a speech made last April 16th in the House following the tabling of the last budget from this bad Liberal government. And I quote, Mr. Speaker, not only do I not believe that the Prime Minister is working with Quebec, I believe that he has his hand in Quebecers' pockets. He is grossly abusing the fiscal imbalance. He's grossly abusing his spending power. He's creating a terrible deficit that Quebecers are going to have to pay for, and pay for a very long time, for the sole purpose of saving his government's electoral skin and his own electoral skin. Wow, that's quite the condemnation of the last budget, quite a condemnation of this Liberal Prime Minister. Now, who said that? A Conservative? A Conservative? A Conservative said that? I mean, it sounds like something a Conservative would say, but no. No, it wasn't a Conservative. It was the leader of the Bloc, the Prime Minister's new political lieutenant for Quebec. That's who it was. It was the leader of the Bloc who said all that.
Despite all the bluster and pompous speeches by its leader, the Bloc is about to tell the Prime Minister, don't worry, even if you have a bad government, even if you have your hands in Quebecers' pockets, even if you grossly take advantage of our budgetary imbalance, we have confidence in you. The Bloc announced before even trying to get anything from this government that it still had plenty of love for this Liberal Prime Minister. It announced that it was going to vote for this poor Prime Minister, that it was going to vote against a simple Conservative motion that says that the House has no confidence in this Prime Minister and in the government. Simple. Simple motion. Now, if the Bloc really wanted to have a bit of follow-up in their ideas, they would vote with the Conservatives. If you vote against this motion, it's that you love the Prime Minister. It's that you want this Prime Minister to stay in office again and again and again. And in the words of the Bloc leader themselves, the Bloc leader himself, Quebecers are going to have to pay, and pay for a long time, just to save the government's electoral skin. Even today, the leader of the Bloc Liberal coalition to save the Prime Minister is trying to blow a bit of coal to stay ahead of the parade, saying one thing and its absolute opposite in the same tweet, announcing support for the Prime Minister while threatening to unseat him. Mr. Speaker, actions speak louder than words, which are often abundant when it comes to the Bloc leader and when we hear what he has to say. So the choice is clear. A vote for the motion is a vote to defeat a bad government. It's a vote to put an end to federal Liberal interference in Quebec's jurisdictions. It's a vote to give hope to Quebecers once again. A vote against the motion is a vote against Quebecers who have seen their grocery bills skyrocket, who can no longer afford to pay their mortgage, who no longer have access to housing, and who want safe streets for their children. I'm often asked what the Conservatives' programme is. Mr. Speaker, it's simple, easy to remember, and puts Quebecers and Canadians at the centre of the government's action. A next Conservative government. What's the programme, Mr. Speaker? A Conservative government, a common-sense Conservative government, will cut the tax, build the homes, fix the budget, and stop the crime. Mr. Speaker, it's going to happen, and it has to happen now. After 9 years of this terrible Liberal government, voters have to be respected for once. Quebecers have to be respected for once. It's not often mentioned. They elected a minority government. Let's not forget it's a minority government. And the life expectancy of a minority government that is as poor as this one should not be more than 24 hours from now. So I ask all parliamentarians who doubt the skills and quality of this Prime Minister to vote for our motion so as not to show another display of love for this Liberal Prime Minister. It's time to give real choices for Canadians and Quebecers. Let us trigger elections to have a Conservative government, a common-sense government. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Question commentaire, questions and comments. The honourable member for Kings Hands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his speech this afternoon. My question is a very simple one. Does my colleague approve of his leader's attacks against CBC, Radio Canada, and his attacks against media in general, like CTV and other journalists? Does the honourable colleague approve of this attack against journalism and journalists? The honourable member from Mégantic-L'Érable. Mr. Speaker, I would have at least hoped that my Liberal colleague would recognise that seeing a telejournalist taking extracts of a sentence to put words in our leader's mouth that he didn't say, I would have hoped that he would at least say this kind of manipulation is unacceptable. CTV manipulated information. It's abject. It's disgusting, Mr. Speaker. I simply cannot comprehend that Quebec media hasn't denounced this situation. I don't understand how my Liberal colleague hasn't denounced CTV in what they've done, misleading Canadians. It's unacceptable, and we will always denounce these odious behaviours wherever they may be in Canada. The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There was a bit of a hyperfixation on the block in this speech. I appreciate how much love he has for us, because clearly he's talking about us a lot. Sometimes hate is very similar to hate. Hate is very similar to love. So it's very appreciated and it's reciprocated, of course. I always find it fun to hear that we have to explain to the federal government what Parliament is all about. Parliament is a master of all under the Westminster system, irrespective of the colour of the captain's hat. My colleagues stated that the government is a minority. It's become a minority recently. We're part of the system. We play the game. Even if Canadian parliamentarism isn't a good system, in my opinion, we still use it. That's the system we have. And that's what is called being a constructive opposition and taking it seriously. I understand if he doesn't answer my question, but the Conservatives, what have they managed to get over the last 9 years from this minority government? The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Mr. Speaker, we also play the game. Is that what he just said? We're playing the game. They're playing a game while rent has doubled, while inflation has exploded. They're playing while young families can't get a roof over their heads, while young families can't even hope one day to buy a house. While Quebecers will have to pay and pay for a long time to save its government's electoral skin. The Bloc Québécois just wants to play? No. We don't want to play, we want to act and put an end to this terrible Liberal government.
Timmins James Bay.
Mr. Speaker, I'm very pleased that we have this moment to come together to vote non-confidence in the Conservative leader yet again. I don't want to say I don't respect him. I mean, so he's living in this 19-room mansion with his own private chef, and he thinks we got to get this election happening right away. And I'm thinking, what's he so worried about? And then I read Aaron O'Toole's statements that Aaron O'Toole was taken down by foreign interference by the Chinese Communist Party. And who got put in place? The guy now living in the 19-room mansion. And here's a guy, the only leader in Canadian history who has never gotten a security clearance. Is it that he can't get the security clearance? So I'd like to ask my honorable colleagues, what are they trying to hide over there in defending? They all went out and supported the member who obviously did well from the Chinese interference that took down a credible leader like Aaron O'Toole.
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Mr. Speaker, the question goes right back at him. What do they have to hide? We're here to talk about a no-confidence motion against this government, to say that the House no longer has confidence in this Liberal government. What I'm hearing from my NDP colleague is completely not germane to our debate. Yes, I understand, because he's an NDP member. It's a little orange frog I was talking about earlier. I would also be ashamed of the 9 years of this Liberal government and for having supported this terrible Prime Minister, forcing millions of Canadians to food banks, doubling the cost of housing, causing food to be more expensive than it's ever been. Shame on him.
The Honourable Member for Caribou Prince George.
Mr. Speaker, after 9 years of this Prime Minister and this Liberal government, our country is broken. Canadians are struggling more than they have been in decades. Our communities, our provinces, our cities look like war zones. We have a Prime Minister who has lost his way. Today we have more Canadians that are facing homelessness, more Canadians that can't afford to feed their children, more Canadians accessing food banks than ever before. And what does this Prime Minister do? He takes to the US airwaves to deliver his message. Why? Because he's afraid to stand before Canadians and answer the tough questions. Once again, he runs and takes to the US airwaves that pander to him. And he answers lob questions, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we're all here to deliver for our constituents. There are 338 members of parliament that have been elected to be the voices of Canadians. This house is a house of commons, the common people. The carpet is green for the common people. We said this before early on in this Prime Minister's tenure that perhaps if the carpet was red, or if there was a red carpet going up to his seat, maybe he would appear here more often than he has. Maybe he would take it more serious. Mr. Speaker, what I'm hearing on the doorsteps, and not just in my riding of Caribou Prince George, but all across this country, is that Canadians have lost confidence in this government and in this Prime Minister. This Liberal government has given up on Canadians, has failed Canadians. I received a call from Tina, a constituent of mine from Horsefly, BC, just yesterday. She is a disabled Indigenous childhood trauma survivor who said this, and I quote, "When the Liberals stand in the House of Commons and claim that they are helping the most vulnerable Canadians, they are lying. I'm being impoverished by the NDP and the Liberals."
The honourable member for Timmins James Bay.
Well, we don't even know if this person he's quoting exists, but he's using that voice in order to use unparliamentary language, and it is unacceptable. So he needs to withdraw and apologize.
I would suggest that all of us had to be. I would suggest that all of us had to be cognizant of the words that we're using, even when we are quoting from it, to try to stay away from unparliamentary words as much as possible. So maybe I get the honourable member to rephrase that word and continue. I understand it's a quote from it, but we can't use derogatory names. We can't use words that are unparliamentary or seen unparliamentary in this chamber. So the honourable member for Caribou Prince George.
Mr. Speaker, Tina went on to say, "I am being impoverished by the NDP and Liberals. I can call an order made as a disabled person before I am deemed worthy of being able to afford to live. I rise today in this chamber, Mr. Speaker, to declare what millions of Canadians already know to be true. This Liberal government, led by this Prime Minister, has failed our country. He has failed the Canadian people. He has failed to uphold the trust that was placed upon him, not once, not twice, but 3 times. After 9 long years of broken promises, skyrocketing costs, crumbling institutions, and countless scandals, it's now crystal clear that this Liberal government no longer commands the confidence of the Canadian people, nor should it command the confidence of this House. Let's be clear, our country is broken. This isn't just the rhetoric of the opposition, it is a fact evident in the daily lives of Canadians from coast to coast to coast. 9 years ago, the Prime Minister promised us sunny ways. He promised to uplift the middle class, make life more affordable, and restore confidence in government. But after almost a decade, what do we have to show for it? We see a country where everything is more expensive, a country where families struggle to afford the most basic necessities, a country where crime is surging, where overdoses are claiming thousands of lives, where mental health is at its worst level ever, where hope for the future is dwindling, and Mr. Speaker, where overdose is the leading cause of death for youth aged 12 to 18 in my province of British Columbia. That is the record of this Prime Minister. And for this, we have a Prime Minister and a Liberal government to blame. Let's begin by talking about the cost of living, which has spiraled out of control under this government's watch. Under this Prime Minister's leadership, the dream of home ownership has slipped away from millions of young Canadians. In 2015, the average price of a home in Canada was just under $440,000. Today, that price has ballooned to over $750,000, a staggering 66% increase. In cities like Vancouver and Toronto, these numbers are even more horrifying. How are young families supposed to save for a down payment when prices soar at this rate? Consequently, a staggering 2/3 of young Canadians believe they'll never be able to afford a home. Rent has doubled. The needed down payment doubled. Home prices doubled. Not only that, but homeless encampments are springing up all across our country by the hundreds. 1,800 homeless encampments in this province alone. In my province, rest areas along the highway are becoming encampments with RVs and trailers because people cannot afford to buy a home, cannot afford to pay rent. Mr. Speaker, that is the stark reality. That is the record under this Prime Minister. It's not just housing. Let's talk about groceries. Food prices have increased by almost 10% over the past year alone. 20% of Canadians, 2 million Canadians access the food bank just last month. 2 million Canadians. That is staggering. The average family of four now spends over $15,000 per year just to put food on the table. And what has this Liberal government done? They've dismissed these hardships with platitudes while ordinary Canadians are forced to make impossible decisions between feeding their families and paying their bills. They said Canadians have never had it so good. This Prime Minister has printed money like it's his job, recklessly adding more to the national debt than any other Prime Minister in the history of our country combined. The cost of gas, which is shot through the roof with prices reaching over $2 per liter in some provinces this year alone. Families are paying more at the pumps. Truckers are paying more to deliver goods. We know that if you tax the farmer that produces the food, tax the trucker that ships the food, it's Canadians that pay the price for that food. What's the Liberal response to this? They'll raise the taxes. They'll move to quadruple their carbon tax to 61 cents per liter, punishing hardworking Canadians even further. Mr. Speaker, our communities look like war zones. I ask Canadians who are watching this in the gallery today and at home, take a look at your neighborhoods, take a look at your communities. Do they look the way they did 9 years ago? No, they don't. Crime is up, Mr. Speaker. Overdoses are up. The failures of this government go far beyond economics. Under this Prime Minister and his Liberal governments, our communities have become less safe. Crime is on the rise in every part of this country. Violent crime has increased by 50% since this Prime Minister took office in 2015. Violent gun crime is up by 116%. Murders are up 28%. Gang-related murders are up 78%. Sexual assaults are up 75%. Auto theft, 46%. And extortion is up a whopping 357%. The streets of our cities, once safe and welcoming, now bear the scars of neglect with spikes in gang violence, drug-related crimes, and random assaults. The Prime Minister's solution to this is a hug-a-thug, catch and release, soft on crime, revolving door justice system that benefits the criminals at the expense of Canadian safety. Mr. Speaker, now onto a topic that's near and dear to me. Since 2016, over 47,000 Canadians have lost their lives to overdose. This government has spent over $1 billion on failed drug policies. Mr. Speaker, when I think about this, I think about Mr. Charles and Mrs. McDonald, whose daughter Brianna, aged 13, just 13, died in a homeless encampment due to overdose just last month. I think about my own brother who's on the street, gripped in this crisis. We can perpetuate somebody's addiction, but we can't get them into treatment, Mr. Speaker. That is the failed record of this Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I've spent 9 minutes speaking about their failed record. I haven't even touched on the scandals and the corruption that this Prime Minister has brought to this House. We are the laughingstock on the international stage. This Prime Minister wants to be known more for his socks than the work that he does here at home. This Prime Minister kicked to the curb our first Indigenous female Attorney General because she would not back, and she spoke truth to power, she would not back his corrupt ways, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I will leave you with this. We can do better. The time for change is now. We can no longer allow this government to stumble from scandal to scandal, leaving Canadians to pick up the pieces. Mr. Speaker, taxes are up, costs are up, crime is up, and time is up for this Prime Minister. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Commissioner Commentaire, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, interesting, the member started his talk by saying Canada is broken. Well, Mr. Speaker, I disagree. The Conservatives are good at bumper stickers and they're great at slogans, as clearly demonstrated by members opposite. But I can assure members opposite that Canada is not broken. All one needs to do is travel in any region of the country, and you will see individuals that are very proud to call themselves Canadians, an economy that is doing relatively well in comparison to any other country in the world, Mr. Speaker. Yet the Conservatives consistently go around and mislead people, whether it's by making the derogatory statement that Canada is broken when we know it's not, to the many different types of disinformation that they continuously pump out to please the far mega right, Mr. Speaker. My question is, when will the Conservatives start being honest with Canadians and recognize Canada for what it is, the best country in the world to call home?
Honourable member for Caribou, Prince George.
Mr. Speaker, Canada is the best country in the world. I absolutely agree with this member. Unfortunately, under their Liberal government and this Prime Minister, over 2 million Canadians access food banks every month. More homeless Canadians, more people losing the hope and the dream of home ownership, more Canadians out of work. That is the record. More overdoses. 47,000 Canadians have lost their lives to overdose since 2016. That is the record of this government. Only a Liberal will stand up and tell you that Canadians have never had it so good, Mr. Speaker. Only a Liberal will stand up and say, you ain't seen nothing here.
Commentaire, l'honorable député de Abitibi-Témiscamingue.
The honourable member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I listened to my colleague's speech, I was surprised not to hear from him about some Conservative priorities, because we know that today's motion is about no confidence. And specifically, I have doubts in the government because of its non-action, its inaction on the climate crisis. When we see the $83 billion in gifts to the oil and gas companies, or the fact that they bought the Trans Mountain Pipeline for $34 billion, if the Minister of the Environment really wanted to do something to save the planet, well, perhaps they could send out an order about the member for Caribou, Prince George. But I'd like to hear from my colleague what he thinks about this matter.
I find it a little rich, Mr. Speaker, that our colleague from the Bloc will stand here and talk the environment when his province, in partnership with Canada, the government of Canada, and this Prime Minister, dump billions of liters of sewage, raw sewage, into the rivers. Mr. Speaker, perhaps he should ask the Prime Minister's new Quebec lieutenant, the leader of the Bloc Party, if he was allowed to say that.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Calgary Centre.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate my colleagues' comments, and particularly his faith that we still have the best country in the world here that we're going to turn around. But I'm going to ask him what metrics he'd like to show us that show that in the 9 years this government has been in power, how much crime has risen, how much unemployment has risen, how much the economy has gone down in Canada, how much every measure that we count on here to make a great country, how much further does that have to go down before we're actually going to be below the standard? And what should be our response as politicians in this House to respond to the concerns of Canadians that see those results?
The honourable member for Caribou, Prince George.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the comment from our colleague. Listen, Mr. Speaker, 2 million Canadians are using a food bank. More Canadians are facing homelessness. We know more Canadians are about $200 away from being bankrupt at the end of every month. Crime is up 28%, or murders are up 28%. Gang-related murders are up 78%. Assaults are up 75%. Violent crime is up 50% since this Prime Minister came to power. And I'll end with this again. Over 47,000 Canadians have lost their lives due to overdose. And what's this Prime Minister's response to that? Let's give them more free drugs. Let's enable them. Let's not get them into recovery. Let's not do everything in our power to bring our loved ones home safe and sound. This Prime Minister will have you believe that everything is fine, everything is rosy, and the reality is Canadians are suffering more in the last 9 years than ever before.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Kings Hants.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd just like to acknowledge that I'll be splitting my time this afternoon with the member from Winnipeg North, so I look forward to his remarks as well. Mr. Speaker, today is a motion from the opposition on non-confidence in the Prime Minister and the government, and although it's not binding, of course, the convention would be if a majority of members of Parliament vote in favour, it would trigger an election. I'll be very clear, I'll be voting against this motion, and it gives me an opportunity to talk about why I have confidence in the Prime Minister, the government, but also an opportunity to opine a little bit on what I've observed of 5 years sitting in this House with the member from Carleton, because it is very clear that the Conservative Party wants an election right now, and I look forward to digging into the rationale and some of the concerns that I would have and contrasting our approach versus theirs. And that's where I'm going to start, Mr. Speaker, because if the Conservatives are hell-bent on an election, it is important for Canadians to understand the different approaches that we would take as political parties and as members of Parliament. And as I've sat in this House over the last couple hours that we've started this debate, and particularly the member from Prince George who was just up, there is no nuance to the positions. It is just simply all in, this to be true, very little statistics to back it up. The member quoted some statistics, some of which have no or very little correlation to the Prime Minister or the Government of Canada in terms of its even jurisdiction to govern these issues. But this is the reality. It is a emotional appeal more so than a rational appeal. So I look forward to trying to be able to explain some of where I stand on this as a member of Parliament. I do want to start with the economy. The Conservatives will often stand up as an opposition in this place and talk about the economy. They will talk about some of the affordability challenges out there that, by the way, Mr. Speaker, are very real. And the government has acknowledged that. I think many members of Parliament have acknowledged that about the initiatives that we can take on as parliamentarians to support Canadians who are going through a difficult time. But they never talk about Canada in comparison to other countries in the world that are in a comparable fashion. They never talk about Canadian successes. Yes, it is their job to oppose, but if they want to keep some level of credibility in this place, you would think that they would be able to contrast some of the things that are good that are happening in the country and some of the things that are challenging that they want to see the government work on harder. So here are a few facts and statistics, Mr. Speaker, as it relates to interest cuts. Around the world, we have seen central banks raise interest rates as a result of inflation that is being felt around the world, Mr. Speaker. You wouldn't know that when you hear the official opposition. You would suggest that it's only in Canada that inflation exists. That's simply not the case. So Canada is actually leading the G7 in relation to interest rate cuts. And that's a direct result of the fact that the government has laid out a fiscal plan that they intend to maintain in terms of balancing investments that matter for Canadians, but at the same time making sure that there is a credible path to be able to have a declining debt to GDP ratio over time. So you never hear that from the opposition benches. We are actually expected to be second in terms of overall economic growth on a GDP basis in the G7 in 2024 and leading in the G7 in 2025. You wouldn't find that in the Hansard from the official opposition whatsoever, but those are statistics that are being projected in the days ahead. We've been second in overall cumulative economic growth in the G7 since 2015. You listen to the opposition, Mr. Speaker, you would suggest, look, the country's broken, nothing good is happening, there's been no successes. How do they contend with that fact? How do they contend with the fact that we've had the second highest amount of GDP growth of all G7 countries, comparative countries? That's a reality, that's a fact, that's a statistic. It's not an emotion, it's not a feeling, it's real. Now, I will grant, Mr. Speaker, and I've been critical in this House, including against the government that I sit in the government caucus, productivity is an issue. We do have to focus on that. That is something the government has acknowledged in its own remarks and its own presentation. So yes, there is more work to be done, but this idea that the country is broken, that nothing good has happened, what have we gotten in 9 years? Well, in 9 years, we've gotten the second highest GDP growth in the G7. That would be my response to the member from Prince George. Inflation is back down to 2%. That is a really important thing, Mr. Speaker. We know that when inflation is high, it has an impact on everyday working Canadians. And what I want to highlight, because I do hear it in my riding, and I am sympathetic to the challenges that are there. I hear, okay, well, look, inflation's back down, but my wages haven't gone up. And in some cases, Mr. Speaker, I'm sure that is true. There are some Canadians that may have not seen a pay increase in their particular circumstances. But when we look on the totality of the Canadian economy, Canada, for the last 18 months, has seen wage growth in this country outpace inflation. We have actually seen is leading the G7, again, in terms of wage growth, Canadian wage growth relative to inflation since Q4 of 2019 to now. You would never hear the opposition talk about that. And again, Mr. Speaker, I'm not trying to negate the fact that there are challenges out there. There are. But we have to have a little bit of reality in this place and try to find some balance about what it is that we should be doing and how we should be presenting to Canadians. I don't stand here to suggest everything's perfect, but I stand here in contrast to the official opposition who wants to burn it down with every speech that is sounding very similar in its outlook. Their message discipline is great. I wonder who's writing those is the question, because it doesn't seem like it's an authentic message coming from the opposition benches. How about foreign direct investment, Mr. Speaker? Third highest amount of foreign direct investment in this country of all countries in 2023. Whether or not that's Michelin in Nova Scotia, whether or not that's BHP in Saskatchewan, maybe it's Volkswagen in Ontario. I could go on, but there are good things happening in this country because the government is laying the foundation to draw in generational investment that is going to matter for Canadian jobs today and in the years ahead. Conservatives don't recognize those positions. Let's talk about debt position. We heard the member from Prince George talk about a debt and the fact that it has accumulated under this prime minister. He failed to mention that we've had a pandemic that was a once in a 100-year event that required the government to step in and support Canadians. If the member from Carleton had his way, those big fat government programs that supported Canadians at the height of their need would not have been available. Where would we have been on the economic recovery had the Conservatives actually been in power? I suggest they wouldn't have actually stepped up for small business and individuals who were being impacted at the most uncertain time in the last 100 years as it relates to global health. They don't acknowledge that whatsoever, Mr. Speaker. Let's talk about the environment. This matters to Canadians. We're seeing it. Mr. Speaker, you're from Nova Scotia. We've seen extreme weather over the last couple summers in our own constituencies. This is a reality. This is on the ground. We are dealing with this today. And I think this is perhaps where there is the most contrast between the Liberal Party and the Conservative Party. 4 minutes, I see, Mr. Speaker. 5 minutes, great. So at the end of the day, Mr. Speaker, we are the only government in Canadian history that has actually reduced emissions and grown the economy at the same time. The Conservatives have slogans. They have very little as it relates to actually an environmental plan. And that's getting fleshed out every day here in the House of Commons. Quickly on affordability, health, and housing, Canada Child Benefit, National Child Care Program, dental care for seniors, which the Conservatives are non-committal on whether or not they'll keep for my seniors and your seniors in West Nova, Mr. Speaker. How about pharmacare? No commitment on where they stand on that. Housing, we've had challenges on housing. 3 levels of government are responsible. Successive federal governments got out of the business of housing, Mr. Speaker. We are trying to get back in and support. We had the most housing starts in Nova Scotia in 2023 since 1940. That's a direct result of this government's investment and support and initiatives. How about increases for seniors? We've actually been there to help support seniors in their need. The Conservatives, I'll remind my opposition colleagues, Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives actually would have proposed to move seniors up to 67 before they even got their entitlement from the OAS. They did that at the World Economic Forum, Mr. Speaker, which I know they like to play into this idea that the World Economic Forum's taken over the world. It was their prime minister who actually went there and announced that initiative back in the day. So the last, I've got about 2 minutes. I want to talk about the member of Carleton because he is the official opposition. He was the one who wants to call an election and wants to be this prime minister. You know what is concerning, Mr. Speaker? I came over here to the House and I heard the leader of the official opposition using the word cronies. The idea that people were gouging, the idea that personal attacks of CEOs on the floor of the House of Commons. Mr. Speaker, other members of Parliament might have a view as it relates to Bell Canada and whether or not they are a good thing for Canada or not. But when you stand in the House of Commons, you want to be the Prime Minister of this country, and you're going to make personal attacks from that vantage point. You're going to call into question a company that employs thousands of Canadians, hardworking Canadians, and then attack the journalistic, and it's not just CTV, my God, it's CBC. Is there any media outlet that the leader of the official opposition actually will not attack? He attacks experts. But you know what, Mr. Speaker, I will say, because I've watched him for 5 years, through you, I'll say this to the House. It is concerning when you throw rocks when you live in a glass house. And the member from Timmins, although has gone at great length to talk about the fact that the member from Carleton, lives 30 minutes outside of the House of Commons. He lives at Stornoway, hundreds of thousands of dollars of taxpayers' dollars. Then he calls into question the leader of the NDP about why that individual serves Canadians in Parliament, supposedly around a pension. When that guy has not worked a day in his life outside of this place, collected a pension at 31, I think that is the most hypocritical position I have seen in this House of Commons. I look forward to taking questions from my honourable colleagues, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. And the honourable member, I just want to make sure I get the right, the honourable member for York Simcoe.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for his speech. You know, I wonder if you could comment on rural Canadians being disproportionately affected by the carbon tax. And especially he knows about standing up for constituents and my constituents in York Simcoe that have been classified by this government as part of Toronto. He knows that I represent the soup and salad bowl. So he knows that this government is now dividing Canadians based on geography with that tax, and how that tax is so unfair for my residents and farmers right across Canada not getting 2, 3, 4 done. I wonder if you could comment on that.
Member King's hands.
Mr. Speaker, as it relates to carbon pricing, I have actually taken this government to task to adjust the national program in the interest of supporting rural Canadians. But let me be very clear, Mr. Speaker, I do support the government's environmental agenda, because the fact of the matter is when I look across the opposition, I don't see much of an environmental agenda whatsoever. Now, I take notice the honourable member opposite. Yes, he has rightfully fought to try to make sure there is further adjustments and refinements to the national program to make sure his constituents, who I think are demonstrably rural, are supportive. But let's not mistake the fact on a couple things. This government does have an environmental agenda that matters. It has actually grown the economy by reducing emissions at the same time. As it relates to C234, he should walk across and talk to the member from Huron-Bruce about when he's going to let it call to a vote. Our farmers in this country deserve C234 to be passed, but the Conservatives are standing in the way from letting it being called to a vote. We need to have that vote sooner rather than later, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech and additional remarks. He talked about rural areas, and we know that products under supply management are key. He knows that as the Senate is studying the bill at committee, which was voted on, by the way, in June 2023, so it's been stuck gathering dust in the Senate for over a year, I'd like to hear from my colleague. Is the Prime Minister doing something about this? Are they speaking to the committee in the Senate? Are they calling up the senators? Are they saying, we supported this bill as a government, we wanted to get through the Senate? And maybe things would go a little better for the government if there are those gains for Quebec. I'd like to hear from my colleague, the honourable member for King's Hants. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his question. In my riding of King's Hants, there is a high concentration of supply managed farms. It's very important for Nova Scotia, for Quebec, and for all of Canada. I am in support of the bill, the government as well. Of course, the Senate is independent. Yes, we do need to have conversations with senators about the importance of the bill. I'd add another point. I am concerned about the Conservative position on this. I am concerned about their support for the supply managed sector. Given the reality that they voted against protecting supply management. That is of concern for our constituents, especially for farmers.
Member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member from King's Hants for his speech. He mentioned a number of programs. He mentioned childcare. I have to say that has impacted my extended family directly. My daughter finally got a good childcare position for my granddaughter that has really brought stability and removed stress from their lives. He mentioned pharmacare. He suggested that the Conservatives haven't signaled what they think about that. Well, the leader of the opposition made it very clear that he didn't like pharmacare for Canadians. We've done so much over the last couple of years, the NDP enforcing the Liberals to do things that they had voted against. Dental care, pharmacare, anti-scab legislation for workers. But I'm just wondering if he can tell me why anyone in this House or anyone in this country should have confidence in the Leader of the Opposition and the Conservative Party.
The honourable member, King's Hands, in about 10 seconds.
With pleasure, Mr. Speaker. Look, as I said, I worry about the position of the Leader of the Official Opposition, the way he attacks journalists, the way he attacks experts, the way he is going out and running down Canadian companies, doing it from the floor of the House of Commons. He has an agenda. He's been a member of Parliament for 20 years without working outside of this place. His record is very clear, and I look forward to sharing, along with my honourable colleague, to Canadians what this guy actually stands for. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, what's very clear is that this particular motion that we're debating today is in fact a reflection on the leadership of the Conservative Party. I should say the Conservative Reform Party, that far-right influence that continues to dictate the type of policy directives that we see that do kind of seep out at times coming from the Conservative Party today. And as I listen to members, I'd like them to reflect on the fact of what it is that we are actually voting on. They say, the Conservatives say it's a motion of confidence on the government. I would put the question in a different way, Mr. Speaker. I would suggest to you that this is a question of confidence of the Leader of the Conservative Party, who has one mission and one mission only, and it's driven by a thirst for power. He is not concerned about what's taking place in our communities in all the different regions of the country. He's not concerned about issues of inflation or affordability. He has the slogans and he has the bumper stickers ready. His only focus is that thirst for power. The very first opportunity he gets, he brings in a motion of non-confidence. We are into debate now for what, 5-6 days? And they've already brought in 4 days of which we would debate concurrence motions. Instead of having a debate on government and I would suggest to you, all members, legislation that could in fact be passing. I'm thinking of the military to civil courts legislation in which the Conservatives support, but they continue to filibuster. Their constant attitude of trying to play that destructive force on the floor of the House of Commons. They are prepared to put their self-interest ahead of the interests of Canadians. I'm hoping that when we see the ultimate vote on today's motion, that maybe they will take the time to reflect that it's time to cool down on their thirst for power and start putting more of a focus on what's in the best interest of Canadians, Mr. Speaker. Listening to the Leader of the Conservative Party, how disgraceful it was in terms of his personal attack on CTV. We're used to CBC. You know, we have three national television networks. And because he doesn't like the factual information that's going out on the national networks, he takes the opportunity here on the floor of the House of Commons to attack them. It doesn't surprise me, Mr. Speaker, because I suspect there has never been a leader of any political national party that has been intentionally misleading as this leader, Mr. Speaker, on many different fronts. You know, we just started session back up for the fall. You had caucus meetings that had taken place in all the political parties. You know, there's an interesting headline that came out in regards to the Conservative caucus. And I quote the headline, "Carbon pricing to cause economic nuclear winter." So says the leader of the Conservative Party. This is actually what he was saying, Mr. Speaker. Get this. You want to talk about something that's so ridiculous. You know, it's a joke. Here's what the leader of the Conservative Party said to the Conservative members of Parliament when they convened to have their power meeting. Here's what he had to say. The Liberal government plans to increase the price would cause a nuclear winter for the economy. There would be mass hunger and malnutrition with the taxes high. Our seniors would have to turn the heat down to 14 to 13 C just to make it through the winter, so he said. Inflation would run rampant and people would not be able to leave their homes or drive anywhere. This is what the Conservative brain trust had to say to the Conservative members of Parliament, Mr. Speaker. And no doubt he likely got an applause.
Oh, I'm sure they applauded him.
Imagine how ridiculous of a statement that is. It's almost as bad as the leader of the Conservative Party and members of the Conservative Party traveling everywhere in Canada and trying to give the false impression that Canada is broken, Mr. Speaker. The only thing that's broken in Canada is the Conservative Reform Party of Canada, Mr. Speaker.
Here.
They need to reevaluate where it is that they're getting their ideas from. What about their performance? The personal attacks? You know, I just finished sharing some thoughts in regards to the leader of the Conservative Party. They are mild in comparison to the attitudes that the Conservative Party has taken against the Prime Minister even before he was the Prime Minister, Mr. Speaker. For me, I say, look at the results. Look at the things in which the government has actually been able to achieve. The leader of the Conservative Party in his speech, he said, well, we are going to be there for healthcare. Balderdash. Seriously? Not only was it the Liberal government that brought in our healthcare system and people like Jean Chrétien and Paul Martin that preserved our healthcare system. And in fact, when he said we gave the highest increase to healthcare, imagine that. The leader of the Conservative Party in his speech just an hour or so ago said, we delivered on healthcare. We provided the money. Garbage. That was a Paul Martin agreement with the healthcare accord that saw 6% increases for the provinces in healthcare transfers. That's what gave the healthcare increases. It had nothing to do with Stephen Harper. In fact, when those agreements expired, what was the first thing Harper did? Is he decreased them. That's the reality. What does this government do? No government has committed as many dollars as this government has in the last 60 years to public health care. $198 billion over 10 years, Mr. Speaker. What is the Conservatives going to do about that? To try to say that they care about health care? Their attitude towards health care is get rid of it. And we see that, Mr. Speaker, in the actions and in the words that they often say. They don't believe the federal government needs to play that role. Will they, in fact, enforce issues like the Canada Health Act? Look at their response to the pharmacare as the leader of the Conservative Party mocked the government for pursuing a national pharmacare program, Mr. Speaker. I got news for members opposite. The original idea and plans for our healthcare system was to have a pharmacare program. Was to ensure that there was more financial accountability, was to ensure that we had things like the Canada Health Act. And I remind my Conservatives opposite, they can campaign against healthcare all they want. I can tell them that a vast majority of Canadians care deeply and passionately about our healthcare system. The leader of the Conservative Party is way off base on that issue. I had a tough time listening to when he was, the leader of the Conservative Party was glorifying Stephen Harper. He was saying how wonderful immigration policy was under Stephen Harper and that he would do what he can to emulate it. As members opposite said he was and nod their head in an affirmation. Do they not realize that Stephen Harper actually canceled, not delayed, not postponed, canceled the sponsoring of parents and grandparents, Mr. Speaker? Do they not realize it took years for someone to get a spouse to be able to come to Canada under the Harper regime, Mr. Speaker? Immigration was a disaster in many ways under Stephen Harper, yet this leader of the Conservative Party glorifies it. Imagine on the last, because I only got a minute to go, so much to say, Mr. Speaker, he talked about housing. I couldn't believe it. He was the Minister of Housing, and how many houses did he build? You barely need a second hand. 6. That's it. If he would have been a decent Minister of Housing, we might not have the issues that we have today, Mr. Speaker, to the degree in which we have them today. If there was a government that never believed in a national presence on the housing file, it was Stephen Harper, led by the current leader of the Conservative Party. I can't imagine how they could try to say that they would be able to deal with the housing issue in Canada when they step back, when compared to a government that for generations has invested more and is working with other levels of government in order to deal with the important issues. And that not only applies to housing, but a wide spectrum of issues that is improving the quality of life in all regions of our country, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Monsieur Commentaire, the owner of Caribou Prince George.
Wow, there's so much to unpack with that the tirade, Mr. Speaker. Listen, Mr. Speaker, through you, I want to remind our honourable colleague across the way, it was the Liberals under Paul Martin and Jean Chrétien that cut the healthcare transfers by 50%, Mr. Speaker. That is some of the reasons why our government struggled and had to put into place and increased healthcare transfers by 3% every year, Mr. Speaker, invested in healthcare like no other government previously. But Mr. Speaker, through you, I want to talk on another subject. Our colleague talked about CTV and our leader attacking CTV. What CTV did yesterday was took bits and pieces, excerpts of our leader's statements, and spliced them together like one statement. Falsely. It is a matter of truth and it's a matter of record. That's what CTV has done. They've apologized for it. Why is this, our honourable colleague across the way, misleading Canadians with that statement?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Tell me another leader that has been as critical of our national media, and then maybe I'll reconsider some of the comments I said in regards to his leader's attitude towards national media. And a bit of advice, he won't find that. In regards to the healthcare issue, the member is wrong. It was actually Jean Chrétien that ensured that we have ongoing cash transfers over to the different provinces because of the tax point changes that were made in previous decades. That was marginalizing the amount of dollars that was flowing to provinces. It was then Paul Martin that instituted the 6% agreement in terms of ensuring that we would have the healthcare dollars that is flowing today. It's this government that has actually invested almost $200 billion, that's with a B, dollars over the next 10 years. The Conservative Party, it's a part of their hidden agenda. You can't trust Conservatives when it comes to healthcare. I can assure the member of that, Mr. Speaker, it's the Liberals that brought it. It's the Liberals that are going to ensure that it's there for future generations.
The honourable member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My ears are hurting a little bit listening to all the indignation from across the way. It reminds me a little bit of what we've heard in the past. But listen, in the United States, when Donald Trump was elected, people said, this doesn't make any sense. But you have to understand that what brought Donald Trump to power was the poor performance of Barack Obama. That's, one thing led to another. So I'd like to ask the honourable member across the way, how responsible will the Liberal Party be if the Conservatives are successful right now? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm not going to concede to the Conservative Party for the simple reason is that I truly believe the more people get to know who the leader of the Conservative Party is, I believe that they're going to turn away from the Conservative Party. It's just a question of being able to communicate messages, Mr. Speaker, and we got a bit of a sense of that when we had the leader of the Conservative Party attack our national networks, because it's not just CTV, also CBC and other news agencies, Mr. Speaker. Unless it's something like Rebel News or social media, the Conservatives are always offside because they don't want Canadians to know the hidden Conservative agenda and the personality of the leader of the Conservative Party.
Questions and comments, the honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I just wanted to build on the leader of the Conservative Party's a constant attack against freedom of the press in this fake freedom crusade of the Conservatives, when they've spent most of their time protecting freedom of speech for people who have been accused of hate speech. I'll give you an example. Jordan Peterson, who had his license taken away from the governing body of an Ontario psychologist for hate that he was spreading on social media, because which was, he fought it in court. He lost in the Supreme Court, trying to fight against having to take a training because of the harm he was causing as a psychologist. He doesn't support freedom of speech. He's supporting hate speech and going against reputable networks in favor of places like think tanks like Frontier that are on the record for residential school denialism. I'm wondering if my honourable colleague from Winnipeg Centre can build on that. Thank you.
Very quickly, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, on many occasions I've amplified, or at least attempted to amplify, that the fact that the leader of the Conservative Party is very much a part of the far right movement that's actually seeps up from the United States coming into Canada, and he's just lopping it up. He just loves this stuff and he espouses it, Mr. Speaker. And a part of that is actually attacking mainstream media in favor of feeding that extreme right, Mr. Speaker, and the amount of misinformation that flows through the Conservative caucus, in particular, the leader of the Conservative Party, is truly amazing. And unfortunately, it continues to grow.
Reprise du débat, continuing debate. The honourable member for Battlefords, Lloydminster.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Just off the top, I'd like to make you aware that I will be splitting my time with the Member of Parliament for Calgary Forest Lawn.
You're here.
So Canadians are desperate. They are desperate for a new government. That's because after 9 years of this Prime Minister, life has never been harder for Canadians. His failed policies that have been propped up by the NDP at every opportunity have doubled the debt, doubled housing costs, caused the worst inflation in 40 years, sent record number of Canadians to food banks, and unleashed crime and chaos in our communities. Canadians deserve better. They should be able to come home from work with a paycheck that puts a roof over their head and food on their tables. But that's not the reality for far too many Canadians. This Prime Minister's cost of living crisis has become so severe that even working Canadians have to depend on food banks or are skipping meals just to get by. In a single month last year, food banks had a record 2 million visits. Year over year, this Prime Minister's inflation and taxes have caused grocery prices to surge, and the average Canadian family will pay $700 more, above and beyond the high prices they paid last year. The Prime Minister's plan to quadruple his punishing carbon tax is only going to make things worse. In the midst of an ongoing affordability crisis in this country, this Prime Minister hiked taxes again on groceries. He ignored Canadians that are begging for relief, and he turned a deaf ear to premiers across this country. And despite the NDP leader's recent claim that he opposes the carbon tax because of the burden that it places on workers, Canadians know that the Prime Minister hiked the carbon tax with the enthusiastic support of their NDP partner. In fact, the NDP voted for the carbon tax at least 24 times in this place. They are every bit responsible as the Prime Minister for adding to the cost of fuel, groceries, home heating, and just about every necessity that Canadians need. The NDP Liberal carbon tax is punishing Canadians for going to work, taxing moms and dads for driving their kids to hockey or to dance classes, penalizing the seniors that are on fixed incomes for eating a nutritious meal, and diving deep into the pockets of Canadians for simply trying to stay warm in the winter. Punishing Canadians for life's basic necessities is cruel. And it does nothing to safeguard the environment. The costly carbon tax is even more punishing in my province of Saskatchewan. When you live in a rural or small community, public transit simply is not an option. You simply have to drive further distances to get to work or to simply go to school. And the reality is that you're going to drive a little bit further to get groceries or prescriptions, never mind a doctor or a specialist appointment that could literally be hours away. And when temperatures dip, Mr. Speaker, to -50, heat is not a luxury. It is a necessity. That is the lived experience in Saskatchewan and for so many rural Canadians across this country. A reality that this government conveniently ignores time and time again. Just like how this Liberal NDP government pretends that Canadians are somehow better off because of their punishing carbon tax. They conveniently ignore all the evidence around them, including reports from the Independent Parliamentary Budget Office. And in fact, we learned last spring that they hid their own reports to that effect. The PBO has been clear that most families will pay more in carbon tax than they get back in rebates. This year, families in Saskatchewan will pay on average $2,618 in carbon taxes alone. That is money better spent on their own family's priorities and needs. And let's not forget about our farmers who are paying massive carbon tax bills. By 2030, Canadian farmers are expected to pay $1 billion in carbon taxes on the propane and the natural gas that they use to heat and cool their barns, greenhouses, and grain drying operations. Never mind the carbon tax costs that are added to every purchase they make for their farm operations. Farmers are leaders in sustainability, and they deserve relief. But the Prime Minister is dead set on getting those dollars from our farmers, using his Liberal-appointed senators to gut Bill C-234, a Conservative bill that would have offered carbon tax relief for our farmers. Shamefully, this Prime Minister is willing to jeopardize the viability of farm businesses and food security in this country just to drive home his own activist-driven agenda and pay for his own reckless spending. Farmers in my riding have had enough, Mr. Speaker. They want a government that does not punish them for their hard work. They just want to earn an honest living and grow safe, delicious, nutritious food for Canada and for the world. Fortunately, Mr. Speaker, there is hope on the horizon. A Conservative government will restore common sense here in Ottawa. Conservatives have a plan to axe the tax, build the homes, fix the budget, and stop the crime. We will bring down inflation with $1 in savings for every new dollar spent. We will cut the carbon tax that is adding to the cost of everything for Canadians. And Conservatives will bring home lower prices so that Canadians can reap the rewards of their hard work. We will remove the gatekeepers that have slowed housing construction. Conservatives will create good-paying jobs for Canadians by greenlighting energy projects at home instead of driving away production into the hands of dirty dictators. And we will take meaningful action to address the crime and the chaos that have become far too much commonplace in communities across this country. We will do that by dismantling this Prime Minister's catch and release system that is endangering the lives of Canadians. And Conservatives will also end the Prime Minister's dangerous drug experiment that is flooding our streets with taxpayer-funded hard drugs. Instead, we will invest in treatment and recovery so that Canadians can bring their loved ones home drug-free. After 9 years of this Prime Minister, Canadians are desperate. They are so desperate for much-needed relief. What Canadians don't need is media stunts from the NDP leader. The NDP leader told Canadians that he was tearing up his coalition agreement with the Liberal government. He told Canadians that the deal was done, that the Prime Minister doesn't deserve to govern. But now that the votes are counted in that Winnipeg by-election, and there's a simple motion in front of the House, the NDP leader has conveniently changed his tune. The motion we are debating today is very straightforward, that the House has no confidence in the Prime Minister and the government. If the NDP leader was sincere in his declarations to Canadians, there should be no question. But what Canadians are once again learning is that the NDP is not focused on what's best for Canadians. They are focused on their own interests and protecting their own pensions. Despite their desperation to try to distance themselves from the terrible record of this Prime Minister, which, to be clear, is equally their own record, having voted hand in hand with the Liberal government for their failed policies and their activist-driven agenda. The NDP is once again failing to be the opposition party that they were elected to be. They are too busy taping up, must be arts and crafts time, taping up that coalition agreement that the NDP leader ripped up. Across the country, Canadians are begging for relief. It's time for the Bloc and the NDP to stop protecting this costly Prime Minister that is hurting Canadians. Enough is enough, and time is up for this Prime Minister. The NDP and Bloc need to join Conservatives and give Canadians the carbon tax election that they so desperately need. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for King's Hands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for her remarks. And look, every member of Parliament's entitled to their own view in this place, but I didn't hear anything about the fact that Canada is expected to lead the G7 in economic growth next year. I didn't hear anything about BHP's investment in her home province of Saskatchewan and how that's a good thing. I didn't hear much about Canada's best deficit position in the G7 or the fact that wage growth has outpaced inflation for the last 18 months. There are challenges, Mr. Speaker, undoubtedly, but there are some good things happening. You'd never know that from the opposition. But I do want to ask this on agriculture, because she has a lot of grain farmers in Saskatchewan. C234 is before this House, and it has not been called to a vote because consecutive Conservative members have continued to get up and speak without letting it call to a vote. There is a majority in this House allowing for the grain provisions on grain drying to pass. Will this member commit to actually pushing her own party to allow that vote to happen so we can get support for grain farmers? Will that happen? Will she talk to the member from Huron-Bruce? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Battleford Lloydminster.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, to my colleague for that question. Come out to Saskatchewan. Tell my farmers and my energy workers that they've never had it so good under this Liberal government propped up by the NDP. They want to work. They want to provide for their families. And you know what? My farmers know. They know who's been on their side. It sure the hell hasn't been the NDP or the Liberals. Thank you.
I know passion tends to get us a little bit in this chamber. Just try to keep our words a little more judicious, especially when Canadians are watching. Questions and comments? Question commentaire?
The honourable member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I heard the Conservative speeches this morning and this afternoon. They're saying one thing and then they'll say something else when they get elected. I heard what my colleague had to say, and it made me think of something that's called obsession. Obsessions lead us to hyperfixations, which leads us to potential delirium. When it comes to the carbon tax, it seems that they have reached delirium, which started in obsession. So, having heard her, when the Conservatives are in power, the world will be great. There'll be rainbows and unicorns everywhere. But in the past, they voted, they were in favor of the carbon tax. So what is the real risk of the carbon tax?
Battleford Lloydminster.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm gravely offended by my colleague to suggest that I'm delusional or obsessed. The only thing I am obsessed about is representing the people that put me on the ballot. And that is my job. And it is the job of other opposition parties to do the same, but also the government to listen. They are destroying the livelihood of the people that I represent. How dare you suggest I'm delusional?
No, we're starting to fall into places where we're calling people names and calling someone delusional and going directly at it. So I just want to bring the pressure down in the chamber before we go on to the next. Before we go to the next speaker, the "you" has been used a number of times by all parties in this House, and I need to remind everyone just to run directly through the chair when we're asking questions and comments in the chamber. Well, I'm glad someone agrees with me today. There seems to be few of those. Questions and comments. Young member for Couch and Malhat Langford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, we've all seen the working class cosplay of the leader of the opposition, right? He's been out there with the hard hat, the high-vis vest, the steel-toed boots. Meanwhile, this very same individual loves going to some of Canada's most exclusive neighborhoods and clubs, whining and dining with the rich of Canada, over 50 times since 2022. So through you, Mr. Speaker, because we're getting two images of the leader of the opposition, when was the last time the leader of the opposition stood with workers who were on strike out in the wet and cold, fighting against the corporate greed that has been driving a cost of living crisis in Canada, and which both Liberals and Conservatives are directly responsible for?
The honourable member for Battleford Lloydminster.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, to my colleague for that question. Our leader, the Conservative leader of Canada, has been to every area of this country, listening, actually listening, genuinely listening, not just coming in, going out, listening, talking with Canadians from every background. He is the only leader in this House that is representing Canadians and representing them well. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Regina Louvain.
I find it amazing that the NDP just asked a question about whining and dining when their leader cost the taxpayers $500,000 last year. He's the most expensive man in Parliament. And he doesn't know the difference between a bag of potatoes and a bag of apples. How will he ever deliver for Canadians?
Honourable member for Battleford Lloydminster.
Thank
20
you
seconds.
very much, Mr. Speaker, to my colleague for that question. I mean, we can see the flip-flopping. There was an agreement that was torn up, and now Arts and Craft Time is here, taping up the agreement again. We will see when rubber hits the road who has confidence in the government. And I sure the heck hope that it's not the NDP or the Bloc, because we don't either.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Calgary Forest Lawn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It was all a dream, as Biggie Smalls once said, where he laid out a vision of his own experience with growing up with absolutely nothing, putting in hard work with determination, being raised by a single mom, and making something of himself. And similarly, that's what the Canadian dream used to be. That's something my family came here for, and millions of other Canadians came here for. And Canada used to be the kind of country where you put in hard work, you do the right things, play by the rules, you could afford a house, you could buy affordable groceries, and most importantly, buy a house in safe neighborhoods. That's what Canada used to be. But after 9 years of this corrupt Liberal NDP government, that Canadian dream is broken. It's gone. In fact, for most of the people that are coming here, that Canadian dream is the Canadian nightmare, where drugs, chaos, crime, disorder, extortions are running rampant because of failed soft on crime policies. It's this government, this Liberal NDP government, that doubled housing costs, that made the cost of groceries go up, that forced 2 million Canadians into a food bank, and for the first time that I've ever heard of in my life, where 1 in 4 Canadians are skipping meals, and that includes children. That's what failed Liberal NDP policies have done. And they did it for votes. They did it for votes. When they spent more money, they put more debt on taxpayers than every single prime minister before them combined. That caused the inflation crisis, that caused the pain and suffering we're seeing in Canadians today. But if anyone thinks this is some accident or oops, we didn't know what we were doing, it's actually the opposite. They knew exactly what they were doing. This prime minister, who's also known as a narcissist, wants to play the hand of God all the time. He causes the problem and then wants to look like the savior, that I am your savior, I will fix this problem for you. But Canadians know that it's this Liberal NDP government that have caused this suffering. Housing used to be something that was affordable, where it didn't take up more than 50% of a paycheck. It took 9 years of this government, and now it takes 60 to 80% of a paycheck. That doesn't leave much at the end of the month for people. That paycheck isn't as powerful. And then when they go to the grocery store or go fill up gas, because of the carbon tax scam, more and more is being taken up. It's gone to a point where now Canadians are the most indebted households in the entire G7. Housing takes up so much, and everything else is up under this government because of their inflationary policies. That's why now we're seeing business and personal insolvencies skyrocketing like we've never seen before. But if you hear this Liberal NDP government, everything is fine to them. It doesn't bother them that 2 million Canadians are visiting a food bank. They talk about all these extravagant things all the time. It's because they're not talking to any of those 2 million that are waiting in a food bank. The ones that are going insolvent, those ones that have to skip meals. They're not talking to any of them. They're only talking to those Liberal insiders, rewarding them with hefty government contracts. Those are the only people that this Liberal NDP government is talking to. And this costly coalition has taxed the middle class to death. It's not just the carbon tax scam, which again is a total scam that doesn't stop a single forest fire or flood and also doesn't reduce emissions. But on top of that, it takes more money out of pockets of Canadians than what they get back. That's why it's a scam. So not only is the middle class getting hit with that, but there's a second carbon tax scam where there's no so-called rebate at all, which makes things even more expensive. They've hiked taxes, and now they brought in this job-killing capital gains tax hike that for many families is a punishment for their life's entire work and success. It was those same people, it was that plumber that opened his own business, worked sometimes 12 to 16 hours a day, dollar for dollar saved up, put their kids through college, put their kids through university, barely made it through, sometimes didn't pay themselves just so they could pay their employees, who might have done this, what is a punishment now, is save up to maybe buy a plaza that they considered as their retirement later on. But the government thought that's too greedy of them. It's too greedy of them. They're going to be doing too well. And so now they're going to punish them with this job-killing capital gains tax hike. They did everything by the rules. They suffered through this government. And they know now that success is punished in this country. They don't even let people enjoy drinks because they keep raising the escalator tax. And the economic pain and the destruction they've done to the Canadian economy is unbelievable. In fact, $460 billion of Canadian investment fled to the US. That means it went to American workers, American infrastructure, American pipelines, when it should have stayed right here at home. It's because of these failed Liberal NDP policies, that's what happened. I recall seeing headlines in 2014 under a strong, common sense Conservative government that said the American dream has moved to Canada. And just recently, the Toronto Star, out of all people, the Toronto Star, came out with an article that said that the Canadian dream is gone, it's fled to the US. That's 9 years of economic vandalism by this Liberal NDP government. They've over-regulated, overburdened, over-red taped, over-bureaucracy is the theme of this government, so much so that no one wants to build anything here, make anything in here, manufacture anything here, or in fact live here anymore. That's what this government has done. Hundreds of thousands of bright people leaving our country because they see no hope here. Canada used to look like the beacon of hope. It used to be a place that people used to talk about, that we can't wait to move there. But now, Canada has not only become a laughing stock because of this joke of a prime minister, but it's become a place that when people move here, they say that that promise, it was a lie all along, that you could work hard and get somewhere. It's because this government will do any and everything to attack hard work, a powerful paycheck, and most important, success. They don't want anyone to be successful unless they're liberal, connected insiders. And it's clear to see that Canadians are getting poorer and their paychecks don't go further. Our GDP per person or the success of an individual that lives here is diminishing quarter after quarter after quarter. So as this government says, things are great here, Canadians are falling further and further behind, especially our workers are falling further and further behind than our American counterparts. But it's time. It's time now. Canadians have had enough. They're calling for a carbon tax election now. It's time for the leader of the NDP to put the greed of his $2.2 billion pension aside, and it's time to go to an election to give Canadians the choice. Rather than having this Liberal NDP government, the radical, wacko ideology of this carbon tax scam that they're absolutely obsessed with, put it to Canadians. We already know a majority of them don't want this carbon tax scam. So why don't we leave it to Canadians to decide whether they want more of taxing your food and success and your fuel under this costly coalition, or do they want a common sense conservative government under the leadership of the member from Carleton that will axe the tax, build the homes, fix the budget, and stop the crime, and once again bring home that Canadian dream and that Canada that we all love and once used to know about, the one that millions of Canadians used to be proud of, the one that we used to stand tall behind our Canadian flag wherever we went, that has become a joke under this Prime Minister. Let's bring that Canada home once again under a common sense conservative government. Let's bring it home, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and through you to the honourable colleague on the other side of the House. The interesting thing about the official opposition is they like to talk down our country. They like to talk down our economy. They want to talk down the best country in the world. It is the best country in the world. They haven't seen it. They don't acknowledge it, but it is. So I'll ask you through this, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, our budget, we have about a 1% deficit to GDP versus the US at 7%. We have a AAA credit rating. We went through a global pandemic where we had the backs of Canadians and we assisted them and the businesses. Mr. Speaker, wouldn't the honourable member like to say and admit that any country in this world would love to have our fiscal framework to continue to make those key investments in Canadians and those hardworking Canadians we represent?
The honourable member for Calgary Forest Lawn.
If the member would admit that he wanted to cross the floor over to us because he was fed up.
Mr. Speaker, if the honourable member wishes to take that off the record, because I am offended by that statement, Mr. Speaker, and he knows it's not true.
Okay, I just that's a discussion between amongst two members. That if you do want to take it offline, please do. The honourable member for Calgary Forest Lawn.
Canadians are offended. Those 2 million Canadians that are waiting in a food bank line, 1 million more projected to this year, the moms that are having to double and triple check how much they can afford at the grocery store this week, the 1 in 4 Canadians that are skipping meals, the kids that are going hungry when they're going to school, those are the people that are offended. And those are the people that common sense conservatives are standing up for against this corrupt, out of touch, Liberal NDP costly coalition that has punished them for just being Canadian. We're going to bring that Canada back once again, that people will be proud of, that you can afford a house, afford groceries, and live in safe communities once again under the leadership of the member from Carleton.
The honourable member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Inaudible for the interpreter. Now, Mr. Speaker, the members spoke about the carbon tax. I would like to come back to Bill C-234. We've heard a lot about it in the House, and there's been tension around it. As I said yesterday in my speech, we've chosen to accept the Senate amendments, and this could be voted on. It's been languishing since January, but the Conservatives don't want us to vote on it. My question to my colleague, why not bring this in for grain drawing? It would be something concrete for farmers as of now. Are they ready to vote? Thank you.
Calgary Forest Lawn.
Bill C-234 was an amazing, great, common sense conservative bill in its original form. But after this radical, ideological, orange jumpsuit wearing environment minister bullied senators into changing it into some radical new form, it will do nothing but punish farmers even more. Not only are they punishing the farmers with their carbon tax scam and these radical ideologies, but C-234 in its original form would have rewarded our farmers, our hardworking farmers once again. Because this is the one thing they fail to admit, that if you're taxing the farmer who's making the food and the trucker who's shipping the food, at the end of the day, that cost all gets passed down to the person that's purchasing the food. It's time to axe the tax and bring back C-234 in its original form to get the cost of food down again.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The Honourable Member for Timmins James Bay.
Well, I do want to congratulate the member for his ability to memorize the slogans, but he wouldn't know the difference between truth and a slogan. If the great goddess of truth herself came down from the heavens, painted herself purple, and danced on his desk for a week, he would still be reciting the same dumbed down slogan. So I want to ask him, why is it that when Aaron O'Toole said that there was a Chinese Communist Party that helped take him down, that not a single member of the Conservative backbench or any of them have stood up to question foreign interference that took down a credible Conservative leader and put in the guy who's living in Stornoway now?
The Honourable Member for Calgary Forest Lawn.
What a joke. I stood up in this House and said, name the MPs that are working in the best interests of foreign governments and not this one. And we're asking for that inquiry to be open.
They may have a point of order from the Honourable Member for Timmins James Bay.
Well, back to this question of the goddess of truth, so name them in the Conservative ranks. That's what Aaron O'Toole is challenging him to do.
That is not a point of order. I keep reminding folks to start quoting things from the actual standing orders so that they're actually points of order. The Honourable Member for Calgary Forest Lawn.
That member walk just across the aisle to his out-of-touch leader, tell him, put his $2.2 million pension aside. Let's take this to an election today. Let's go to the polls and let Canadians decide so we can have a full-blown inquiry and figure out who those members are in this House that are working in the interest of foreign governments and not in the best interests of Canadians. Common sense Conservatives will always work in the best interests of Canadians, unlike this out-of-touch, costly coalition.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for North Okanagan-Shuswap.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member from Forest Lawn for his intervention today and for the great work that he does in his riding of Calgary Forest Lawn. I have family members there, and they speak very highly of him, as do many of his constituents when I'm out there visiting. I'd like to ask the member through you, Mr. Chair, has he heard the same thing that I have heard over and over again in my riding, North Okanagan-Shuswap, how people have just had enough? They've had enough of the carbon tax. They've had enough of this government that simply sees Canadians as a tax source for their out-of-control spending. Has he heard the same issues in his riding? Thank you.
30 seconds or so. The Honourable Member for Calgary Forest Lawn.
First, I just want to thank the member who asked the question for helping flip thousands of pancakes over the years at my breakfast. And I'm grateful to his daughter and granddaughter and son-in-law for all the great work they do. But I'm hearing the exact same thing. The simple message that I'm getting, whether you lived your whole life or you moved here, is Canada is not Canada anymore. It's not the Canada that we once used to know. Because after 9 years where they punish your paycheck, punish you for success, and punish you for your hard work, Canada has become a place where nobody wants to live here anymore. But we're going to turn that around. We're going to give Canadians that hope. It's time for them to call a carbon tax election so we can give Canadians the hope and the leadership that they deserve, that's going to axe the tax, build the homes, fix the budget, and stop the crime, and bring home the Canadian dream again.
Reprise du débat, continuing debate. The Honourable Member for London West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is an honor and a privilege to be here today and speak on behalf of the people who sent me to represent them in the House of Commons, the people of London West. This morning, Mr. Speaker, the leader of the official opposition he said that if formed government, they would run things the way they did before, and that is specifically to when Harper, as Conservatives, were in power. Mr. Speaker, and that's a big shame. After all, this Conservative Party has promised to create barbaric cultural practices hotline that would encourage Canadians to spy on one another. It was this Conservative Party that kept families apart through limited family reunification targets, all because it did not want to let in many seniors into this country. The member of Forest Lawn, Mr. Speaker, yesterday spent time filibustering a bill that was first moved by the member of Brendan Surrey. He was a sponsor, and he said, I quote, "We will make sure that we will not oppose this motion," and yet they spent 3 hours filibustering it, making sure that they mislead Canadians and do not follow on the promises that they made. It was again this Conservative Party that introduced significant cuts into the interim federal health program in 2012, which provided health care to refugees and asylum seekers. And these cuts, Mr. Speaker, led to limited access to essential health services for many refugees, including children and pregnant women. You know what else happened, Mr. Speaker? The federal court eventually ruled that these cuts were cruel and unusual. It was again this Conservative Party that voted against funding the interim housing assistance program ahead of the cold winter months, playing political games as they've done since we came back in Parliament, with the lives of vulnerable refugees and asylum seekers. Again, misleading Canadians that they are here to serve, and yet they're here to cut programs that are so vital and essential to Canadians. It was this Conservative Party that shut down the family reunification program for 2 years, separating families. In fact, a statement made by the former immigration minister under the former Harper Conservative said, "If you think your parents may need to go to welfare in Canada, please don't sponsor them." This was a minister in Harper's government who said that. It was the same Conservative Party that accused vulnerable asylum seekers and refugees of abusing Canada's generosity. Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives are doing what they know best, and that's dividing Canadians, misleading Canadians. Shame on them. And we will not stand for it, nor will we dignify their shameful tactics to divide Canadians. Let's talk about how the Conservative Party, what the Conservative Party is doing right now on Immigration Citizenship Committee. I want to remind this House how the Conservatives are saying, what they're saying on C-71, an act to amend the Citizenship Act during the second reading debate. There's 6-hour filibuster on a motion at Immigration Committee regarding motion C-71. Mr. Speaker, I also want to take this opportunity to share that I'll be splitting my time with the member for Devonport. I got carried away. I would also like to remind this House and share some of the context on C-71. Given the recent legal changes of the first generation limit that Harper's Conservatives introduced, it was clear that these changes were needed in the Citizenship Act to address cohorts of excluded citizens. This is especially relevant for those born outside of Canada to a Canadian parent. In 2009, several amendments to the Citizenship Act remedied the majority of the older lost Canadian cases by providing and restoring citizenship and removing the need for anyone to file to retain their citizenship by their 28th birthday. However, the Harper Conservatives introduced the first generation limit, which the Ontario Supreme Court has now deemed unconstitutional, both on equality and mobility rights. Mr. Speaker, the leader of the official opposition has suggested that he would use the notwithstanding clause if given the chance, that they are considering taking away people's right when it suits them. What the Conservative Party did here is a concrete example of taking away the rights of Canadians, and I think they will do it again when given the opportunity. So when they say that Canadians have nothing to fear, Canadians need to take note of what they've done in the past, as they have repeatedly said that they would run the system exactly how they did before. S-245, the Senate public bill on the Lost Canadians issue, was sponsored by a conservative senator. However, during the study on this bill, the Conservative Party filibustered for over 30 hours. During that time, the Member of Parliament for Calgary Forest Lawn, who is a sponsor for the Senate Public Bill S-245, as well as the former Conservative Immigration Critique, recommended the introduction of the Private Members Bill, a government bill to address the remaining cohort of the lost Canadians. I want to point out, Mr. Speaker, that this Conservative Party continues to trade down this bill. They continue to trade it down, even though it is in correspondence to their leaders that says, please be assured that Conservatives will continue to support and advocate for this legislation. As I said earlier, the member of Forest Lawn was quoted saying, we will make sure that there is no opposition, and yet yesterday spent hours filibustering, taking rotations with different colleagues to come and filibuster. And that is very misleading to Canadians that they told that they will make sure there'll be no opposition and it will be quickly passed. These Canadians came to our committee, they listened to them, they heard them, and yet they still misled them and moved on into a filibuster. We have a government bill here in front of us that we want to pass. And I think it is wrong that the Conservatives, the Harper Conservatives, created this division in the first place. But once again, the Conservative Party is playing political games with the lives of Canadians, and nothing is new, Mr. Speaker. They've done it before, and they're doing it again. I hope Canadians are watching. They're delaying C-71 going to committee to be debated. They're filibustering at Immigration Committee regarding the motion on C-71. And I am so disappointed that the Conservatives have been sharing misinformation and attempting to stoke division and drive fear into the hearts of Canadians. But I can't say that I'm surprised. They constantly talk about people's pension. They talk about the opposite leader's pension, and yet they don't talk about the fact that their own leader has a pension of $230,000, Mr. Speaker. They also do not want to address issues like, why doesn't their leader have a security clearance right now? These are all questions that Canadians need answers for and need to know and should be asking themselves. So on this side of the House, we remain committed. We remain committed to righting the wrongs of the unconstitutional first-generation limit that it has had on families. We continue to support newcomers. We will continue to provide a safe haven for vulnerable asylum seekers, all the while ensuring our growth is sustainable, and all the while we continue to build more homes and grow our economy. We have prioritized family reunifications through expansions to the spousal and parents and grandparent sponsorship program, increasing our annual levels and lowering financial requirements. We're taking action in restoring the integrity of the International Students Program, protecting students from instances of abuse and exploitation. And we've made it clear that it is easier for foreign national physicians with job opportunities to remain here in Canada and seek permanent residency. We also have launched a health-specific category under the express entry to help address labor shortages in the healthcare sector and so that Canadians can receive the quality healthcare that they deserve. We introduced the home childcare provider and home support worker pilots to provide pathways to PR for caregivers. We're also the first country, Mr. Speaker, to introduce a special humanitarian stream for women leaders, human rights defenders, LGBTQI+ individuals, persecuted minorities, and journalists. Mr. Speaker, on this side of the House, we will always support newcomers, asylum seekers, refugees, and citizens, and we will always stand shoulder to shoulder with them every single step of the way. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank the honourable member for London West. We have time for the briefest of questions and the briefest of answers. The honourable member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for her speech. Contrary to what I heard in her speech today, I have happened to spend a lot of time in London, and my riding neighbours London. My new riding will be London. And I'm not hearing those things from the people in the City of London. What I'm hearing from people in the City of London and from all the surrounding areas is that they want a carbon tax election. They have lost confidence in this government. They have lost confidence in the Prime Minister. And I just wonder why this member here will not vote non-confidence in this government.
The honourable member from London West, a very brief reply.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very happy to see my honorable colleague on the other side talking about London. It's very important to talk about London because my mother, who's a voter, actually is going to be a new voter in your riding, and I have not heard her even mention your name once, Mr. Speaker. I think it's important to talk about the things that Canadians care about. And Mr. Speaker, the questions that we're... Can I finish?
I'm afraid we have come to the end of period of debate. And it is now time to begin with statements by members. Déclaration de député. The honourable member from Kitchener Centre.
Mr. Speaker, Albie was a light to all who knew him. He loved to sing and dance and brought joy across our community through his performances. He was deeply loved and had a bright future ahead. Albie wanted to live, but in June of this year, his parents, Lisa and Albert, lost Albie to the poison drug crisis at just 23 years old. In his mom's words, close your eyes and imagine losing your child to this. We are losing children left and right. We have to do something. In fact, experts tell us we have to do more of everything. More treatment, more mental health supports, more housing, and more harm reduction. In the meantime, my thanks to frontline workers who are saving lives like those at Sanguine, the Working Center, Community Health Caring, and Thresholds in my community. I encourage all my colleagues to support expanding the resources they provide so parents don't have to lose their children this way.
The honourable member from Richmond Centre.
Mr. Speaker, September 30th is the National Day for Truth and Reconciliation, also known as the Orange Shirt Day. It is an occasion for all Canadians to honor survivors and the children who never returned home. This day is also an opportunity to remember and recognize the centennial and invaluable solidarity between Indigenous peoples and Chinese Canadians in British Columbia. The Musqueam people stood with the early Chinese immigrant at a time when support was most needed. Both communities co-create the Chinese Market Garden on the Musqueam Reserve. As we reflect on this important history, we must remember the kindness, selflessness, and courage of our Indigenous peoples. Truth needs to come forward before reconciliation. Let us continue the path toward reconciliations and moving towards healing. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Foothills.
It is an honor today to recognize Captain William H. Wilson, a man who has served his country and his community more in his 100 years than any of us could possibly dream in 100 lifetimes. Captain Wilson served with the Royal Canadian Navy in the HMCS Ottawa D-Day and was honored with the Atlantic Star for his bravery. The Royal Canadian Navy named him the first honorary captain of Canada's first submarine squadron in honor of his tireless efforts to raise awareness of Canada's deep Navy history. Known as the Rabbit, he had this uncanny ability to find amazing artifacts for the Navy Museum in Calgary, a facility many believe wouldn't even exist were it not for his tireless efforts. Whether it was his time as the manager for the transportation of the '88 Olympics, a long career at CP Rail, or being honored with the Order of Excellence in Alberta, his commitment to community is unparalleled. So please join me in this house to wish Captain Bill a happy 100th birthday. And from Foothills, thank you for your service.
The honourable member from St. John's East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Across St. John's East this summer, what I heard was clear. We need to protect our progress. Parents want more $10 a day childcare spaces. 10,000 Newfoundland and Labradorians went to the dentist, many for the first time in many years. Kids go to school now with full bellies because of the Food School program investment. People want to see more climate action, not less. And healthcare remains a top priority, which is why we've made significant investments. I heard from St. John's East that they want this progress to continue, not to be canceled and not to be cut. Thank you.
The honourable member for Abitibi, Bay James, Nunavik, EU. Mr. Speaker, I would like to highlight Stéphane Grenier's 20 years of dedicated involvement on the La Piole Board of Directors, and also to highlight his unwavering commitment to the least well-off in Val d'Or. Thanks to him, La Piole has been able to grow and to offer vital support to many people in need. Stéphane's leadership, kindness, and determination have helped our community become more supportive and inclusive. Through his actions, Stéphane has shown that it is possible to make a real difference. He has been listening to, supporting, and defending the rights of the most vulnerable while mobilizing resources to meet the challenges we face. He has always been present on the ground where the needs are the greatest. Whether it's offering a meal, comforting someone in distress, or simply lending an attentive ear. Thanks to him, a number of major projects have been launched in Val d'Or, including the Château de Mariève. Stéphane, you're a role model for us all. Your story reminds us of the importance of acting compassionately and in solidarity. Thank you for everything you've done.
The honourable member from Avalon.
Mr. Speaker, today I rise to recognise the outstanding young athletes in Avalon who took part in the 2024 Newfoundland and Labrador Summer Games this past August, hosted by the town of Bay Roberts. Mr. Speaker, thousands of young athletes aged 13 to 15 from across the province showed exemplary sportsmanship, athleticism, teamwork and skill. It was an honour to witness such a remarkable celebration of sport and community. A special thank you to the Bay Roberts Mayor, Walter Yetman, members of the organising committee, and especially Judy Morrow and Neil Kearley, co-chairs of Newfoundland and Labrador Summer Games, who have been part of this since the initiative in 2018. A sincere thank you to each coach, parent, family member, volunteer, spectator, driver, and sponsor for your support. It wouldn't have happened without you. Today, these young people are our athletes. Tomorrow, they are our leaders. Mr. Speaker, I invite all members to join me in applauding everyone involved with the 2024 Newfoundland and Labrador Summer Games. Thank you.
The honourable member from Battleford's Lloydminster.
Mr. Speaker, after 9 years of this Prime Minister, life has never been more expensive for Canadians. The Prime Minister has doubled the debt, doubled housing costs, caused the worst inflation in 40 years, sent 2 million people to the food bank, and unleashed crime and chaos in our communities. And their NDP coalition partners have been there to support them at every turn of the way. The NDP leader claimed that he ripped up their coalition agreement in a desperate attempt to distance himself from their disastrous record. But now, with a motion of confidence on the table, the NDP leader is putting himself and his pension ahead of Canadians. Canadians are desperate for change. It's time for the Bloc and the NDP to stop protecting this costly Prime Minister. We need a carbon tax election now so that Canadians can vote to axe the tax, build the homes, fix the budget, and stop the crime.
Hear, hear, hear. The honourable member from Brampton South.
Mr. Speaker, we had a very busy summer in Brampton, and today I would like to highlight the incredible achievements of our residents in suburbs. Bramptonian played in Copa America and represented Canada at the Summer Olympic and Paralympic Games in Paris. Brampton is Canada's cricket capital, and we hosted a world's famous GT20 tournament where global stars played at the highest level, inspiring us all. While a record-breaking ice hockey game organized by the City of Brampton raised over $1 million for our local hospital, all-age field hockey and kabaddi tournaments continue to grow in popularity. Mr. Speaker, I was especially pleased to present awards to our youngest players at the Children's Soccer Tournament in Brampton South. Sports are key to good health and well-being. Let's continue to celebrate our athletes and promote active living in Brampton and across Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Winnipeg South Centre.
Mr. Speaker, over the summer, I had the privilege of engaging with the vibrant 55-plus older adults community across my riding of Winnipeg South Centre. From visits to the Parkway, Riverbend Plaza, Fred Tipping Place, Riverwood Square, Villa Cabrini, and the Thorvaldson Care Centre, I witnessed firsthand the contributions of older adults to our community. One highlight was meeting the Residences Council at Riverbend Plaza, where we discussed the Safe Long-Term Care Act, a national strategy on aging, and the importance of aging close to home. We also celebrated the 65th anniversary of the Thorvaldson Care Centre, Manitoba's only intermediate care facility where 3 generations of the Thorvaldson family have provided compassionate care to older adults. This anniversary is a powerful reminder of the importance of establishing strong standards in long-term care to ensure dignity and quality for all Canadians as they age. A special thank you, Mr. Speaker, to Moira Jones and everyone on my Winnipeg South Centre Older Adults Council for enriching the fabric of our community. Thank you.
Let I have
The Honourable Member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, we tabled a non-confidence motion so that we can stop this country being destroyed by this minority Liberal government, which has been in power for much too long. The NDP kept the government alive on a respirator. Now the Bloc is doing the same thing. The Bloc is swanning around, shouting from all rooftops that it defends Quebecers. François Legault, though, he is the Premier of Quebec. He speaks on behalf of Quebecers, and he's asking the Bloc to bring down this incompetent government. Why is the Bloc saying one thing and doing another? Rather than being in cahoots with the Liberals, the Bloc Québécois should defend Quebecers. One example would be the fact that the Bloc is a terrible negotiator. They haven't been able to achieve anything. They haven't been able to get the Caribou Decree cancelled, for instance. The Bloc is selling its soul to this Liberal government, and it's not getting a thing for Quebec. What's the Bloc Québécois for? Well, they voted for more spending than ever, for doubling the government machine, for more scandals than ever, with the money of Quebecers. Who does the Bloc stand for? Well, one thing's clear. They do not stand for Quebecers.
Member from Humber River, Black Creek.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to remember my dear friend Gail Christie, former mayor of the borough of York, who passed away on August 14th and was laid to rest on September the 8th. Gail's journey began in Toronto, where she first stepped into public service as a trustee on the Board of Education. Her dedication propelled her to become the alderman and ultimately the mayor of York from 1978 to 1982. Representing her community on Metro Toronto Council. Gail's legacy is a testament to the power of perseverance and passion. As a mother and a woman that is active in politics, she inspired countless others to break barriers and pursue their dreams in leadership roles, myself included. Her unwavering commitment serves as a reminder that women can, and women should, be at the forefront of decision-making. As we reflect on her contributions, let us honor Gail's memory by continuing her fight for equality and for communities. My deepest condolences to the family. Thank you.
Just a reminder to all members to try to keep their statements to 60 seconds so that this can go quickly. The honourable member from Barrie Springwater, Oro-Medonte.
Mr. Speaker, after 9 years of NDP Liberals, taxes are up, costs are up, crime is up, time is up. Right. Under this soft-on-crime Liberal government, car theft is up 34%, including being up by over 300% in Toronto.
Unbelievable.
We know that in Ontario, 68% of those convicted for an auto theft-related offence serve a sentence of 6 months or less. Just recently, we learned that Ontario's carjacking task force made 124 arrests between September 2023 and March 2024. Shockingly, nearly half of the people arrested by this task force were out on bail at the time of their arrest, and 61% of those offenders were subsequently released on bail yet again. This crime wave was a direct result of this government's soft-on-crime, catch-release policies, which repealed mandatory minimum sentences and made bail more accessible to criminals. Tomorrow, on behalf of all Canadians, there's a chance to bring down this costly government and stop the crime. Will the NDP Liberal government let Canadians decide in a carbon tax election?
The honourable member from Mission, Matsqui, Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Speaker, after 9 years of NDP Liberals, taxes are up, costs are up, crime is up, time is up. 2 years ago, the sellout leader of the NDP sold out workers and signed on to a costly coalition with the Liberal Prime Minister that hiked taxes, ballooned food costs, doubled housing costs, and unleashed record crime and chaos on our once safe streets. On top of all that, he voted in favor to quadruple the carbon tax to 61 cents a litre. Tomorrow, on behalf of all Canadians, there's a chance to break down this costly government.
Yes, sir.
Canadians need a carbon tax election now to decide between the costly coalition of the NDP Liberals, who tax your food, punish your work, take your money, double your housing costs, and unleash crime and drugs in your communities, or Conservatives that will axe the tax, build the homes, fix the budget, and stop the crime.
The honourable member from Sherbrooke.
The Honourable Member for Sherbrooke. Last week marked the 6th annual Military Families Appreciation Day. This year, The day was especially meaningful for me and for my family. My husband, who was an honorary colonel in the Sherbrooke Hussars, my husband and I, we're very proud of our son who's currently on mission in Latvia. Like many Canadian soldiers, he is taking part in Operation Reassurance, which aims to contribute to NATO's deterrence and defense measures in Central and Eastern Europe. Today, my thoughts are with all families like ours, families which are making the sacrifice of sharing one of their loved ones so that Canada can fulfill its role as peacekeeper around the world. As we know, the current global context requires us to strengthen our presence in different regions of the world to prevent conflicts from spreading. Let's be proud of Canada's international contribution. Let's be proud of the members of our military, but let's also be proud of their families who provide them with unwavering support.
The honourable member from Timmins, James Bay.
The opioid nightmare is devastating small and medium-sized towns who simply do not have the resources to address the overwhelming nature of the crisis. People dying from poison drugs, a lack of treatment opportunities, a housing crisis, and predatory gangs who are making our neighborhoods unsafe. The city of Timmins recently held the first ever municipal summit on addressing the opioid crisis. The message is clear: municipalities can't do this on their own. The federal government needs to be at the table with increased mental health supports, a credible housing strategy that smaller communities can take advantage of, funding for treatment and recovery, and empowering police with a credible gang strategy to shut down the violence. And in Timmins, the model of the firekeepers, Indigenous teams working the streets to keep people safe and alive, could be a national model. What we don't need are Conservative MPs pouring gasoline on the crisis, which have led to serious death threats against doctors and nurses keeping people alive. In the end, our job is keeping people safe on our streets and keeping our loved ones alive.
Yeah.
The honourable member for Avignon-Lamitis, Matane-Matapédia. On August 8th, a great woman made the people of Saint-Luce-sur-Mer and all Quebecers proud. Maude Charon won the silver medal in the 59-kilogram class at the Paris Olympic Games after lifting a total of 236 kilograms. The weightlifter from Lamitis was surrounded by her family as she achieved this second major feat. Her first was winning the gold medal at the Tokyo Games in 2021, thus becoming the second Canadian weightlifter ever to take gold. Her achievements and journey inspired the entire Eastern Quebec region, which came together to watch her event. She certainly won the hearts of Quebecers in our regions when she took a sip of Quebec maple syrup right before her event. Some people inspire us every day with their resilience and their courage. Maude Charon is one of them. Maude, congratulations and thank you for everything. The people of Avignon-Lamitis, Matane-Matapédia are very proud of you.
The honourable member from Regina, Wascana.
Mr. Speaker, after 9 years of these NDP Liberals, taxes are up, costs are up, crime is up, and time is up. Nearly every day, Canadians are waking up to the news of a new conflict of interest scandal involving carbon tax Carney. Just days after he became the special advisor to the Prime Minister, his first piece of advice was for the Prime Minister to give him $10 billion in taxpayers' money to be used in a new investment fund. Next, it was $2 billion in taxpayers' loans to his friends at Telesat for work that other companies could have done at half the cost. And as if that weren't enough, he is also advocating for mortgage rule changes that will directly benefit his mortgage insurer. Fortunately, tomorrow there will be a vote of non-confidence in this NDP Liberal coalition so that Canadians can have a carbon tax election. Canadians should be the ones who decide between 4 more years of corruption and carbon taxes or a new Conservative government to clean up.
The honourable member from Mississauga, Aaron Mills.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to talk about an issue that is very important to the residents of Mississauga, Aaron Mills, the concern of auto theft and its impact on the lives of my constituents. And that is why our Liberal government is working across jurisdictions to enact real solutions to crack down on auto theft and make our communities safer. Our National Auto Theft Summit in February led to a national action plan, enhanced detection at major ports, and stronger collaboration with local police. And it is thanks to these collective efforts that auto thefts decreased by 17% in the first 6 months of 2024. This success is due in no small part to our local police forces, and I want to particularly highlight Chief Nishant Duryappa, Deputy Chief Nick Milanovic, and Peel Regional Police officers for their incredible efforts to arrest criminals and recover stolen vehicles through Project Odyssey and more initiatives. Mr. Speaker, this is what real action looks like. Thank you.
Oral questions. Questions orales.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. Tomorrow, the Bloc will have to vote on a motion to decide, yes or no, if they're going to keep the most centralizing and costly government in power in the history of Canada. What's bad is for Quebec are costs that have doubled in terms of housing and the doubling of the national debt. The Quebec Premier says that the Quebec nation doesn't want to show its confidence in this government. And even after the Minister of Immigration, the Liberal minister, said that he broke the immigration system, and even if the minister doesn't have trust in his track record, why should the Bloc have trust in him or them? Once again, you have raised this issue yesterday and last week. You need to address questions to the government. I see that the Honourable Minister is standing to answer, but I'd just like to remind members that it's important for questions to be relevant to the government administration so that members can provide clear answers. The Honourable Minister of Public Services and Procurement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Conservative leader, after 20 years in this House, does not understand yet how the House works. One thing they don't still understand is the importance of dental care for Quebecers. He talks about hurting Quebecers. What does he tell Quebecers in my region? Don't sign up for the Canadian Dental Care Program because it doesn't exist. While in Quebec, there are 800,000 seniors that are signed up for dental care. He's telling them, don't sign up. It doesn't exist. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. This government has doubled housing costs for people in the Quebec region and tripled the cost of housing in Montreal and made the cost of food skyrocket so that too many Canadians have had to go to food banks every month. It's also pushed Quebec to the breaking point with an immigration system that the Liberal minister himself has said is broken. So the Quebec nation does not want a centralizing and costly government. Will the members vote for an election to elect a common sense government? The Honourable Minister of Tourism. Mr. Speaker, there's a great deal of hypocrisy in this question. They're worried about people's lives, they say, but the Conservative leader isn't able to say clearly what his hidden agenda is. When the member for Grasslands has a trip paid to go to Florida, where he can sell a vision that is anti-abortion and anti-women's rights. And the first thing they need to do is control their caucus and reassure women here in Canada that their rights will not be affected.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
9 years of the NDP Liberals. Costs are up, taxes up, crime's up, time's up. This government has doubled the cost of housing, doubled the debt, forced 2 million people to the food bank, raised taxes, and now they want a 61 cent a litre carbon tax that will grind our economy to a halt. The good news is, in a carbon tax election, Canadians can axe the tax, build the homes, fix the budget, and stop the crime. Can we bring it home now?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, maybe I can speak in a language the Leader of the Opposition will understand. They're going to cut the dental. They're going to axe the pharmacare. They're going to break the health system, and they're going to destroy childcare. The difference between those slogans and the nonsense he throws around, the vacuous garbage that's best left for Nabisco, not for the House of Commons, is that's the stuff he's actually going to do. And at some point, he's going to have to look in the eyes of seniors and tell them what he's going to do to dental care. He's going to have to look in the eyes of diabetes patients and say what he's going to do with their diabetes medication. At some time, the vitriol's done and the truth comes.
Colleagues, we're skating pretty close to the line. I'd recommend for members to ensure that they don't do that. The honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, I understand that when that member thinks of the prospect of a carbon tax election, he comes unglued and becomes very rattled and loses control of himself, waving his hands around because he's desperate to quadruple the carbon tax to 61 cents a litre. He's desperate to push a government takeover that will shut down people's private drug plans and ban them from having access to their medical plans. Common sense conservatives will axe the tax, build the homes, fix the budget, stop the crime, and protect your drug plan. How about that?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, this is the guy who said dental care doesn't exist. This is the guy that said providers won't sign up. Well, I got news for you. 750,000 people across this country got care. I also got news for you, Mr. Speaker, and that is more than 80% of providers have signed up. We're getting it done. So he can fearmonger, he can scare people, but we're going to get it done on pharma as well. We're going to make sure that diabetes patients get their medication. We're going to make sure that women get their contraceptive, because that's what freedom looks like. A woman who has choice over her own body.
I'd like to remind all ministers, all members, that answers should be directed, questions should be asked and answers should be directed through the chair. And I'm going to again ask members to make sure we don't skate too close to the line. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
What his plan does is quadruple the carbon tax to 61 cents a litre and imposes a single payer that bans women from using their existing private plans to get contraceptives or any other form of medication. That's what a single payer means. And that is not what freedom looks like, Mr. Speaker. What he actually wants to do is quadruple the carbon tax, which will grind our economy to a halt. It will be a nuclear winter for our economy. Why don't we allow Canadians to vote in a carbon tax election to decide if they're ready to axe the tax, build the homes, fix the budget, and stop the crime?
Order. The Honourable Leader of the Government in the House of Commons.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll tell you what freedom doesn't look like, and it doesn't look like Conservative members of Parliament taking all expenses, paid trips to Florida to talk about how...
The Honourable Member from Leeds, Grenville, 1,000 Islands, Vita Lakes. I'd appreciate if he would, when he has his turn, and I know that he'll have his turn to ask questions, would refrain from speaking out of turn. The Honourable Leader of the Government in the House of Commons from the top, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll tell you what freedom doesn't look like, and it's Conservative members of Parliament taking all expensive paid trips to talk at anti-abortion conferences and to push forward an anti-abortion vision of Canada. Mr. Speaker, when he talks about women's rights, he neglects to share his hidden agenda that would take away their reproductive rights. Mr. Speaker, when he talks about freedom, he only talks about half of the story. Mr. Speaker, today what we are doing is demonstrating that this House does not have confidence in the leader of the Conservative Party.
The honourable member for La Prairie. Mr. Speaker, time is running out for the Liberals. It's decision time. They must choose between economic justice for seniors or an election. They can put an end to the two classes of seniors they've created by depriving those aged under 74 and under of 10% of OAS granted to the oldest. Or they can go out and officially consult people, hoping very, very hard that the polls are wrong. We'll take the senior side. What will the Liberals choose? Time's running out. The Honourable Minister, Mr. Speaker, unlike the Bloc Québécois, it's the Liberal Party of Canada that works for seniors and has done so for recent years by increasing the GIS by $1,000, helping more than 1 million seniors in Canada. We increased 30% the gains from the GIS so that those who work can keep a larger portion of what they earn. The Bloc voted against that, Mr. Speaker. The honourable member for La Prairie. Seniors deserve better than partisanship. It's distressing to hear that the Liberals descend into partisanship when we talk to them about the standard of living of retirees. We're talking about seniors who have worked hard for decades to earn a good retirement. They deserve answers. Seniors are listening to us, so we're going to repeat this. Are the Liberals going to improve OAS for people under 74, yes or no? The Honourable Minister of Employment. Mr. Speaker, I'll repeat this once again for my friend and his party. Quebecers, seniors in Quebec, have the right to wake up this morning and wonder, what's happened to them? They've always voted against seniors. The Bloc has always voted against our plans to enhance the lives, particularly of seniors, of the most vulnerable people in Canada. And recently, they voted against the dental care plan for Quebec seniors. Shame on them, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Burnaby South.
The Liberals are too weak to stand up to Doug Ford, so some patients are leaving surgeries with thousands of dollars of bills. The Liberals are too weak to stand up to Daniel Smith. And so people in our province are forced to pay to see a doctor. See, that's what Conservatives do. They cut and gut healthcare so their big business buddies can use that to rip off Canadians even more. Why is the Liberal government letting Conservatives privatize our healthcare system?
The Honourable Minister of Health. Well, Mr. Speaker, if you're going to be talking about being too weak, 2 days after the NDP leader got a letter from the leader of the Conservative opposition saying to back out of standing up for pharmacare and standing up for improvements in the healthcare system, he ran away. And if he ran away from that, how is he going to stand up for Canadians, is what I would ask, Mr. Speaker. And I would say that we had a chance. We were working well together. We got things done on dental. 750,000 people, over 80% of providers. We were working well together on pharmacare. If he has ideas, he knows we were all ears. But he's all about politics, Mr. Speaker. He's all about trying to divide rather than working together. Colleagues.
The honourable member for Burnaby South.
Conservative premiers privatize our healthcare system and have done nothing about it.
The last Conservative government slashed healthcare funding by $43.5 billion. This represents more than 60,000 nurses every year. But now the Conservative premiers like François Legault are privatizing our healthcare system, and the Liberals are doing nothing about it. Why are the Liberals doing nothing to protect people and Canadian healthcare legislation? The Honourable Minister of Health.
I get frustrated because there is an existential crisis facing our health system, and it is represented in the person of the Conservative leader, whose cuts and approach to healthcare to destroy pharmacare, to attack dental care, to undermine the deals that we've signed with provinces and territories, greatly menace this thing that we treasure, public health. And the investments that we made, they must continue. The progress we made must continue. That's why I urge parliamentarians to stand up against what the Conservatives would do to this health system and work collaboratively to make sure that we get the care that every Canadian deserves.
The honourable member from Thornhill.
After 9 years of this Liberal NDP government, we know that they are just not worth the cost, and the evidence is everywhere you look. In Ontario, for the first time ever, over 1 million people visited a food bank in just 1 year. That's thanks to the radical Liberal NDP carbon tax. Ontario families say they just can't keep up with the mountain of debt and the taxes that this Prime Minister has poured all over them. So why won't this government call a carbon tax election and let Canadians decide?
The Honourable Minister of the Environment and for Climate Change.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to read an extract from a report that came out today from the Insurance Bureau of Canada, and I quote, "Summer of 2024 ranks as the most destructive season in Canadian history for insured losses due to severe weather. In only 2 months, July and August, this summer eclipsed the worst year on record and has pushed 2024 year-to-date tally over $7.7 billion in severe natural catastrophes, Mr. Speaker. What's the answer from the Leader of the Opposition? Let the planet burn. We won't take this on this side of the House, Mr. Speaker."
I know the member from St. Albert, Edmonton, St. Albert would like to pose this question, but I'll ask him to wait his turn before taking the floor. The honourable member from Thornhill.
Mr. Speaker, I thought the carbon tax was supposed to fix all that. They won't call a carbon tax election because they know exactly what Canadians will say. 2023 was the 8th consecutive year that food bank usage rose. By some great coincidence, it was also the 8th consecutive year of this Liberal government. So how many more people need to visit or need to be forced to a food bank before the Environment Minister admits that taxes are up, the costs are up, that crime is up, and that his time is up?
The Honourable Minister for the Environment and Climate Change.
The reality, Mr. Speaker, is that the Conservative Party and its leader are not there to protect Canadians. They're there to protect the interest of their friends, like oil executives who attended a special event for the Leader of the Opposition. I can assure you, Mr. Speaker, that oil executives don't come to my fundraiser. I can guarantee you that. But what they want to do is take away, in his writing, Carleton, 58,000 people are receiving the Canada Carbon Rebate. In Thornhill, more than 60,000 people are receiving more money than what they pay in carbon pricing. We're helping with affordability, Mr. Speaker, and we're helping to fight climate change.
The honourable member from Foothills.
For 9 years, the NDP Liberals, taxes are up, costs are up, crime is up, and yes, time is up. According to the Liberal NDP's government's own statistics, the number of Canadians suffering with food insecurity is up 111%.
Wow.
That is a quarter of Canadians who don't know where their next meal is coming from. But there is a solution. Axe the carbon tax and give Canadians the relief they need. They know that 70% of Canadians want to axe the tax. Will they listen to Canadians tomorrow and call a carbon tax election?
The Honourable Minister for Natural Resources and Energy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It would be
great in this House if the official opposition actually worked with facts. The vast majority of Canadians get more money back. We have a climate plan that is actually working, fighting the existential threat of climate change, but it is also creating economic opportunity and prosperity for the future. We have seen over 100 clean growth projects, $60 billion of investment. It's the $12 billion Dow invested in Fort Saskatchewan, Alberta. It's the Jansen potash mine. It's the Soyona lithium plant in Quebec. It is a plan that is working. They have no plan for the future on the environment and no plan on the economy.
The honourable member from Foothills.
Here's what their plan is doing. The Liberal NDP carbon tax is driving up costs on farmers, on truckers, on food manufacturers, and prices at the grocery store. And Canadians can't afford to put food on the table. According to Food Banks Alberta, use is up 73%. And 40% of those are children. Meanwhile, the Liberal NDP government say, hey, Canadians have never had it so good. Well, food banks are struggling just to meet demand. If the Liberal NDP government thinks that their carbon tax is so great, will they call a carbon tax election tomorrow and let Canadians decide?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Justement,
We know that children suffer from food insecurity during tough times. So we've set up a school food program that will allow us to feed 400,000 children extra than what is currently the case. And we're working with the provinces and territories to unroll this program that will really help our children. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. The Liberal government is a bad one for Quebec. After 9 years, the Bloc Liberal coalition doubled the cost of housing, has created the worst inflation for the past 40 years, forced students to live in their parents' basements, made Quebec at the breaking point for immigration, and they voted for $500 billion in inflationary spending. Can the Prime Minister and his Quebec lieutenant allow Quebecers to choose a common sense government during an election? The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister, Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, I'm so happy to answer this question about inflation because the good news is that inflation is down to 2%. And throughout this year, it has been in the target range of the Bank of Canada. Because of this, the Bank of Canada has started lowering its key rate. This is the good news for Canadians. The only thing that the Conservatives are offering is their hidden agenda of austerity. They want to cut, cut, cut. The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Cut tax, cut the inflation, cut grocery prices. That's what we're going to cut, Mr. Speaker. The Liberal Bloc coalition have a different idea than what they're saying today. Talking about the Prime Minister, this is what the Bloc leader said. I think he has his hand in Quebecers' pockets. He wants to be able to spend, and he's running up a terrible deficit that Quebecers will have to pay and pay for quite some time. Why are they allowing the Prime Minister to have his hands in Quebecers' pockets? Can they allow Quebecers to choose their own government, common sense government? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, I trust Quebecers. They understand that they don't have common sense. And we have been a government that has been there for Quebecers. Exemplary investment, for example, in aerospace and record investment in aluminum and investment in the automotive sector and in the digital sector. We are creating jobs. We're fighting to also build industry for tomorrow and to build the Quebec of tomorrow and the Canada of tomorrow. That's what Quebecers expect of us. The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, all this fuss and for what? For a year now, Quebec has been demanding a fair distribution of asylum seekers amongst the provinces. And today, the Minister of Immigration announced that this will not happen and that the task force is coming to an end. There'll be no distribution except for the only two willing provinces, Newfoundland and Manitoba. For them, they understand that forcing Quebec to take in asylum seekers from all over Canada is creating a humanitarian crisis. This is appreciated, but their effort won't be enough. Can the minister accept such a colossal failure? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I stand with the member opposite to help asylum seekers and put a roof over their heads. And I understand the issue of the Quebec, but we are there for Quebecers and we're going to help them fix this problem. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Newfoundland and Manitoba together represent 5% of the Canadian population, and if they do their fair share, Quebec will only be relieved of 5% of their burden of receiving asylum seekers. Neither Quebecers or asylum seekers will notice a difference in the inadequate supply of services. All provinces have to participate. Quebecers don't have to take care of all of Canada's asylum seekers on behalf of Canadians. What is the minister doing to get Canada to stop shoveling its responsibilities onto Quebecers? The Honourable Minister of Public Services and Procurement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The reality is that immigration and citizenship is federal jurisdiction, and we do work with the provinces and territories. If citizenship was provincial jurisdiction, this would be something else, but Canada is still a country today. And the good news that we work very closely and very effectively with the Quebec government on many issues with respect to immigration and welcoming asylum seekers. Things are going well, but when things do go better and better, the Bloc doesn't find this to be such a good thing. The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Let's talk about the 4 Conservative provinces that refuse to help Quebec. These Conservatives have never done their fair share, refused to take in one single extra person while Quebec receives half of Canada's asylum seekers. Have you ever heard the federal Conservatives ask their people to help Quebecers? We have never. According to the minister, should the federal Conservatives spend more time here in the House telling their people to help with asylum seekers and less time at Florida creationist churches talking against abortion? Once again, I'd like to remind members that questions should be addressed to the government administration. I see that the minister is rising to answer this question, so I will recognize him, the Honourable Minister of Public Services and Procurement. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Yes, I have a lot to say about the Conservatives' hidden agenda, but I'll leave the Conservatives to discuss that. But let's talk about something that's more relevant for Quebec members, at least in this issue. It's in terms of our relationship with the Quebec government. In recent weeks, we made 3 announcements that are cooperative with respect to immigration, with respect to foreign temporary workers, twice about foreign students, and on several other occasions as well. So things will be going better and better.
The Honourable Member from Kelowna Lake Country.
The NDP Liberals, taxes are up, costs are up, crime is up, and time is up. It's reported a mother living in a homeless encampment in London, Ontario said, quote, "I'm a mom of 3 and I'm homeless. I just want to get inside into a warm place before winter so I can get my kids back with me where they belong." Tomorrow, on behalf of all Canadians, there's a chance to break down this costly government so we can build the homes they need. Will the NDP Liberal government let Canadians decide on a carbon tax election?
Again, I'd like to remind the member from Timmins James Bay to only take the floor when he's recognized by the chair. The Honourable, and I remind all members, please, to only take the floor when they're recognized by the chair. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Housing, Infrastructure and Communities.
Whether it's my community of London or any Canadian community, Mr. Speaker, where homelessness exists, it's unacceptable. It is a tragic situation. Encampments should not exist. And when the Conservatives stand up and raise these points, they do a good thing. What's not a good thing is that they don't have a plan, Mr. Speaker. It's all a sideshow. It's an act on the other side. They don't care about people who are on the street. If they did, they would have something to say on the matter of homelessness. Instead, they use them here as props in the House of Commons. They film them in encampments, post them on social media, but they have no plan. They don't care, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Kelowna Lake Country.
Mr. Speaker, after 9 years of this NDP Liberal government, homelessness is up and tent encampments are up. And in fact, homelessness is up 38% in Canada. There are now 1,400 tent encampments in just Ontario alone. Liberal photo ops won't build the 5.8 million homes that are needed to restore housing affordability in Canada. Tomorrow, on behalf of all Canadians, there's a chance to break down this costly government so we can build the homes they need. So will the NDP Liberal government let Canadians decide on a carbon tax election?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Housing, Infrastructure and Communities.
Mr. Speaker, I work with that member on the House of Commons committee responsible for housing. I know she's sincere when she raises these points, but her party has no plan, Mr. Speaker. In fact, every single member on the opposite side, when they had a chance to vote in favor of measures to confront the challenge of homelessness, the crisis that we see on our streets, said no. They said no to more supports for communities. They said no to more support for not-for-profits. 87,000 people taken off the street as a result of investments we've made. We have more to do, and we will do it, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Charleswood, St. James, Assiniboia, Headingley.
After 9 years of these NDP Liberals, taxes are up, costs are up, crime is up, and yes, now their time is up. The capital gains tax is yet another job-killing tax on small businesses. Now, Liberals will say it only applies to the top 0.13%, but what the finance minister won't say is that it will not apply to the bottom 99.87%. Tomorrow, the NDP and Bloc have a chance to bring down this costly government by voting for our Conservative non-confidence motion. Will they finally let Canadians decide in a carbon tax election? Hear, hear.
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, our government believes in tax fairness for all Canadians. That's because we believe that a Canadian teacher or nurse shouldn't be paying tax at a higher rate than a multimillionaire. That is because we believe that in Canada, you shouldn't be able to tell the size of someone's paycheck by their smile. And that is because we believe that no teenage girl in Canada should get pregnant because she can't afford contraceptives. The way we pay for those essential programs, Mr. Speaker, is through tax fairness. But we know the only thing Conservatives stand for is a hidden agenda of cuts and austerity.
The honourable member from Durham.
Mr. Speaker, after 9 years of NDP Liberals, taxes are up, costs are up, crime is up, and time is up. Now, last week, we learned that the Parole Board of Canada granted day parole to a serial rapist who has been convicted in 2020 for assaulting 5 women. And that parole board, Mr. Speaker, is appointed by this Liberal government. The chair of the board answers to the Liberal public safety minister. So when will the NDP Liberals start locking up violent repeat offenders?
Good question. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The member opposite knows well that the parole board makes independent decisions of government. But, Mr. Speaker, what's sad is that the Conservatives would rather politicize the independence of our judicial system to create fear and fearmonger for their own political gain. Mr. Speaker, they want to undermine our democratic institutions for political gain. All Canadians should be very concerned about the Conservatives and their plans and their cuts in our criminal justice system.
The honourable member from Edmonton Strathcona.
Speaker, in Alberta, Conservative cuts to health care have left hundreds of thousands of Albertans without a family doctor, and it is getting worse. 58% of Alberta doctors are planning on leaving the province in the next 5 years. The Conservative plan to privatize healthcare is forcing Canadians to choose between the care they need or having to pay out of pocket. Albertans are Canadians too, and the Canada Health Act is supposed to protect all Canadians. Why do the Liberals sit back while Daniel Smith cuts healthcare for Canadians?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I know for the member opposite and for every member of this caucus, the universal public nature of our healthcare system is essential. It is so critical that we make sure that every Canadian everywhere has access to the care that they need based on need, not based on the size of their bank account. And that's why the threat of Conservative cuts, the attacks they want to make on our health system are so menacing. It's why this House must work collaboratively to ensure we get it done. That's why the investment of $200 billion over the next 10 years in our health system is also critically important.
Hear, hear.
The Honourable Member from Port Moody, Coquitlam.
And I hope that the health minister heeds his words as he looks at taking dental care away from Canadians. The Liberal Minister of Procurement recently threatened Canadians on TV that this government would take away dental care if they don't get their way. It wouldn't be the first time Liberals let Canadians down. Together with Conservatives, they voted no to lowering grocery prices.
Wow.
They voted no to making big grocers pay what they owe, and they voted no to remove profits from long-term care. We know Conservatives will take away dental care from Canadians while they keep theirs. Why are the Liberals threatening to do the same?
Hear, hear.
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the member will well know the only party that I'm aware of threatening dental care in this country is the Conservative Party of Canada, who's made it, who refused to answer a question. And when you refuse to answer a question, I think you can fill in the blanks, right? They want to cut it. And first they tried to say it didn't exist. Then they said that nobody would sign up for it.
Colleagues. I'm going to invite the Honourable Minister. He would have about 15 seconds left on the clock to continue and finish his answer.
750,000 so far. And the path forward is clear. There is 9 million Canadians that need to be served. There are 9 million Canadians who didn't have coverage. There are 9 million people who the Conservatives don't believe deserve dental care. Well, we do, Mr. Speaker, and we are not going to rest or stop until everyone is covered.
The Honourable Member from Vaughan Woodbridge.
Mr. Speaker, reports of online child sexual abuse rose by 850% in the past 10 years in Canada. Mr. Speaker, our kids deserve better. As a father of 3 young daughters, I am worried about the dangers that lurk online and the lack of robust online safety laws to ensure the protection of our children, who often are at a vulnerable and impressionable age. Can the Minister of Justice please share how he plans to keep our children safe online? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister, for Justice and Attorney General.
Mr. Speaker, children safety online. As a parent, I share their fear. That's why it's crucial that we implement laws dedicated to keeping our kids safe. That's why I introduced the Online Harms Act. Bill C-63 introduces the first ever safety standards for online platforms. It couples duties to protect kids with significant penalties for platforms that don't comply. Mr. Speaker, we have rigorous safety laws to protect our kids from harm in the physical world. They need to be safe online as well. We're creating a safer online world for our kids. It's really unfortunate that Conservatives cannot get on side with this important legislation.
The Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. Mr. Speaker, the Minister's order is an affront to Quebec's regions. It's yet another attempt by Ottawa to interfere in Quebec jurisdiction. At least 1,400 jobs are at risk, and entire communities are threatened. We Conservatives understand that the impact will be disastrous. Tomorrow, on behalf of all Canadians and Quebecers, we'll have a chance to put an end to this centralizing government. Will the Bloc Liberal coalition let Quebecers decide in an election? The Honourable Minister of the Environment. No plan for the environment, no plan for air quality, no plan for water quality, no plan for the economy, no plan for health. That's the Conservative platform. That's what they have to offer Quebecers. We've done everything we could to try to find solutions to sometimes complex problems. And working with the Quebec government, we've offered almost $500 million working together to try to find a solution, not just for forestry workers, but also to protect the caribou, which the Conservatives are incapable of doing. The Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Leflore. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to remind the Minister that no amount will compensate for job losses, shattered lives, and social crisis. That's what the order will bring us. What the Bloc calls a gain is really just a temporary break until Christmas. The Bloc is no longer a party of the regions. We have to understand that the only possible gain for Quebec is to bring down the Liberals. Will the Bloc Liberal coalition let Quebecers decide in an election? The Honourable Minister of the Environment and Climate Change. I think that all we're going to see tomorrow in this place is that this House has no confidence in the opposition leader because he has no plan to offer Quebecers for its future, for the economy, for the environment, for jobs. Nothing, nothing, nothing. The Honourable Member for Charlesbourg, Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, tomorrow, on behalf of Canadians, we'll have a chance to put an end to the most costly and centralizing government in our country's history. A government that's doing Quebec a huge disservice, as the Premier of Quebec said just last week. But the Bloc Liberal coalition is propping up a government that 1,400 jobs in the Saguenay and North Shore. It's a disaster just waiting to happen. Why not call an election and let forestry workers decide their own future? The Honourable Minister of the Environment and Climate Change. Well, I'd like to remind my colleague that there have been 3 elections since 2015 in Canada where the question of the environment was central to the debate and discussion among Canadians, and we won all 3 elections. Maybe they're not happy about that, Mr. Speaker, but what we're going to see tomorrow in this place is that the House does not have confidence in the Conservative Party or the opposition leader because all they want to do is protect their friends and not the public, whether it's the economy, the environment, or jobs. They have nothing to offer. And now I turn the floor over to the member for Louis Saint Laurent. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When it comes to the environment, this government is always happy to lecture everyone else, but it's do as I say, not as I do. The government has polluted with all his jet setting, and this government has never been able to meet their own targets. There's a reason the UN ranks Canada 62nd out of 67 countries when it comes to their environmental record, and the Bloc keeps propping them up. Mr. Speaker, the Sovereignist Party is going to help a federalist government. How is that acceptable? The Honourable Minister of the Environment and Climate Change. Mr. Speaker, I have a lot of respect for my colleague from the other side, but almost everything he just said is false. Greenhouse gases are at their lowest level in 25 years, Mr. Speaker. This is the first time in our country's history that emissions have gone down when the economy's going gangbusters. The last time emissions were this low, Mr. Speaker, O.J. Simpson was in court. So they have nothing to offer on climate change, nothing to do about inflation, when that cost Canadians $7 billion this summer. No, member for Drummond. Guess whose emails and documents the Liberals are trying to hide from Quebecers? Amira El-Gawabi's. Yep, her again. The Information Commissioner had to issue an order to force the department she reports to respond to an access to information request for 3,000 pages of emails and documents. She's not a minister. She doesn't have access to any confidential strategic information. So what does she have to hide? Why are the Liberals so afraid to release her emails and documents to the public? The Honourable Minister of Public Services and Procurement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. All government organizations and departments, all crown corporations, all officers, of Parliament have the same responsibility to comply with the Access to Information Act, and we will ensure that this is the case here too. The Honourable Member for Drummond. Well, we're not getting much from the minister's answer, and we're not really expecting anything earth-shattering in Ms. El-Gawabi's emails. Why are the Liberals refusing to make them public? At best, we'll find out what she's writing and who she's writing to. Maybe we'll find out which groups she consults. Maybe we'll find out what she really thinks about a couple of other things. We obviously don't expect it to be very eye-opening. Frankly, if the Liberals are so afraid of the public knowing what she's writing and who she's talking to, why wait for it to come out in the papers? Why not fire her right now and then scrap her position?
The Honourable Minister for Diversity, Inclusion and Youth.
Mr. Speaker, we are absolutely committed to an open and transparent government. The request will be released ahead of the extension, given the Information Commissioner. Thank you.
The Honourable Member from Bay of Quinte.
Mr. Speaker, after 9 years, costs are up, taxes are up, crime is up, time is up, and now tariffs are up. The U.S. softwood lumber tariffs have just doubled. And what does this Prime Minister do? Does he make trade headlines? No, he's not making headlines, he's making punchlines on late night TV where he called the softwood lumber issue a small issue that matters. A small issue that matters, Mr. Speaker. It's 400,000 jobs. When is this Prime Minister going to figure out that he's the punchline and that it's time for a Prime Minister who will make this a large issue that matters for all Canadians, their jobs and their paychecks?
The Honourable Minister for International Trade.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm really glad that the member opposite yesterday saw the Prime Minister's appearance on Stephen Colbert, because especially since we know that they get their news from Tucker Carlson. Yep. Canadians who watched last night's interview will know what all Canadians know, that this government stands up for our workers. We stand up for our forestry sector. We will continue to do this work for Canadians and for our workers. The forestry sector contributes enormous jobs to this country, and we'll keep doing that work.
The Honourable Member from Bay of Quinte.
Mr. Speaker, lame excuses are also up. The last Prime Minister solved the softwood lumber deal in 80 days. It's been 9 years. And you know why? The last Prime Minister didn't back down. This Prime Minister backs down to Biden, to Obama, to Trump, and the result has been increased unemployment and the risk of another 400,000 jobs in the forestry sector. When this Prime Minister said Canada's back, he meant backed down. Right. Isn't it time for our Prime Minister who will stand up to Canadians once again?
The Honourable Minister for International Trade and Export Development.
Mr. Speaker, when it comes to securing trade deals, we're not going to take any lessons from the Conservatives on this. The Conservative Party wants us to ignore the environment. They want us to ignore workers. They want us to sign bad trade deals. You'll remember that in this House that they wanted us to capitulate on CUSMA. We didn't do that. They cheered on Brexit. We didn't do that. And they abandoned Ukrainians when they needed the most and when we negotiate free trade agreements. On this side of the House, we negotiate good deals, not just any deals, and we won't capitulate. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member from South Shore St. Margaret's is a person who has been on the Hill for a long time. I please ask for his indulgence. The Honourable Member from Prince George Peace River, Northern Rockies.
After 9 years of the NDP Liberals, taxes are up, costs are up, crime's up, and their time is up. The Prime Minister was on a U.S. talk show last night and dismissed his failures on softwood lumber as a small issue. Yes. This weeks after the U.S. slapped Canada with a 14.5% tariff on softwood lumber. Since then, 2 more BC mills have closed, putting 500 more workers out of a job. Do the NDP Liberals really think mills closing and losing thousands of forestry jobs is just a small issue?
Yeah. The Honourable Minister for International Trade and Export Promotion.
Let me begin by thanking the softwood lumber industry and their workers for the tremendous contribution they made to the Canadian economy. You heard the Prime Minister say this. We are talking about this. This long-term dispute doesn't help anybody, and it particularly doesn't help us build affordable homes. On this side of the House, we're really proud that we are tackling housing. We are building affordable homes, and if we are to solve this issue, it'll make housing affordability better in the United States and certainly better here in Canada. Thank you very much.
The honourable member for Pontiac. Mr. Speaker, this summer marked an important event, and that was the inauguration of the long-awaited elementary school in Manawan. This is a school that was partially funded by the federal government, and it will allow for kids in the community to learn about their culture in their language. And so I'd like to ask the Minister of Indigenous Services for an update on the government's efforts to invest in the education of Indigenous children in their communities. The Honourable Minister of Indigenous Services. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And thanks to the member for Pontiac for her work on access to education. Since 2016, we've increased funding for education by 80%. With budget 2024, we will be building and renovating more than 200 schools in First Nations communities for 35,000 students. Students are more motivated when they can relate to what they're learning. The proof is clear.
From Dufferin Caledon.
After 9 years of NDP Liberals, taxes are up, costs are up, crime's up, and time's up. Last night, the Prime Minister appeared on The Late Show to pathetically explain why he keeps backing down to American presidents on softwood lumber. He called his failure on softwood lumber a small issue. Meanwhile, tens of thousands of forestry workers have lost their jobs. It's an insult to them. After 9 years of repeatedly backing down to each and every president on softwood lumber, how can Canadians believe they'll ever get a deal to lift these punishing tariffs?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, our government has stood up to Trump and our government has stood up to Putin. Meanwhile, when Putin told the Conservatives to vote against the free trade deal with Ukraine, they said, okay, fine. And when Trump threatened Canada with 232 tariffs against steel and aluminum, we stood up to the U.S. You know what the Conservatives said? They said that was dumb, and they told us to back down. We did not. We will never back down to bullies. We will always stand up for Canadians.
The Honourable Member from Dufferin Caledon.
It's pathetic. That from the government that allowed detonators, Canadian detonators, to end up in Russian landmines that blew up Ukrainian troops. They're a disgrace. They backed down to Trump on softwood. They backed down from Obama on softwood. They backed down to Biden on softwood. And after 9 years of complete and total failure, tens of thousands of forestry workers have lost their jobs. She didn't even address it. And her Prime Minister insulted them by saying it's a small issue. We know this arrogant Prime Minister won't apologize to the forestry workers, so will they let him judge him in a carbon tax election?
Once again, members, I invite them to be very prudent and judicious in their choice of words. The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, when our country faced an existential economic challenge, the threat that our free trade agreement with the United States would be torn up, our government stood up to the U.S. and the Conservatives, France did. They told us to back down. When the U.S. imposed illegal 232 tariffs on our steel and aluminum, we stood up for Canadians. We imposed countervailing tariffs. The Conservatives told us to back down. Canadians remember that. We will never back down. We stand up for.
The Honourable Member from Prince Albert.
When it comes to defending jobs, we would never tell anybody to back down. Only this Prime Minister does that. After 9 years of this NDP Liberal government, taxes are up, costs are up, crime is up, their time is up. Last night, the Prime Minister told Stephen Colbert that his failure to negotiate a deal on softwood lumber and fisheries was a small issue.
Unbelievable.
Seriously, there's been over $9 billion that Canadian companies have paid to the U.S. in tariffs. There's 800,000 direct and indirect jobs on the line. The forestry sector is in a crisis. Yet this Prime Minister has backed down time and time again to 3 different presidents. Why does this Prime Minister show much disdain to Canadian?
The Honourable Leader of the Government in the House of Commons.
Mr. Speaker, there's only one party in this House that shows disdain to Canadian workers, and it's the Conservative Party of Canada. Time and time again, when our country has had to negotiate trade deals, this government has stood for Canadians. We renegotiated NAFTA. We stood up against the U.S. steel and aluminum tariffs, and we will continue to stand up for Canadian workers in all sectors, including the forestry sector. But, Mr. Speaker, what is up is time for them to stop playing political games and to get down to the serious business of governing this country. That's what Canadians expect. It's time for them to grow up. Yeah, very good.
The Honourable Member from Charlottetown.
Mr. Speaker, 2 years ago today, our region braced as Hurricane Fiona made landfall. In the aftermath, we learned that this vicious storm had destroyed homes, reshaped our coastlines, and most tragically, had taken lives. The resilience of islanders and all Atlantic Canadians became apparent afterwards as we all came together as neighbors to support each other. On this somber anniversary, I'd like to ask the Minister what ACOA has done to support our region to rebuild, recover, and thrive in the wake of this deadly disaster.
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my colleague because when his community was hurting, he was there to help, and our government was also there to help our region get back on its feet. Through the Hurricane Fiona Recovery Fund, ACOA delivered over $300 million to support shellfish producers and farmers, and we rebuilt small craft harbors. We repaired damage in our national parks, and we set up comfort centers for communities to be ready for that next climate event. We will always step up and have each other's back, Mr. Speaker. It was 2 years ago, and it's still true today. We are stronger than the storm.
The Honourable Member from Victoria.
Mr. Speaker, today the Minister of Environment called out the Conservatives for holding a fundraiser with oil and gas executives, which would be great, except that the Liberals over the past year have met with oil and gas lobbyists 5 times a day. It's no wonder that they continue to water down key climate policies and hand out billions in subsidies. CEOs like Suncor's Rich Kruger have never had it so good. On top of all that, they bought him a pipeline. When will the Liberals put a hard cap on emissions, close the loopholes in the industrial carbon price, and make big polluters pay what they owe?
The Honourable Minister of the Environment and Climate Change.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to read a quote from the member from Victoria. The carbon tax is a crucial piece of a climate plan. I'd like to read you another quote from the member from Victoria. The PBO has put out a number on reports that confirm that 80% of Canadians get more money back than they pay. This is a fact that the Conservatives continue to ignore. I think there are a lot of people out there who are very concerned about climate change and who are wondering what's happening with the NDP and who are very disappointed with the fact that the NDP, faced with pressure from the Conservatives and lies and misinformation, caved, Mr. Speaker. We won't cave on this side of the House.
The Honourable Member from Timmins James Bay.
Oh my God. Let's talk about the liberal price of pollution. We now learn that taxpayers were hit up for $1,200 per household to get the TMX boondoggle built. That's a direct subsidy from Canadians' pockets to Suncor. And this Prime Minister, Sunny Ways man, is responsible for the biggest increases in oil production and emissions in history. No wonder that Richie Rich Kruger from Suncor says the sun is shining on the tar sands. Sunny Ways while our planet burns. So will the Environment Minister at least admit to the world that he had no intention of ever dealing with emissions when he went to COP? He was there to be the front for Suncor and for Imperial.
The Honourable Minister for Natural Resources and Energy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would say on this side of the House, we've seen it.
The Honourable Minister for Natural Resources from the top, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On this side of the House, we have seen yet another drop in emissions on a pathway. We are on track to achieve the emissions reductions that we have committed to by 2030 to the international community. But I do think, Mr. Speaker, that many are very concerned about the NDP's backing away of having any credible policy with respect to climate change. And I would say their flip-flop at the behest of the Conservative Party leader on carbon pricing is amazing. The member from Rosemont-La Petite-Patrie said, as New Democrats, as progressives, as environmentalists, we are in favor in putting a price on pollution. I guess they are no longer progressive or environmentalists.
Colleagues, it being 3:19, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion to concur in the 18th report of the Standing Committee on Agriculture and Agri-Food.
As it is 3:19, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion to concur in the 18th report of the Standing Committee on Agriculture and Agri-Food. Call on the member. The question is as follows.
Ms. Rood, seconded by Mr. Stanley, moved that the 18th report of the Standing Committee on Agriculture and Agri-Food presented on Thursday, May 23, 2024, be concurred in. The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Sajan.
Mr. Sajan.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Boissonneau.
Monsieur Boissonneau.
Ms. Sachs.
Ms. Sachs.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Vandal.
Monsieur Vandal.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Madame Bibot.
Madame Bibot.
Madame Petipa-Taylor.
Madame Petipa-Taylor.
Mr. Ananda Sangri.
Mr. Ananda Sangri.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Mrs. Valdez.
Mrs. Valdez.
Ms. Jacek.
Ms. Jacek.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Dollywall.
Madame Lalonde.
Madame Lalonde.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Madame Bendayan.
Madame Bendayan.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Madame Fautier.
Madame Fortier.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Kuzmarchuk.
Mr. Kuzmarchuk.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. El Khoury.
Mr. El Khoury.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Yakino.
Mr. Yakano.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Sousa.
Mr. Sousa.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Kellaway.
Ms. Vandenbelt.
Ms. Vandenbelt.
Monsieur Serre.
Monsieur Serre.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Brière.
Madame Brière.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Ms. Cedar Brampton South.
Ms. Cedar Brampton South.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Ms. Hefner.
Ms. Hefner.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Latanzio.
Ms. Latanzio.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Pulowski.
Mr. Pulowski.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Bradford.
Ms. Bradford.
Mr. Shahal.
Mr. Shahal.
Madame Chatel.
Madame Chatel.
Madame Diab.
Madame Diab.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Hanley.
Mr. Hanley.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. McDonald Malpeck.
Mr. McDonald Malpeck.
Mr. Meow.
Mr. Meow.
Thompson.
Mrs. Thompson.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Kmitch.
Mr. Kmitch.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Dedtel.
Mr. Deltel.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Paulus.
Ms. Landsman.
Ms. Landsman.
Ms. Haldeman Norfolk.
Miss Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Barrett.
Ms. Gray.
Ms. Gray.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Ms. Dancho.
Ms. Dancho.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Beltud.
Mr. Bertol.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Abouteyev.
Mr. Abouteyev.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Ms. Ferrari.
Ms. Ferrari.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Stewart. Miramichi Grand Lake.
Mr. Stewart Miramichi Grand Lake.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Brassard.
Mrs. Goodrich.
Mrs. Goodrich.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Monsieur Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Madame Vien.
Madame Vien.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Canna.
Mr. Canna.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Redicott.
Mr. Redicott.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Ms. Rude.
Miss Rude.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Monsieur Martel.
Monsieur Martel.
Monsieur Gould.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Kirk.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Majumdar.
Mr. Majumdar.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford, Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford, Lloydminster.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Bierson.
Mr. Bierson.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Giovanni.
Mr. Giovanni.
Mr. Stewart, Toronto, St. Paul's.
Mr. Stewart, Toronto, St. Paul's.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Terrien.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame Michaud.
Madame Michaud.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Madame Gaudreau.
Madame Gaudreau.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Simon. Monsieur Lemire.
Monsieur Lemire.
Monsieur Trudel.
Monsieur Trudel.
Madame Desbiens.
Madame Desbiens.
Madame Bérubé.
Madame Bérubé.
Monsieur Desilets.
Monsieur Desilets.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Massey.
Ms. Matheson.
Miss Matheson.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Ms. McPherson.
Miss McPherson.
Mr. Green.
Mr. Green.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Blaney.
Miss Blaney.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Monsieur Bouleris.
Monsieur Bouleris.
Mr. Desjardins.
Mr. Desjardins.
Mrs. Zerillo.
Ms. Zerillo.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Morris.
To Sir.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
La Chambre attendra maintenant la
The House will now wait for the end of the electronic voting period before resuming its proceedings. I wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended. If members weren't able to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function and the chair will recognize them.
In favor, Mr. Speaker?
Mrs. Atwin, yeas, pour.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes.
Mr. Chen, yea, pour.
The Honorable Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes.
Freeman, yea, pour.
Le Bureau va mettre.
The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas, pour, 327, 427. Nays called, 0, aucun.
Je déclare.
I declare the motion carried.
Je désire informer la Chambre.
I wish to inform the House that because of the recorded division, government orders will be extended by 12 minutes.
I wish to inform the House that the volume of earpieces will now be reset. Members using their earpieces at this time will have to readjust the volume. Je désire aviser la.
I wish to inform the House that the volume of earpieces will now be reset. Members using their earpiece at this time will have to readjust the volume.
One of the orders of the day.
Orders of the day.
Orders of the day, government orders, business of supply, resuming debate on a motion with respect to the confidence in the Prime Minister and the government. Before we continue.
Point of order from the Honourable Member for London Fanshawe. Order.
I was hoping to address this to the previous speaker. As we are awaiting, the NDP is awaiting a ruling from him. The member from Carleton's comments last Thursday, he is supposed to put a ruling on that issue as they are still on the record, and they were clearly over the line of what's acceptable in this House. Standing Order 18 very clearly states that the disrespectful and offensive language against a fellow member of Parliament is not permitted. And as we have made very clear, we expect and are waiting for a full apology and withdrawal from the member of Carleton, and we have not yet seen that from the Speaker's office. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Duly noted, and I'm sure there will be a comeback soon. Orders of the day, resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Davenport.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. I want to thank you very much for the opportunity for me to be able to speak on today's Opposition Day motion on behalf of the residents of my amazing riding in downtown West Toronto of Davenport. And this will not be a surprise to you, Madam Speaker. I will not be supporting this motion when it comes to vote. And indeed, what I want to talk about is about the work that we are doing in order to strengthen the economy here in Canada, and more specifically, investments that we are making around artificial intelligence. So today, Madam Speaker, I rise to highlight this government's achievements on artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence has incredible potential to transform the economy, improve the way we work, and enhance our way of life. Hold on, just let me put on my timer here. Over the last several years, our federal government has taken a number of actions to support our world-class researchers and innovators and ensure that Canada remains at the forefront of developing and adopting safe and responsible artificial intelligence. In fact, when it comes to artificial intelligence, we've been ahead of the curve in Canada for many, many years now. In 2017, Canada was the first country to launch a fully funded national AI strategy. Through the Pan-Canadian AI strategy, we have helped build a vibrant AI ecosystem in Canada, working with key partners such as the Canadian Institute for Advanced Research, the 3 national AI institutes that are based right across this country in 3 specific spots, Edmonton, Montreal, and Toronto, and Canada's 5 global innovation clusters to build a base of world-class talent in AI, advanced research excellence, and drive the responsible adoption of AI across Canada's economy and society. Madam Speaker, through the Canada Institute for Advanced Research AI Chairs program, we have recruited over 120 of the best and brightest AI researchers in the world. These researchers are advancing research in a range of key areas such as science, health, and energy, as well as the environment. We're also training a strong cohort of next generation of AI leaders. Through the second phase of this strategy, we are building the strong research base with programs that are enabling AI commercialization and adoption. Madam Speaker, the investments that we've made of over $440 million that's made by our federal government under the strategy has resulted in a research and talent ecosystem that is the envy of the world. And we are seeing the positive economic impacts of the investment in the growing number of AI startups and scale-ups across Canada that are taking world-leading positions in their fields. Canada now ranks among leading nations on the Global AI Index, as well as in startup AI activity, venture capital investment in AI companies, talent growth, and research publications. Furthermore, in 2018, the federal government launched the Global Innovation Clusters program, including Canada's AI-powered supply chains cluster Scale AI, representing an ambitious co-investment with industry. Scale AI is creating collaborations across the country to promote intellectual property creation, commercialization, and ensure that Canada's AI business ecosystem remains one of the most vibrant in the world.
For Battle River Crawford is rising on a point of order.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I was listening intently to my colleague's speech on a motion that is a confidence motion on the Prime Minister and the government. And I have yet to hear whether or not she does in fact have or not have confidence related to the motion at hand. So, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member knows that there's a lot of latitude in what members can address in their speeches, and the honourable member is talking about the government's actions. The honourable member for Davenport.
Point of order.
The honourable member for Saanich Island on the same point.
I know it's extremely unusual that I would rise to support the point made by my friend from Battle River Crowfoot, but I do think that we should try for some relevance. Thank you.
Could I have some order? I can't hear the honourable member. The honourable member for Saanich Islands, I couldn't hear her.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And so what I'd like to say to the first honourable member who mentioned, first of all, I'm glad he listened so intently, but he missed the intentional indication that I made at the very forefront of my speech that I would indeed not be supporting the Opposition Day motion. And I believe we are talking about confidence in this government. And I would say to you, I have enormous confidence in our government. And I'm showing you an example of why I have so much confidence in this government. And I'm talking about our AI strategy. I see all of this as very relevant. And I'm just going to continue, Madam Speaker. So furthermore, I was talking about how in 2018, the government launched the Global Innovation Cluster program. And this is an ambitious co-investment program with industry that is going to create collaborations across the country that's going to promote intellectual property creation, commercialization, and ensure that we have a very strong AI business ecosystem that will remain the most vibrant in the world. And I will tell you, Madam Speaker, I do believe we have a lot of work to do in terms of creating a culture of IP here in Canada. And I think that we need to continue to invest very strongly in making sure that we are investing in IP education and making sure that we are patenting and trademark our unbelievable ideas that are created here in Canada. Now back to Canada's AI. So to date, Scale AI has announced 151 projects representing a total co-investment of $610 million. These projects have helped Canadian startups launch new products, find partners, and growth. Scale AI supported many Canadian AI successes, such as Routific in BC and Alaya Care in Montreal. With many more projects underway, Scale AI will continue to deliver on the promise of advancing AI innovation and driving economic growth across Canada. As our domestic AI capacity has grown, Canada has leveraged this to shape global norms on AI. With France, we developed and launched the Global AI Partnership on AI in 2020, which is now the premier forum for countries to collaborate and to advance the development of AI for good and for all. With allies in the Council of Europe, we developed the first binding treaty to ensure the respect of human rights, the rule of law, and democracy in the use of AI. And with G7 allies, Canada developed cutting-edge principles and best practices for responsible AI. Madam Speaker, this experience allowed for Canada to be an early mover in developing clearer rules for developing and operating AI systems. In 2022, our Minister of Innovation tabled Bill C-27, which included a component that's subtitled Artificial Intelligence and Data Act. It would be a new law, if passed, aimed at ensuring proper risk management and transparency for AI systems in order to promote trust. This act will ensure that firms developing or deploying AI systems will play critical roles in the lives of Canadians, such as those determining access to credit or employment, that they're all meeting minimum standards for transparency, assessment, and mitigation of risk. This will ensure that Canadians can trust these systems to operate safely and fairly. The Act will create a new regulator, the Artificial Intelligence and Data Commissioner, to oversee compliance with strong penalties for non-compliance. Canada was one of the first countries in the world to introduce comprehensive AI legislation, and many other countries are now going down the same path and following our leadership. With the advances of generative AI that took place in 2022 and 2023, our federal government took action to ensure that businesses have the tools that they need to adopt advanced AI in a trustworthy and a responsible manner. First, our government introduced a voluntary code of conduct on advanced generative AI. This code is voluntary, and those who sign on to it commit to set in place concrete measures, which include expectancy for AI transparency, safety, accountability, and testing. And to date, Madam Speaker, 30 organizations have signed on to the code, and we expect more signatories in the future. And most recently, Madam Speaker, colleagues in our government continued its leadership in the space through Budget 2024, which announced an ambitious package of measures totaling $2.4 billion over 5 years, starting in 2024-2025, to secure Canada's AI advantage. This includes $2 billion in funding for a new AI Compute Access Fund and an AI Sovereign Compute Strategy, $200 million to support the adoption of AI across Canada's economy, and $100 million to support small and medium-sized enterprises that are seeking to develop and scale their AI product offerings. Now, I know, Madam Speaker, I'm reaching the end of my time, and so unfortunately, I don't think I'm actually going to get to the very end of my speech. But what I want to be able to sort of end off to say is that we've laid a strong foundation for future successes to come with the strategy and investment that we've made in AI, and with the support that we're putting into place for our world-class researchers. And now what we're doing, Madam Speaker, is we're doubling down with investments in compute and adoption and upskilling to make sure that Canada remains at the forefront of the AI revolution. We are proud of the work that we have done to support Canada's AI ecosystem and proud of the work that we are doing to protect Canadians as we enter into the digital and AI-enabled age. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on this important motion today on behalf of my residents of my riding of Davenport, and I am happy to answer any questions.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Cumberland Colchester.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's an interesting fact that food bank usage across this great country has reached its highest peak ever. In Ontario alone, there's 1 million people every single time who visit the food bank, and 2 million people across Canada. I wonder if the member opposite has any comments on the failure of this government to actually deliver on reduced taxes and better affordability for the Canadian citizens.
The honourable member for Davenport.
Madam Speaker, I want to thank the honourable member for his question and for his concern about food banks. Indeed, the fact that we have more people going to food banks is a huge concern in Canada, and we are rightly concerned about this. I would say to you, though, I'm very proud of our government. Every step of the way, we have introduced a number of measures to try to help support Canadians at every level of income. We have introduced the Canada Child Benefit. We have lower taxes for the middle class and those working hard to achieve it. We have introduced a dental care plan. We have introduced a national child care plan. We have introduced a number of programs to try to help support Canadians through this process. The only question I have, Madam Speaker, is why is it that the Conservatives have voted against each one of those programs? Thank you.
Commentaire, l'honorable député de
The honourable member for Repentigny. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for that speech. I don't think you'll be surprised to hear that I'm going to ask about seniors. What we know is that according to the OECD, Canada is the industrialized country with the most significant drop in purchasing power in retirement years. So based on that, doesn't my colleague think that the Bloc's request is reasonable, even if it's $3 billion? That's not even 1% of government spending. Wouldn't it be reasonable to say that seniors who built Quebec, who also built the rest of this country, don't they deserve to be treated well?
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the honourable member for her question. My riding of Davenport, we have a huge amount of seniors. I love them all, and I'm very fond of them. I would say to you that ever since so first of all, I'm always in support of more support for seniors, just to let everybody know. But I will say to you that I'm very proud of our record in this House. One of the first things we did is we actually lowered the age of retirement when we were first elected from 67 to 65. We increased the guaranteed income for seniors. And we also have provided an increase of 10% to OAS for those 75 and older. We've provided a significant amount of housing dollars that is actually going to go and support some additional housing specifically for seniors. And we have also introduced the National Dental Care Plan, which is adored by seniors, not only in Davenport, but right across this country. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments, the honourable member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, when you look at the Canadian electorate right now, I think you can see that about 60% of Canadians are rejecting what the Conservatives are trying to sell. But that 60% they are looking for a progressive standard bearer. And I think it's fair to say, Madam Speaker, that, you know, with the by-election losses in Toronto, St. Paul's, and recently in Montreal, there's a big sense of disappointment in the Liberal government, particularly in the Prime Minister. They are looking for bold ideas on tackling climate change, on tackling corporate greed, and they have yet to see that because Canadians really are hurting. Madam Speaker, there were rumblings in the Liberal caucus at the start of summer about confidence in the Prime Minister. I'm just wondering, you know, does this member still have confidence in her leader to actually step up to the plate, meet the moment that Canadians are asking for?
That's right. The honourable member for Davenport.
Madam Speaker, I want to thank the honourable member for his question. This will be the third time I am indicating that I will not be supporting this motion, and I have full confidence in our Prime Minister. I have full confidence in the Prime Minister, and I was going to say in the leader of our Liberal Party, and that's the role he also has. What I would say to you is I'm glad that he mentioned carbon pricing and just innovative, creative ideas. I would say to you that that was a creative idea that we actually introduced when we were first elected in office almost 9 years ago. Carbon pricing, a price on pollution, is a very innovative idea. It is the most effective and efficient way of actually reducing emissions. And I'm very sorry that the NDP has decided to join the Conservatives and not support carbon pricing. Thank you.
Reprise du débat, l'honorable.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Charlebourg-Haut-Saint-Charles. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll be sharing my time with my colleague from Lanark, Frontenac, Kingston. So I'm here to speak about our non-confidence motion in this Prime Minister and the government. Memory is a faculty that often forgets. And memory can be very short-sighted, but we should remind everyone that this government has doubled the national debt, sent 2 million people to food banks, increased crime, and that is the reality today. But I think we need to refresh our memories about the record of this government over 9 years, because when we say since 9 years, after 9 years of this prime minister, after 9 years of this government, if we talk about their record, the number of scandals surrounding the prime minister, let's list them all off. There's a whole host of them. First of all, there was the Aga Khan, the trip with the Aga Khan. It was a controversial trip. It went before the ethics commissioner, and the prime minister was found to be in breach of the ethics code. Then there's the firing of the justice minister, Jody Wilson-Raybould, for not helping SNC-Lavalin flout the law. Then there was the We Charity scandal. Remember that? There was $900 million of worth that organization had used to disperse among friends and family, the mother and the brother of the prime minister. I could spend a lot of time talking about that, but I'm just trying to jog everyone's memories. Then there's the pandemic management. There were some ridiculous decisions to get rid of our personal protection supplies and masks and send them to China early in the pandemic. And then shortly thereafter, we were lacking in those supplies because we'd sent them all to China. And then there's the issue of handing out contracts to Liberal cronies, including a former member, Frank Baylis, whose company provided 10,000 ventilators for $230 million. So you have to scratch your head about that. Is that really what the market price should have been? Actually, it should have been closer to 130 million rather than 230 million. Committee looked into that, and it was pretty hard to justify the price they paid. And worse, the 10,000 ventilators were recently junked. And then there's McKinsey. You all remember the story about McKinsey, Dominic Barton, and other friends of the prime minister and the Liberal Party. They got contracts over a certain amount for consulting. And once again, at committee, we scratched beneath the surface. We tried to get information about that. And we all know that those contracts didn't hold water. But it's hard to lay charges. It's hard to accuse anyone of anything, but the public's aware. We know that happened and we didn't get any answers. And then there's the Governor General. There was a fiasco with the appointment of Julie Payette. Everyone knows that she spent money hand over fist. The staff was mistreated. And we know that that's also part of the Prime Minister's record. And the current Minister of Public Safety admitted that the Payette fiasco demonstrates that we need to strengthen the process around appointing Governor Generals. And what did the Prime Minister do immediately afterward? He appointed a GG who doesn't even speak French. We have two official languages in this country, English and French. English and French. I think everybody knows that. It's been said over and over again, English and French. But once again, completely stupid decisions by this government. They had an opportunity to appoint a Governor General, and they just completely botched it by appointing a unilingual Anglophone. And let's remember the fiasco of the Prime Minister's trip to India in 2017. He wore a bunch of ridiculous get-ups, and everybody saw the pictures all over the country. And what's worse, beyond the completely ridiculous image that he gave our country, but he also brought a terrorist along with him. A former Liberal member had invited a terrorist to join the official delegation in India as part of Canada's delegation. It's hard to imagine. You can't make this stuff up. And then the Prime Minister himself is known for wearing racist get-ups. He's done it so many times that he doesn't even remember himself how many. And then there was the Arrive can scandal, which was supposed to cost $80,000, and ultimately it cost taxpayers $60 million and counting. And that's another scandal. So every time, it's been 9 years now, it's one scandal after another. And it seems like there's been so many of them, people tend to forget some of them. And then there's the partisan judicial appointments. So this is obviously a delicate matter, but the fact is that it's common knowledge that a number of Superior Court judges paid to meet with the Prime Minister or the Deputy Prime Minister and Finance Minister at fundraising activities for the Liberal Party shortly before they were named to the bench. And then there's the Prime Minister's vacations to Jamaica. And the initial response to the media was that the PM was going to pay out of his own pocket for his family vacations in Jamaica over the holidays. But ultimately, the PMO, initially they said he pays for everything himself. But when you look at it, oh no, that's not quite true. He was invited by a billionaire to stay with him and his family. So why, once again, why not tell the truth to Canadians? They always play it on both sides. The Prime Minister, I think we have to be clear about this. He's entitled to go on vacation with his family. He's allowed to do that. So 2 or 3 weeks of a year, it's to be expected that the Prime Minister should be allowed to go on a family vacation. But why did the previous Prime Ministers, Harper, Mulroney, Chrétien, and Martin, they didn't go to Billionaire Island, they didn't go to Jamaica, they simply took reasonable vacations? Why does this Prime Minister say, that doesn't matter, I'm going to take a government jet and I'm going to go to these paradise islands? This was all kinds of things like that lead people eventually to lose confidence in a person who thinks that way. And think about Harrington Lake. The government spent $11 million to renovate the facilities at Harrington Lake. But why, they say, oh, the Prime Minister's never there, but why would they spend that much on renovating the place? And then there are other contracts, other bizarre decisions. And once again, these are sensitive matters, but public money was provided to hire consultants who are outright racists.
Laïd Maroff, for instance, is a known anti-Semite. He received millions from the government for work, which is for his anti-racism work. That is, he received $500,000 from the Liberal government. I'll give you another example of a totally crazy decision, hiring Amira Al-Gawabi to supposedly build bridges. But we knew before appointing her that she has made racist remarks about Quebecers. Now, rather than building bridges, she is sowing division and discord. She should be shown the door right now. Now, Madam Speaker, I don't have much time remaining. I've gone through a whole host of Liberal scandals to put things in context, but I'd be remiss if I didn't mention the current economic situation. Young people are struggling to buy property or to have a home. And also, the Bloc Québécois and the Liberals supported $500 billion in budget appropriations. This Prime Minister has spent more than all other Canadian Prime Ministers in history put together. So these are some of the many, many reasons why we no longer have confidence in this government.
The Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, this is the issue where the problem lies, where you have the Conservatives' focus is more on character assassination than anything else. When the member talks about reviewing the government over the last 8 years, the things he doesn't refer to at all is things such as no government in the history of Canada has signed off on more trade agreements. When you take a look in terms of other issues related to, let's say, jobs, you know, Stephen Harper did 1 million jobs versus the 2 million jobs in the same sort of years span. You talk about inflation by working with Canadians. Canada is doing exceptionally well in inflation today at 2%, especially if you compare it to the rest of the country. You can talk about the interest rates and how interest rates, Canada is leading the way in terms of seeing the decreases going on interest rates. Canada is not broken, contrary to the messaging that the Conservatives try to consistently say. Why doesn't the member talk about the real issues that are affecting Canadians as opposed to nothing but cheap character assassination shots?
The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Haute-Saint-Charles. Well, when it comes to free trade, my colleague behind me was Minister of Foreign Affairs during free trade negotiations. Conservatives negotiated the majority of our free trade agreements. The Liberals just renewed them, renewed agreements which were struck under the previous Conservative government, which was solid. Now, we pay $50 billion a year in GST, and can the member explain how debt has doubled under this government? The Honourable Member for Repentigny. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague for the speech. He spoke about scandals. I doubt some of the things the Conservatives say. When we were studying C-319 in committee, all committee members voted for it. But now that things are getting serious, the Conservatives seem to be a bit more hesitant. Here's my question. Can the member please comfort me? Can he assure me that he agrees with increasing OAS for 65 to 74-year-olds? The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Haute-Saint-Charles. I thank my colleague for her question. We will support C-319, but the fact remains that the ball is in the government's court. We no longer have confidence in the government for a whole host of reasons. I could go on and on and on for another 30 minutes. So we need to sit down together and solve problems in Canada and Quebec.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And the member raised partisan appointments. And I just want to say that right now in the United States, women are dying and being charged with murder because of the results of partisan appointments in the US reversing Roe versus Wade. That could happen here, Madam Speaker, if the Conservatives are appointing both senators and judicial. So I want to ask the member, what is the Conservatives' position on the right to choose?
The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Haute-Saint-Charles. I've said it, I'll say it again, and I could say it again 500 times. Madam Speaker, a Conservative government will not change women's right to choose or women's right to abortion. The Conservative leader has been very clear on this, and he has stated that many, many times. The Liberals, the Bloc, everyone, the NDP, they can calm down because we will absolutely not change that. The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague, the member for Charlebourg-Haute-Saint-Charles. It's very odd to see this motion before the House today. Here's my question for my Conservative colleague. What does he think the role of members here is? Is it not to represent the people in our ridings? Here's what's not clear. We now have 2 ongoing provincial elections, which have already begun, and all of my constituents say that this Conservative motion is a joke, truly a joke. Now, in provincial elections, Conservatives have no respect. Conservatives here don't seem to have any respect for provincial democracy and elections. A brief reply, the honourable member for Charlebourg. Au Saint-Charles, as I said at the beginning of my speech, memory sometimes fails. I think the member seems to forget the past 9 years of disastrous Liberal governance. We have been a government in waiting for a long time. We're ready. We have no confidence and we want an election.
Leonard Frontenac Kingston.
Speaker. Thank you. Madam Speaker, 4.5 years ago, on March the 11th, 2020, the World Health Organization declared a worldwide pandemic, the COVID-19 pandemic. 2 days after that, the House of Commons suspended. And about 10 days after that, on March the 24th, it came back in an emergency session with the goal of passing, this was the government's goal, of passing a piece of legislation, which at that point had not been shared with the House of Commons, that would give the government, among other things, the power to suspend the House for a year and a half. Supply would be guaranteed to the government for over a year until December 2021. The government would have the ability to pass new laws by regulations. That's known as a Henry VIII clause, because Henry VIII did something similar in his reign 500 odd years ago. And we would have seen the suspension of the system that we call responsible government, in which the government of the day is responsible to the House of Commons. We would have seen that suspended for a year and a half. We were told at the time, those of us who were members of Parliament at that time, stay home, it's too dangerous to come to Ottawa, you're risking